Qianqiu Xuan has crossed over to the Douluo Continent, seemingly with nothing. No full soul power, no system, no golden-fingered. He humbly says, just watch and learn, but secretly harbors a cheat.What artifact that can simulate or even replicate others. When two Bibi Dongs appear in the world, one gentle like an elder sister and the other crazy like a demon, he navigates among many female characters, stating, I won't let any of them go. Chapter 1. In Douluo, my master is Bibi Dongs. At 0 years old, you were born into a poor farming family in Xiaogang village. You were raised by your grandfather, and although life was poor, it was fulfilling and happy. Time passes. You discover a strange boy in the village who often talks to himself, with an arrogant temperament, looking at your peers with disdain, and often fiddling with some iron pieces. Most importantly, this person is named Tang San, who has a drunken blacksmith father, Tang Ritian. You realize that you have crossed over to the Douluo Continent. However, you have remained well-behaved and didn't take it to heart. At 6 years old, one night, you were boiling soup for your grandfather, preparing to sell the medicinal herbs you grew to buy some supplements. At that moment, you suddenly heard the barking of your dog, Douluo, coming from the herb garden outside. You rushed out upon hearing the sound. From a distance, you saw a small black shadow sneaking around your herb garden, occasionally bending down to pick herbs, moving swiftly. Without any hesitation, you immediately shouted to stop him. Tang San, what have you done? Upon hearing this, the shadow moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. You hurriedly chased after him and were astonished to find that your herb garden had been utterly ravaged, with many expensive herbs missing, leaving a scene of devastation. You felt great sorrow. These were the herbs you had painstakingly cultivated day and night to sell for a good price to treat your grandfather's illness. Unexpectedly, this bastard Tang San not only stole once or twice, but had now completely destroyed everything, leaving nothing behind. A year of hard work went down the drain. The money was a minor issue, but your grandfather's illness could not be delayed. You found a blacksmith shop and confronted Tang San. Tang San initially refused to admit it, but after you laid out the evidence, he confessed, yet showed no remorse. Since ancient times, merchants have valued profit. There are so many unscrupulous merchants in the world. Your 100-year-old lei, gong tongue, and crow's poison are both highly toxic substances. If sold to drug dealers, they could be made into poisons and harm the innocent. My taking or even destroying the spirit field is to protect the people and prevent disaster. Tang San argued righteously. You looked down on him from the bottom of your heart and sarcastically replied, but that's my business. Whether or not I sell it to drug dealers is not for you to decide. Oh, mighty God King. Before you could finish your words, Tang San hypocritically interrupted, you might sell to drug dealers, which poses a danger to the common people. It's better for me to handle it. Rest assured, I will ensure these herbs are used for good, punishing evil and promoting good, making full use of them for the benefit of the people that I in this way. It's a win-win situation, the best solution. You stared at Tang San, disdainfully sneering, a total of 10 gold soul coins. What's wrong with selling to you at a low price? I'm doing this for the benefit of the people. It is my duty. So why should I pay? Besides, you deliberately cultivated these herbs, so you're also guilty. You? Despicable. You were furious. How could there be such shameless people? Unbeknownst to you, Tang San was also becoming impatient. He felt you were unreasonable. Clearly, the stakes were laid out, yet you pretended not to understand, making it difficult for him. He had a path to death. Suddenly, Tang San's eyes turned a strange purple as he stepped closer to you. You, don't you also use these to make poisons? Your tone weakened. Whether herbs or poisons, the distinction between right and wrong is not determined by their nature, but by the user's character. Tang San coldly murmured, used for good, they are. Good used for evil, they are evil. As his words fell, you were struck unconscious by a palm print as smooth as jade. In the next moment, a hidden weapon pierced through you. Then, you fell completely inside the blacksmith shop. At this moment, Tang San muttered to himself, the Tang Sec Xiantian treasure record summary. Identify the opponent as an enemy as long as they have a path to death. Do not show mercy and kill without hesitation. At 6 years old, you died. Simulation ended. Reminder, a moment in the human world equals 100 years in the book. This month's simulation has been completed. Please come back next month for another simulation. Extra rewards. 1. Skill Xiaogang, great success. 2. A raw hidden weapon used by Tang San himself 99 completion. Rare item. 3. A 100-year-old herb cultivated by yourself. Each simulation may randomly yield extra rewards, and only one extra reward can be chosen. Basic rewards, 10 years of life. Memories. Please check. In Wuhuan City, in the Pope's Hall, Qianqiu Xuan opened his eyes, gritting his teeth and saying, "That bastard Tang San, the rising eastern sun, the evening sentiment of the sun. I damn you." Those herbs, while not worth a fortune, were still rare and precious, a considerable amount for a common family. Tang San not only stole without notice, but also turned the tables on you. He directly killed the 6-year-old version of yourself that I in that moment. Qianqiu Xuan's mind was flooded with related memory images, starting from when he was 5, guarding against Tang, since stealing herbs, but the herbs in the garden dwindled one by one. Tang San's shameless justifications, and finally that Tufastosi attack. Scenes flashed by, as if he had experienced them personally. It hurt too much. After calming down, he chuckled ironically. In the end, he realized he was too foolish. How could he believe that Tang God King would have any humanity? Even a newborn would not do something so hypocritical, right? Sigh. It was too quick to die. Since crossing over, this was already the 37th life simulation. What kind of situations hadn't he encountered? But damn it, encountering Tang San was truly unsolvable. He didn't even give a chance to reason. Just turned around and said, "There's a path to death." Then he directly acted. Qianqiu Xuan shook his head helplessly and chose option 1. In an instant, a beautifully crafted book appeared out of nowhere on the table. Xiaogang. This is amazing. Tang God King had been using this supreme technique from the first part to the 5th part. Now he had obtained it. It could be said that a hero deserves a fine sword, and the treasure should not be tarnished. He couldn't let that bastard Tang San use it for free. The more Qianqiu Xuan thought about it, the angrier he became. Usually in each simulation, he could live to his 30s or 40s at the least. Now he had directly died young to this moment. In his mind, an ancient grand stone tablet, exuding chaotic air currents, slowly emerged. In my previous life, I bought this 1,000-year-old stone tablet on a second-hand platform for 9.9 with free shipping. It even had cashback for good reviews. After crossing over, at the age of 3, Qianqiu Xuan awakened this stone tablet. It was this stone tablet that brought him to this hydrogen continent and gave him the ability to simulate life. That's right, this is the world of Douluo Continent. Here, Qianqiu Xuan is the direct disciple of the current Pope Bibi Dongs, considered by Qian Douluo to be his favorite grandson. A rising star in the spirit hall. It is not an exaggeration to say that the entire Douluo Continent, with its 2 countries in one hall, as well as hundreds of cities, rests on his shoulders. The pressure is immense. However, this Douluo Continent differs significantly from his understanding. Qianqiu no longer exists, and it seems he has taken her place. Moreover, the ruthless Qianqiu died 6 years ago. Consequently, Bibi Dongs, who was the saintess at that time, ascended to the position of Pope 9 years earlier than in the original story. Though he does not know why, Qianqiu Xuan senses that his small actions, like a butterfly flapping its wings, have already caused many changes in this world. Just like Pope Bibi Dongs is now his master. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the ancient and elegant room. A woman slowly pushed the door open. Qianqiu Xuan looked up at the sound. It was his master, Bibi Dongs. She was still dressed in the luxurious Pope's attire, wearing a dazzling golden long gown that fit her perfectly, adorned with over 100 red, blue, and gold gemstones. The 9-curved purple gold crown on her head sparkled brilliantly, and she held a staff about 2 meters long, encrusted with countless gems. With fair skin and an almost perfect appearance, she looked so unique. Especially the invisible nobility and holiness exuding from her made one unable to resist feelings of reverence. She was astonishingly beautiful, noble, elegant, and serene. All kinds of beautiful words seemed to apply to this woman. Although she was no longer young, the traces of time seemed to have left no mark on her. Every time they met, Qianqiu Xuan's weary heart was inevitably stirred. Beauty, indeed, was beyond compare. What a pity. Qianqiu Xuan sighed softly, unsure of what he was lamenting. That moment, Bibi Dongs, dressed in resplendent robes, walked slowly to Qianqiu Xuan's side, her crystal-like high heels making a tinkling sound. A waft of fragrance brushed past. The woman crouched down and gently arranged the strands of hair on Qianqiu Xuan's cheeks, her beautiful autumn eyes rippling with a gentle smile as she softly said, "Xianer, there are many matters in the hall today, which is why I was delayed. Xianer, it's another day of hard studying. Put down your work and rest early." Qianqiu Xuan slowly regained his composure, carefully gazing at the stunning face of the woman before him, and gently smiled. "Understood, master. You go ahead and be busy. I'll rest later." The woman nodded, quietly draping her divine feather veil over Qianqiu Xuan's shoulders, smoothing out the wrinkles before turning to handle the unfinished affairs of the day. Qianqiu Xuan silently watched the beautiful figure of the woman as she left, feeling the warmth of the veil on his body. He knew that his master was worried about him studying late into the night, afraid he would catch a chill, but unable to say so directly, which is why she deliberately draped the veil over him. The veil still held her warmth, along with the lingering fragrance that had yet to dissipate. A light sniff brought a delightful aroma that was refreshing and invigorating. Master smells so good." Qianqiu Xuan wrapped himself tightly in the veil, as if holding his master close, gentle and warm. Yet, in his eyes, the warmth of his master made him feel a certain distance. It was not pride or coldness, nor was it deep and unfathomable. It was because Bibi Dong was not his biological mother. This woman who had adopted him and whom he called mother was, in fact, unrelated to him. Every time he thought of this, Qianqiu Xuan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. It was good to not have a melodramatic blood relationship. Though he did not know why he felt joy, he often wondered afterward, "Master, why are you so good to me?" Chapter 2. Xiana wants to sleep with Master. In the long night, after bidding farewell to Bibi Dong, Qianqiu Xuan did not immediately go to sleep. After putting away the Xiaogang, he continued to lean over his desk, wrapping himself tightly in the veil his master had draped over him, focusing intently on browsing books related to soul powers. These books were rare treasures stored in the Spirit Hall's scripture repository, often not disclosed to the general public. Even high-ranking officials rarely had the privilege to access them. Fortunately, Bibi Dong knew Qianqiu Xuan was fond of reading and specially helped him borrow these precious books from the Spirit Hall. Otherwise, Qianqiu Xuan would not have been able to see this data for a long time. It is recorded that a soul master at level 10 obtained a 600-year soul ring and experienced no discomfort, remaining vigorous for many days afterward. There was also a level 10 soul master who obtained a 500-year soul ring, but strangely, he exploded and died half an hour later. The longevity of the soul ring depends on the physical condition of the person. The differences vary among individuals. Statistics compiled from the Spirit Hall's records indicate that a 423-year soul ring is the most suitable for soul masters to obtain as their first soul ring. Upon reading the sentence, Qianqiu Xuan paused as he thought to himself, "The age of the soul ring obtained does not have a fixed value. It is often linked to the physical condition of the soul master. The most suitable first soul ring is 423 years. This aligns with the viewpoint of the 10 core competencies of soul masters, which also anticipated this, but could not provide specific examples. It always gave a sense of baseless fabrication. The authenticity of this data could not be verified by someone with only half a level of innate soul power. There was a high possibility of plagiarism. Qianqiu Xuan was somewhat curious and continued to delve deeper. Suddenly, a cold wind brushed his cheek from outside the window, bringing a chilling sensation. Unknowingly, it was already deep into the night. Qianqiu Xuan felt a slight chill, and even his master's veil could not completely ward off the cold. Never mind. Let's stop here for tonight. It's better to sleep early tomorrow. He still needs to undergo his soul awakening. Qianqiu Xuan thought to himself. However, his body did not obediently lie down in bed. After hesitating for a while, he stepped out of the beautifully decorated small room, walked through the brightly lit main hall of the Spirit Hall, and headed straight for the Pope's residence. A maid outside spotted Qianqiu Xuan and was about to enter to report to the Pope. But Qianqiu Xuan waved his hand and smiled. "Sisters, don't worry. I'll personally tell Master." Not long after, half a head peeked out from the door of the Pope's hall. Although the movement was very slight and made no sound, the elegantly grand figure sitting at the table reviewing documents noticed it in an instant. "Xianer, it's getting late, and you still haven't gone to sleep?" Caught off guard by the sudden call, Qianqiu Xuan, who had intended to continue pretending, had no choice but to comply. He stepped out from behind the door. shaking his head with a helpless sigh. Master, I'm a bit nervous. Tomorrow I'm going to awaken my soul, and that's a decision that will determine my whole life. What if? What if I awaken with only half a level of innate soul power? What should I do? These words were, of course, intentional on Qianqiu Xuan's part. In the countless simulated years, he had seen all sorts of starting dilemmas. Saying these now was mainly to garner sympathy. He wanted his master to glance away from her documents and pay attention to him, just as he expected. Upon hearing half a level of soul power, Bibi Dong paused thoughtfully for a moment, then smiled gently and comfortingly said, "It's okay, Xianer. Even if you don't have soul power, so what? Master will take care of you for the rest of your life. Moreover, even if it's only half a level of innate soul power, I won't let any rumors reach your ears." Hearing the serious promise from his master, Qianqiu Xuan felt both moved and relieved. By the way, I've already sent someone to invite that awakening master, Su Yuntao, whom Xianer has been requesting repeatedly. Bibi Dong blinked her delicate eyelashes and asked in confusion. He's just a caretaker with a soul power level of only 20, and his martial spirit is an ordinary lone wolf. How does Xianer know him, and why does she keep insisting on having him come for the awakening? She was very curious about Xianer's actions. Why does Xianer know such a minor caretaker in Nodding City? And why does she refuse so many excellent awakening masters from the Spirit Hall, insisting on this ordinary Su Yuntao? Instead, there was no reason at all. Bibi Dong felt perplexed. But as her master, she did not refuse Xianer's request. Immediately, she sent someone to invite him over for Nodding City. However, before that, she thoroughly investigated Su Yuntao's background and experiences, leaving no stone unturned. She found nothing out of the ordinary, but she just didn't know how Xianer had come to know this person. Even so, she still agreed to Xianer's request. After all, Xianer was her savior, wasn't she? In an instant, Bibi Dong's gaze became deep, and she was transported back to the dark, sunless secret chamber from 6 years ago. Her master, whom she regarded as a loving father, harbored ill intentions and suddenly turned against her, wanting to do something unspeakable. At that time, she had lost all her soul power, completely unable to resist, trapped in the dark chamber, without anyone to save her, left to be slaughtered. But just at that moment of despair, a holy light like that of an angel descended in the chamber, intimidating her treacherous master and pulling her back from endless despair. Qianqiu had died. Thought as she recalled this, Qianqiu Xuan suddenly chuckled softly, with a hint of meaning in his words. "Master, don't underestimate this Su Yuntao. He has some skill in helping others." Awaken? Really? Bibi Dong snapped back to reality from her memories, her beautiful red lips slightly surprised. Really? Qianqiu Xuan's eyes were deep as he murmured, "He is truly a legendary figure." As the saying goes, the protagonists are as fluid as flowing water, but Su Yuntao is as solid as iron. As a blind Douluo, the power he possesses in awakening is terrifying. It is said that those awakened by him possess some divine king potential. With a broken martial spirit, another divine king is born out on the Douluo Continent, who hasn't offered a cigarette to Brother Yun. Tomorrow, when he awakens my martial spirit, will he call me a waste and push me directly towards the divine king position? Xianer, have you thought of something interesting? Seeing Qianqiu Xuan's lips slightly curve, Bibi Dong cast a curious glance. No, just thought of something funny. Qianqiu Xuan chuckled. Then, following his master's gaze, he suddenly glanced. Instantly, he was struck by her beauty. At that moment, Bibi Dong had shed her luxurious robes from the day, now dressed in a soft, beautiful nightgown. Her hair fell to her shoulders, lightly made up and charming. The pink spaghetti-strap dress clung to her skin, outlining her alluring curves, with smooth shoulders and a knee-length skirt that revealed her legs adorned with skin-colored stockings. Faintly visible was her fair skin, with delicate feet stepping in a sparkling blue crystal high heels, adding a touch of innocence. She was nothing short of perfection. "Xianer, do I look that good?" Bibi Dong reached out to poke Qianqiu Xuan's forehead. Seeing his dazed expression, she couldn't help but smile. "So beautiful. Beautiful. Master, you are the most beautiful." Qianqiu Xuan snapped back to reality and spoke honestly in admiration. At just 6 years old, Xianer is already so sweet-tongued I fear he will charm many little girls in the future. Bibi Dong smiled alluringly. Yet, hidden within her soft smile was a deeper meaning. Qianqiu Xuan instinctively shook his head and whispered, "Actually, having just master is enough for me." But suddenly he realized, right, he was only 6 years old. What kind of improper thoughts could he have? Isn't this age the best disguise? Without further ado, Qianqiu Xuan stretched lazily and ran over to Bibi Dong, just like before, wrapping his arms around her slender waist from behind and affectionately said, "Auntie, Xianer wants to sleep with Master." As he spoke, a milky fragrance wafted. The mature scent of a woman made his heart race. In a daze, it felt as if he had fallen into a flower garden. With his chin resting on his master's fragrant shoulder, he inhaled the faint scent of her hair. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Master's really so tempting. Chapter 3: Different Identities, Inappropriate Infatuation. Suddenly, a heavy teenage presence swept in from behind. A familiar touch came in waves. Bibi Dong's expression shifted slightly, showing a few unnatural shades. Usually, she was the lofty pope, imposing, noble, and untouchable. Ordinary men respected her greatly who would dare to act so intimately. Yet her Xianer always acted recklessly. However, Bibi Dong seemed not to reject this contact. Her eyelashes lowered, and the corners of her mouth formed a beautiful arc. She allowed Qianqiu Xuan to hug her affectionately from behind, gently teasing, "Xianer is 6 years old now. Already a big kid. You can't sleep with Master anymore. Xianer needs to be independent and sleep alone." Seemingly expecting this result, Qianqiu Xuan casually replied with an "oh," showing no emotion. But was he the type to give up easily? "Master, tomorrow is the awakening of my martial spirit, and I'm really nervous. Without you by my side, I can't rest easy." Qianqiu Xuan continued to hold onto Bibi Dong's waist, feeling her smooth skin even through the layer of clothing. The fragrance was intoxicating, but he had no improper thoughts. Regarding Bibi Dong, his nominal master, Qianqiu Xuan had always buried a different kind of feeling deep in his heart. In his master's slightly curved eyes, there was always a hint of sadness. Though faint, well hidden, yet Qianqiu Xuan could still catch it. But Qianqiu had died so early. What could Master still be worried about? Could it be about becoming a god? Qianqiu Xuan couldn't figure out. He just felt that his master, the incredibly beautiful woman, should not be troubled by such mundane matters. Yet it was precisely this unspoken sadness that always reminded him of the gentle beauty of a soft breeze brushing over the water's surface, rippling in a hazy, bright manner. It was a kind of mature, knowledgeable, gentle beauty. But Xianer is already no small child. There are differences between men and women. Bibi Dong paused for a moment, and then a faint blush suddenly appeared on her cheeks. No other reason. The boy's embrace was simply too warm, almost akin to the affection between a man and a woman. It made it somewhat hard for her to accept this. "Oh," Bibi Dong lightly coughed, her tone slightly awkward. "How about this? Xianer can sleep here, and Master will stay by your side." As she spoke, her gaze was fixed directly on the boy's clear eyes, from which she could clearly see her own voluptuous figure and alluring curves. So perfect, so captivating. The boy said nothing, merely gazing at her with eager eyes. That helpless, pitiful feeling made Bibi Dong feel as if she were abandoning Xianer. She tentatively opened her mouth, her face slightly flushed. Okay then, let's hug and sleep, but today is the last time, okay?" At that moment, Qianqiu Xuan squinted his eyes and grinned, lying happily in Bibi Dong's embrace. "Master, that's the best." Seeing Xianer so happy, Bibi Dong couldn't help but feel a bit pleased in her heart. Since Xianer liked it, then let it be. The moon hung above the willow treetops. Qianqiu Xuan had already been lying on the inner side of the Pope's bed, pretending to close his eyes. In fact, he was waiting for his master, Bibi Dong, to arrive. As he closed his eyes, he could distinctly smell a mature and serene fragrance wafting through the air. It was the body scent of his master, soothing and refreshing. That moment, Bibi Dong smiled, sat at the edge of the bed, turned her cheek, gently rubbed Xianer's little head, and said softly, "Xianer, you should sleep early tomorrow. You need to awaken your martial soul. And no matter whether Xianer's martial soul is good or bad, Master will always stand by Xianer, never leaving or abandoning." Bibi Dong whispered these words, thinking that Xianer had already fallen asleep, which allowed her to speak her mind. Currently, the pressure inside and outside the Spirit Hall was immense. The 6 major sects and 2 kingdoms outside were making subtle moves, while internally, The faction led by the Grand Elder Qianqiu was opposing her, making it difficult for her to implement many of her policies that in fact, Bibi Dong's rise to the position of Pope was primarily due to Qianqiu Xuan. Qianqiu sensed a strong aura of an angel within Qianqiu Xuan. The holiness and grandeur of that angelic aura made even the descendant of the angel god, Qianqiu, feel inferior, like a mayfly facing the vast sky, filled with astonishment. At this time, Qianqiu received a divine decree from the angel god. Qianqiu Xuan was the new heir to the angel god's position and had a profound bloodline connection with him. It was clear, combined with Bibi Dong's secluded lifestyle and recalling his own son, Qian Xuanji's shameless behavior, Qianqiu naturally believed that Qianqiu Xuan was his biological grandson. Because of this, Bibi Dong, seen as Qianqiu Xuan's mother, was able to smoothly succeed the Pope after Qian Xuanji's death without much turmoil. This was because various indications suggested that Qianqiu Xuan was the illegitimate son of Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong, at least in Qianqiu's view. However, he was still privately investigating the cause of Qian Xuanji's death, with the highest possibility being that Bibi Dong had a hand in it. Yet his obedient grandson kept clinging to Bibi Dong. Therefore, to guide Qianqiu Xuan onto the right path, various matters would arise in the offering hall for Bibi Dong to handle, openly hinting at handing over custody of Qianqiu Xuan. But Bibi Dong had always been proud and cherished her love for Xuan above all. She would never allow that. Now, the situation was tightening even more. The spirit hall was already a pile of mess, and after Bibi Dong took over, it only became more challenging. There were endless governmental affairs to manage every day. Because of this, she had to devote all her time to handling official duties, leaving her with little time to be close to Xian'er. Although their time together was only 6 years, she had grown attached to Xian'er. Bibi Dong really liked this little guy who could always encourage her when she was tired. What a pity it would be if he were truly her disciple on the other side. Qianqiu Xuan, pretending to be asleep with his eyes closed, silently lowered his head, a trace of discomfort flashing in his eyes. It was clearly a distance within reach, yet it had become an insurmountable chasm due to their identities. What a shame, what a pity. Unknowingly, due to extreme mental exhaustion, he fell asleep. Everything became quiet. The moon hung high in the sky, and the bright moonlight spilled over the land, illuminating the Pope's hall with clarity. Bibi Dong sat at the edge of the bed, finally finishing all her official duties, letting out a long sigh of relief. Then, she turned to quietly gaze at the peacefully sleeping Qianqiu Xuan. If Xian'er was happy, then she was happy too. In this sleep, Qianqiu Xuan slept soundly. Bibi Dong knelt on the bed, resting Xian'er's head on her lap so he could lie more comfortably. "Xian'er, I'm sorry. Master's really too busy and can't find time to accompany you," she said. "I want to, but..." If Qianqiu Xuan could open his eyes at that moment, he would see a hint of sorrow on Bibi Dong's face, a few traces of melancholy reflecting in the bright moonlight, illuminating her stunningly beautiful cheek. So breathtakingly beautiful. "Master?" These two words echoed in her heart continuously. Would there be regrets? Would there be reluctance? Bibi Dong took a deep breath, lovingly caressed Xian'er's cheek, and seeing him sleep so peacefully made her feel pure happiness. She had been gazing at Xian'er, from his hair down to his little legs, as if she could never look enough, her gentle eyes reluctant to miss a single moment. In fact, Xian'er was quite handsome. Suddenly, Bibi Dong sighed. Though Qianqiu Xuan was already 6 years old, with his handsome and cheerful looks paired with his steady and humble demeanor, he already possessed the qualities of an extraordinary young gentleman. It was not the fragile kind of beauty, but rather a sunny and carefree handsomeness. Bibi Dong smiled in satisfaction. "My Xian'er is really handsome. I wonder which princess will be lucky enough to have him." Suddenly, her eyelashes fluttered down, and a pang of pain shot through her heart, heavy yet subtle. She felt as if she had lost something extremely important. Unbeknownst to her, she had already placed Xian'er in an irreplaceable position in her heart. In that instant, Bibi Dong thought of many things, ultimately turning into a long sigh. People often say, a mother and child share a heart. Although I am not Xian'er's biological mother, my love for him is no less than that of a biological mother. Regardless of Xian'er's talent, I will protect him tightly in my hands. I will never allow anyone to bully Xian'er. Chapter 4. Awakening martial soul? No, I want to snuggle with my master. The next day, in the luxurious and magnificent plaza of the Martial Soul Hall. Next, the cold and enchanting voice of Pope Bibi Dong echoed. Today was the time for Qianqiu Xuan, who was 6 years old, to awaken his martial soul. Logically, it should have been done in a quiet place to reduce the pressure on Qianqiu Xuan. However, the requirements of the Hall of Worship stated that he must awaken in public, or else he wouldn't gain the people's trust. Therefore, Bibi Dongs specially arranged for many peers to awaken together. Among those present were several elders with profound cultivation from the Hall of Worship. And at the center stood a spirited middle-aged man with golden hair, exuding a noble and sacred aura. Qianqiu, normally reclusive, he had come this time specifically for his grandson's awakening, just to witness the rebirth of the angel martial soul. In fact, it was he who insisted on Qianqiu Xuan awakening in public. To ensure that Xian could firmly achieve the position of Saint's son and smoothly take over the Martial Soul Hall, he needed to establish credibility. Thus, the awakening of the martial soul became the first step to gain the people's trust. After all, the deterrent power of the super martial soul, Angel God, was extraordinary. Qianqiu thought to himself, it was only a matter of time before his grandson became a Douluo, but to become the Pope, he had to start nurturing him now. He increasingly suspected that Bibi Dong might very well be the true culprit behind his son's death. Innately possessing a 9th-level soul power, the martial soul, could be the legendary golden crocodile. In the center of the plaza, Su Yuntao stuttered. Not long ago, he had just been appointed as a junior deacon in Noting City, and he didn't know what had happened, only to be captured by a team of powerful high-level soul masters and brought to Martial Soul City. He thought he had offended someone, but unexpectedly, it turned out that a big shot in the Martial Soul Hall had specifically called for him to awaken his martial soul. What a joke. As a 21st level soul master with a lone wolf martial soul, what qualifications did he have? It was even strange that the other party knew his name. But treating a dead horse as a live horse, Su Yuntao still accepted the identity of the awakening master. He kept reminding himself in his heart that all the people here were big shots, so he must be cautious in his words and actions. As expected, after testing more than a dozen youths, none had soul power lower than level 6. Among them, there was even a yellow-haired boy in front of him, exuding a powerful aura, whose martial soul was the legendary high-level martial soul, Golden Crocodile. He had heard about this martial soul in legends. He never expected to see it one day, and even awaken it with his own hands. Moreover, with an innate soul power of 9, this meant limitless talent. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Su Yuntao thought to himself, bending his back even more and smiling flatteringly. Sir, your talent is extremely high. You have the potential to become a Douluo. That's natural. The recently awakened yellow-haired boy, Jin Yi, the grandson of the golden crocodile Douluo, scoffed. Although his awakening was standard, he couldn't help but feel anger thinking that the awakening master was just a 21st level junior deacon. If a soul Douluo had come to awaken him, would he have had an innate soul power of 10? Although that was unlikely, Jin Yi still blamed Su Yuntao. It was all Qianqiu Xuan's fault for finding such a useless soul master for awakening. Under Jin Yi's scolding, Su Yuntao hurriedly smiled, not revealing any discontent. Good grandson. Good grandson. The golden crocodile Douluo laughed heartily beside Qianqiu. At over 100 years old, having a grandson was already a happy event, and unexpectedly, his grandson's talent was exceptionally outstanding. It undoubtedly made people smile. Big brother, seeing Jin Yi with such talent, I have no regrets. The golden crocodile said with a smile to Qianqiu, who was dressed in exquisite and noble attire. Ha, golden crocodile, you are still young. How can you stop here? Qianqiu patted his shoulder and congratulated. You truly have a good grandson. Big brother, Xian is still behind. My little Yi is just a supporting character. The golden crocodile, Douluo, quickly declined. Qianqiu only smiled and did not speak further, but his gaze remained fixed on the quiet and calm figure of the boy beside Bibi Dong. He murmured, Angel martial soul, inheritor of the angel god position. My grandson is truly a dragon among men. Xian, you're the last one. Just relax. Finally, after Jin Yi awakened, only Qianqiu Xuan remained who had not awakened yet. When it was his turn, the cold and enchanting Bibi Dong changed from her previous aloof demeanor to one as gentle as a neighborly aunt, softly comforting Qianqiu Xuan, who was hugging her tightly. "It's okay, Xian, just close your eyes and you can awaken." Qianqiu Xuan clung tightly to his master's jade leg, unwilling to let go. Did you think he was afraid of awakening? No, no, no. Qianqiu Xuan simply wanted to hold on to those jade legs. Today, his master wore a purple papal dress, perfectly wrapping her exquisite figure. Her delicate and long jade legs were wrapped in semi-transparent, flesh-colored stockings, and her perfect jade feet were stepping on a pair of transparent, noble high heels. In close proximity, Qianqiu Xuan could vaguely see the translucent jade feet beneath the flesh-colored stockings. Each of the 10 toes was as round and translucent as pearls, petite and cute. To be honest, beautiful, simply perfect. Especially at such close range, he could gently smell the mature feminine fragrance. It was enchanting and fragrant, the refreshing scent. Qianqiu Xuan believed he was not a pervert, but when encountering the cold and noble master with skin as smooth as snow, he couldn't help but have improper thoughts. His master's feet were so perfect. Qianqiu Xuan had never seen such beautiful feet, translucent like sheep fat jade, with a perfect arch. Each toe was just right in its perfection. His gaze was hard to resist being drawn to those exquisite jade feet. He swallowed a few times, calming his mind. "Master, what if I awaken something useless? All right, good. I will always protect you, Xian." Seemingly sensing Qianqiu Xuan's nervousness, Bibi Dong gently comforted him, squatting down to pat his little head. In an instant, her exquisite silhouette entered Qianqiu Xuan's vision, curvaceous and as white as snow. "So beautiful, master." He suddenly dove in, tightly embracing Bibi Dong. In an instant, the pleasant scent of milk rushed to his nose. Qianqiu Xuan felt as if he were floating, completely unconcerned about the awakening of his martial soul. "Xian, you're really being naughty." A blush appeared on Bibi Dong's beautiful face, but under the restraint of the crowd, her reaction was not too obvious. Only her gaze carried a hint of resentment. "Xian, you're becoming more and more unruly. How dare you hug me in front of everyone, and it seems like you even touched me." Such subtle changes in expression were caught by Qianqiu Xuan's eyes. For a moment, he felt that his mature and alluring master was even more tempting and fragrant. He just wanted. In the next moment, he grabbed his master's waist and snuggled up tightly, completely disregarding the so-called gender differences. He just felt that being with his master made him happy. "Xian, stop being naughty." At this point, Bibi Dong could no longer hold back. Her face turned alluringly red, and with a tone of playful reproach, she said, "Master, I'm going to awaken my martial soul now." With his goal achieved, Qianqiu Xuan naturally calmed down a lot and swiftly ran off. He couldn't help but sigh that his master was more beautiful than any mortal. Only the stunning Bibi Dong was left behind, her face flushed, both shy and angry. But in the end, it turned into a light laugh as she shook her head. "Xian, you're too naughty." Chapter 5, Jackpot, the Gift of the God King. In the square, under the gaze of the crowd, Qianqiu Xuan slowly left his master and walked towards Su Yuntao. The blind fighting Douluo was right ahead. What kind of martial soul will I have? Suddenly, a malicious gaze fell upon him. Qianqiu Xuan felt a hint of discomfort. Looking up, he saw Jinyi, who had just awakened his martial soul, giving him a mocking smile. The youthful face of the other party was unreservedly displeased. Qianqiu Xuan shook his head and chuckled. Jinyi was the grandson of the golden crocodile Douluo, and being over 100 years old, he naturally doted on his grandson, treating him like a treasure. This had led to Jin Ye's arrogant and self-important personality, making him act recklessly in the Spear Hall. In his eyes, the Pope was just a minor character. The only ones worthy of respect were his grandfather and the Grand Elder. Others were simply unworthy. Thus, he consciously placed himself in a position of importance within the Spear Hall. However, Qianqiu Xuan's sudden emergence had diminished the attention that was originally focused on Jin Yi, especially since Qianqiu Xuan's identity was more noble than Jin Ye's, continuously stealing the spotlight from him. Subconsciously, Jin Yi had already regarded Qianqiu Xuan as his primary rival. It was truly a case of not being able to stand seeing the other party do well. Just like now, Jinyi, who believed his martial soul awakening was quite impressive, cast a questioning look at Qianqiu Xuan with the arrogance of a victor. It was as if he were saying, "What does it matter how impressive you were before? Now it's all about strength." Not only Jinyi, but many descendants of high-ranking officials in the Spirit Hall were focusing their attention on Qianqiu Xuan, their emotions varying. Most were simply curious. Is this the Grand Elder's grandson? A noble angel martial soul? The crowd did not know. Faced with such curiosity, Qianqiu Xuan calmly shook his head, feeling no emotional fluctuation in his heart. Just walk my own path. Why care about others' gazes? With this thought, he indifferently ignored many unfriendly looks and silently approached the awakening array. Looking up, Qianqiu Xuan saw Su Yuntao trembling slightly, even beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It was evident he seemed even more nervous than Qianqiu Xuan. This was indeed the case. After all, it was clear to anyone with eyes that Qianqiu Xuan's status was extraordinary. As a last resort, this martial soul awakening was specifically held for him. One could imagine how extremely noble his identity was. Coming from a small town, Su Yuntao had naturally never seen such scenes, and he silently prayed in his heart that a good result would emerge. Otherwise, if these big shots got angry, he might lose his life here. Thinking of this, Su Yuntao's gaze slowly moved away from Qianqiu Xuan, glancing past the elegantly noble pope in purple robes, and finally resting on a middle-aged man with golden hair not far away. For some reason, this middle-aged man exuded an unusual aura, giving an extremely imposing feeling, as if his mere presence brought an invisible sense of oppression. Su Yuntao's heart raced. This golden-haired man looked relatively young, yet why did he seem more dangerous than the pope? Unbeknownst to him, the middle-aged man with golden hair was also casting a deep gaze in this direction. His own grandson, the martial soul, must undoubtedly be an angel, but he was unsure how high his soul power would be. After all, their angel clan had previously had individuals awaken with innate soul power exceeding level 10. Since his grandson was precocious, he likely wouldn't be far behind his predecessors. Xiaoxian, the responsibility of revitalizing the angel god will fall upon you. Feeling that gaze, Qianqiu Xuan was momentarily startled. He hadn't expected Qiandao Lu to value him so highly, even taking the precious time to personally come and observe. Phew! Qianqiu Xuan exhaled softly and quietly stepped into the center of the 6 black stones. He was not unfamiliar with the process of martial soul awakening. In fact, he could say he was exceptionally familiar. In his 37 simulations, apart from the encounter with Tang Sand that ended prematurely, he had experienced martial soul awakenings, just with different level differences. Now, facing martial soul awakening again, Qianqiu Xuan had very few distracting thoughts and remained extremely calm, as if it were just a process. In reality, he was very clear that the martial soul was secondary. What he could truly rely on was still himself. After all, Tang San, a person of such caliber, could dominate the foreign continent with just Xiantian skill. Why couldn't he? A transmigrator? There are no useless martial souls, only useless soul masters. My lord, are you ready? I am about to begin the awakening. To accommodate Qianqiu Xuan's emotions, Su Yuntao specifically asked in advance. Qianqiu Xuan nodded. Ready, we can begin now. Good. Su Yuntao nodded deeply and slowly activated his martial soul, the lone wolf. With the infusion of his soul power, a pale golden light illuminated, enveloping Qianqiu Xuan. A warm aura seeped in, causing him to instinctively extend his right hand. The golden light gradually condensed, forming a halo. At this moment, everyone held their breath, focusing intently on the awakening in the center of the square. Everyone knew this was a crucial moment. They couldn't afford to miss a second. In an instant, the large square fell silent, all eyes fixed on the light in Qianqiu Xuan's hand. If anyone was the most nervous in the arena, it was not Qianqiu Xuan, nor Su Yuntao, nor even Qiandao Lu, but the noble woman in a robe holding the Pope's scepter, Bibi Dongs. She gripped her scepter tightly, her face slightly pale, holding her breath and gazing softly at the silhouette of the young man. Her eyes were filled with tenderness. Bibi Dongs knew clearly that Xian was not the son of Qian Xuanji, and therefore not the grandson of Qiandao Lu. Logically, the awakened martial soul could not be an angel. However, the six-winged angel martial soul was a strong, inherited martial soul. And as long as it was a descendant of the angel god, it would naturally awaken. But Qian'er was not. Once awakened, it would signify that Qian'er's identity was illegitimate, leading to various investigations. Unlike her, Bibi Dongs' influence would not be significant. But if Qiandaolu realized he had been deceived, in his fury, Qian'er would undoubtedly have no way out. This was what Bibi Dong feared the most. Bibi Dong slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to glisten with tears. Qian'er, no matter what, my master will ensure your safety. Even if it costs my life. I won't let you perish here. Seemingly having made a certain resolution, Bibi Dong's gaze was exceptionally firm, having already prepared for sacrifice. Qian'er, don't be afraid. My master is always here. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused here. In the square, the golden light in Qianqiu Xuan's hand slowly gathered, revealing a pale, blue little grass that appeared in his palm, gently swaying. Ordinary. Su Yuntao's eyes widened in an instant, nearly suffocating in despair for a moment. Then he forced himself to praise. Congratulations, my lord. The martial soul awakened is blue silvergrass. Although it's common, with proper nurturing, its future achievements can be quite extraordinary. Chapter 6. It's just blue silvergrass. The blue silver grass martial soul appears ordinary, but in reality, actually, the more he tried to comfort, the more his voice trembled and his body began to shake. In the end, he fell to the ground with a thud, crying and slapping himself. My lord, I am guilty. I am guilty. Blue silvergrass is everywhere on Douluo Continent. It is practically the most common martial soul, easily awakened by ordinary people, and its potential is limited. But it absolutely cannot appear on Qianqiu Xuan. The position of the Holy Sun, which the Spirit Hall had long awaited, could not be given to an ordinary blue silvergrass soul master. There was simply no future. Moreover, in the eyes of everyone, Qianqiu Xuan is the grandson of Qiandaolu, who doesn't know the dominance of the six-winged angel martial soul, regardless of what martial souls the parents have. As long as one side is a six-winged angel, then the descendants' martial souls must be angels. At least this has been proven by several church leaders of the Spirit Hall. Now, what is the situation now? What Qianqiu Xuan awakened was not a lofty, six-winged angel, but rather a despicably common blue silvergrass. This means Qianqiu Xuan is very likely. No, he is definitely not the grandson of Qiandaolu. Goodness, this is a great humiliation, raising someone else's grandson. In that moment, many people's gazes turned towards Qiandaolu's side, and they saw that his expression remained calm, though his face was somewhat gloomy, not knowing what he was thinking. However, one thing was certain. Qianqiu Xuan, this lowly elder's grandson, would no longer receive protection. I wonder what it was? It turns out to be a despicable blue silvergrass. Among the crowd watching the excitement, someone took the lead and instantly ignited the long-suppressed powder keg. What? Qianqiu Xuan only awakened a blue silvergrass. And he still wants the title of Saint Sun? This blue silvergrass is even inferior to me. Unbelievable. He is so precocious. Yet he only awakened a useless martial soul? I guess he must be a wild child picked up from somewhere. Now, their essay good show to watch. The crowd erupted in uproar. Xuan. Not far away, Bibi Dong raised her tear-filled eyes, looking at her Qian'er with great regret. But in her heart, there was immense regret. It's all this damn Qiandaolu's fault. Qian'er was already nervous about awakening his martial soul, yet he arranged for the higher-ups in the hall to watch. What is his intention? It's pitiful that Qian'er was already in despair after awakening the blue silvergrass, and now being ridiculed in front of everyone. How could he, at the age of 6, withstand this? At this moment, Bibi Dong felt a surge of hatred. If Qian'er were to suffer any psychological harm because of this, she would be the first to slaughter the idle people present, to accompany Qian'er in death. But with the crowd in such an uproar, she immediately released her overwhelming soul power, pressuring everyone, and coldly snorted, "Silence. Awaken the martial soul. No idle people allowed." Qian'er stood still, dazed in place, and Bibi Dong felt immense pain. She wished she could rush over right now and hold Xian'er in her arms to comfort him. However, she did not rush into action. Although she was very worried about Xian'er's mental state, Bibi Dongs still stood in place, tightly holding the Pope's scepter. She was observing Qianqiu's actions. In fact, the urgent matter now is not to take revenge for Xian'er, but to find a way for Xian'er to escape. The crowd's unrestrained laughter echoed, not ceasing even after Bibi Dongs' reprimand. In their eyes, Bibi Dong was merely a newly appointed pope, with only 2 newly initiated useless ones under her command. What was there to fear? These are all people from the Hall of Offerings. Qianqiu's words are the true truth. At this moment, Jin Yi, standing behind his grandfather, slightly changed his expression. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. This person he regarded as his greatest rival, his martial soul, was actually just a blue silver grass. He had always believed that no matter how bad Qianqiu Xuan was, he would at least have the angel martial soul as a backup. But unexpectedly, he awakened a useless martial soul. No, it wasn't just him. Even Jin Yi and many Douluos from the Hall of Offerings thought the same, including Douluo. But now, the result turned out like this? How could this be? Douluo clenched his fists and sighed deeply, disappointment written all over his face. He was somewhat moved, but did not doubt the authenticity of Qianqiu Xuan being his bloodline, because, as a servant of the angel god, the divine will had long been passed to him. Qianqiu Xuan is the new successor, and only his own bloodline is qualified. However, he never expected that Xiao Xian's aptitude was too poor. Awakening as blue silvergrass. This is all minor. At most, he lost the title of Saint's son, but if this awakening leads to psychological shadows, his path to becoming a god will be prolonged. Douluo sighed deeply, silently hoping that Xiao Xian could withstand it. At this time, Jin Yi, standing next to him, understood his brother's thoughts and turned to seriously inquire the Douluos discussing nearby. Could it be that there was an error in the awakening? How could that be? For many years, this method has been accurate. Moreover, with so many Douluos watching, there is no way there could be signs of cheating. But then, how to explain the talent and wisdom he displayed earlier? It is true that a more talented youth will awaken an extraordinary martial soul. But that doesn't mean it is certain. Alas, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Could it be that he really isn't the grandson of the elder? Should speak cautiously. The crowd's agitation grew more intense, with mocking laughter continuously coming forth. Su Yintao hurriedly kowtowed nonstop, crying with snot and tears. You must know, just a moment ago, no less than hundreds of powerful gazes swept past him. Each breath felt like an abyss, filled with hostility. It goes without saying that they blamed the awakening of blue silvergrass on him. But he really didn't know how to survive this. I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Su Yintao glanced out of the corner of his eye at the youth standing in front of him. He was the only one who could save him now. However, unexpectedly, he did not see any disappointment on this youth's face. Not even a trace. So calm it was hard to believe. This is... Qianqiu Xuan stared expressionlessly at the blue silver grass in his hand. The small grass emitted a blue glow, dancing in the wind, looking quite beautiful. Suddenly, he smiled. Blue silver grass. It is precisely this kind of common grass that can unleash astonishing power. However, the noisy clamor around him broke this tranquility. It was autumn, and the wind was slightly cold. Qianqiu Xuan still turned around expressionlessly. He could clearly see Qianqiu's heavy expression and sharply observe the hundreds of gazes in the crowd. Among these gazes were disdain, ridicule, glee at others' misfortune, astonishment, realization, and indifference. In the end, he fixed his eyes on his master, the person he cherished the most. That was a gentle, encouraging gaze? Yes, with such love from his master. How could she abandon him for a mere, useless martial soul? Qianqiu Xuan suddenly smiled faintly, his youthful eyes unusually deep and clear. It's just some wind and frost. This disappointing scene for everyone he had experienced several times in simulations, each time almost the same. He was already accustomed to it. The only difference was that this time he had his beloved master, and fortunately, she did not show any disappointment. Blue silvergrass, blue silvergrass. Qianqiu Xuan chuckled softly, his thoughts calming. Little grass, If I remember correctly, this is the 37th time I have awakened you. With that thought, he turned back and helped the kowtowing Su Yuntao up, humbly saying, "Uncle, please don't worry. I'll one team make things difficult for you. But could you please continue to help me test my soul power?" Upon hearing this, Su Yuntao was first delighted, then his whole body shook. This youth really doesn't blame him? Even still holds goodwill and continues to believe in him? Su Yuntao felt dizzy, but still followed the youth's words. Although he had already concluded that the awakened martial soul was blue silvergrass and that the innate soul power level couldn't be very high, Qianqiu Xuan placed his hand on the blue crystal ball and a pulling force came. The next moment, the crystal burst forth with dazzlingly brilliant light. This light was extremely piercing, blinding everyone's eyes. This, Chapter 7 no useless martial souls. Unless you have innate full soul power. Crack! A crisp sound echoed across the square. It was the sound of something shattering. The crystal ball exploded. It shattered completely into powder. But before it broke, that dazzling light that pierced the eyes was seen by everyone. This is innate soul power level 10? Many soul masters murmured, feeling an unrealistic sensation. If it were a six-winged angel martial soul, then an innate soul power level 10 would be understandable. But damn it, how could a worthless blue-silver grass martial soul have innate soul power? This is completely contrary to everyone's understanding. Innate soul power level 10 with blue-silver grass. How was that possible? The noise in the square suddenly quieted down. The previously noisy crowd fell silent, staring dumbfounded at the proud figure in the center of the square, unable to utter a word. Qianqiu Xuan remained calm and composed. He did not feel the world collapsing due to awakening the blue-silver grass, nor was he proud and complacent about his innate soul power level 10. His face showed no expression, as if he thought it should be this way. However, when he raised his eyes and saw his master Bibi Dongs' gentle gaze, he smiled faintly. He did not care much for it, but if it made his master happy, that would be a good thing. Genius. This is genius. Beside him, Su Yuntao, who had been in a daze, was now overwhelmed with joy, tears of happiness streaming down his face. He no longer had to worry about being held accountable. Seemingly too excited, he even exclaimed, This, Douluo is promising. Douluo, the talent of Douluo. Su Yuntao clapped his hands, jumping up in joy. A person with innate soul power level 10. It was actually awakened by him. To know that he had never seen someone with full innate soul power in his life. That was a legendary myth. He had really seen it. On the other side, compared to Su Yuntao's wild joy, the expressions of others were varied. Many looked like wilted eggplants, devoid of any energy. They were stunned, having just mocked Qianqiu Xuan moments ago. They never expected him to retaliate so unexpectedly. Among them, the most shocked was Jinya. His head buzzed. His mind still stuck on the moment when the soul power crystal ball emitted brilliant light and exploded beautifully. Shocked. Suddenly, he stumbled and fell heavily onto his grandfather. Ouch. Grandson, you have a good rival now. Jin Ido was genuinely happy on one hand because his grandson had an excellent competitor, and on the other hand, because his brother's heartache could finally be alleviated. Double happiness. Jinya still remained in a daze, swaying several times before managing to stand upright. The quiet around him further shook his soul. He knew this was not a dream. Qianqiu Xuan really was a blue-silver grass martial soul with full innate soul power. Would he be secretly laughing at himself, mocking his own overestimation, ridiculing his pride? No. I must recover. I haven't lost. Jinya shook his head, gradually regaining balance, anxiously standing up and putting on an indifferent, proud expression to show others his demeanor. But in fact, Jinya's peripheral vision kept scanning towards Qianqiu Xuan. Wanted to see what this guy would do to retaliate against him, to counter the onlookers who were laughing at him. But, to his disappointment, Qianqiu Xuan did not cast a single glance in his direction, leaving behind a cold and solitary figure. It was not disdain nor a pretense, but simply a lack of interest. That indifferent gesture indicated that Qianqiu Xuan did not regard Jinya at all, not even raising an interest in mocking him. How could this be? Jinya was furious, his gaze fixated on that upright and proud back. In the early autumn sun, the gentle rays stretched that figure long, the golden light accentuating the entire outline of the back. It looked noble like a deity. Jinya swallowed hard, an involuntary feeling of awe rising in his heart. He had a sense that he might have to live his whole life in the shadow of that back. Qianqiu Xuan, could he truly be my lifelong enemy? Jinya clenched his fists in confusion. Xianer, great job. At that moment, a happy and proud voice echoed in Qianqiu Xuan's ears. Turning around, he saw his master, Bibi Dongs. Upon seeing her, Xianer awakened full innate soul power, could no longer control her emotions. What pope? What noble status? Nothing compared to her Xianer. The suffocating despair, just moments ago, was hard even for her Douluo self to resist, let alone a 6-year-old with the heart of a child like Xianer. Seeing Xianer standing there alone and helpless, seemingly filled with despair, the heartbreak was evident in Bibi Dongs' eyes, full of sorrow. Therefore, after he awakened full soul power, she could no longer suppress her maternal love and walk toward Xianer. Qianqiu Xuan was still pondering why he had caused the crystal ball to explode when he unconsciously felt a tingling sensation in his left hand. It seemed something was about to come out. Qianqiu Xuan's eyes turned sharp. In his impression, the conditions for having full innate soul power were very strict. A simple blue-silver grass could never achieve it. Meanwhile, Tang Xinwang was the hope of possessing twin martial souls. So could it be that his palms slowly emitted a hint of gold, extremely dazzling. In an instant, Qianqiu Xuan realized something and quickly clenched his fist, not allowing that martial soul to emerge. However, before he could be surprised, he felt himself fall into a slender, warm embrace. His hands instinctively grabbed, fingers sinking into the softness, a fragrant and smooth sensation brushing against him. Bibi Dongs' delicate brows furrowed slightly. Qianqiu Xuan quickly realized his inappropriate behavior, immediately releasing his hands and about to explain to his master. But in the next moment, Bibi Dongs' fair hand gently covered his lips. Xianer, don't speak. Let your master take a good look at you. Bibi Dongs' hands caressed his cheeks, her eyes filled with the image of the young boy. Xianer, you must have suffered a lot just now, right? It's my fault. I shouldn't have let you be alone. If you have any faults, blame it on me. Xuania, blame me, blame me. Bibi Dongs' words were sincere, filled with guilt for her previous inaction. To guard against Qian Daolu, she had left Xianer standing there. Later, she thought that if she had acted, it would have been better to die here. After all, her remaining life was for Xianer. Thus, she felt immense guilt. Her jade-like hand was smooth to the touch, extremely comfortable. A few strands of hair fell beside her face, accentuating her stunning beauty. The tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes were filled with concern, and tender affection radiated from her. Qianqiu Xuan immediately felt a cool and gentle sensation, like a refreshing breeze. The hint of pain in his master's eyes was genuine. He could completely confirm this. As for the rumors and gossip from earlier, Qianqiu Xuan didn't take them to heart at all. He dove into his master's embrace, shaking his head and laughing lightly. Master, don't worry. Those are all trivial matters. Really? Xianer, are you not deliberately comforting your teacher? Bibi Dongs held Xianer close, enjoying the feeling of this close contact. Even in front of everyone, she didn't care. Others wouldn't say anything either. After all, Qianqiu Xuan was just a 6-year-old child. What distinction could there be between genders? Moreover, after such a roller coaster of emotions, it was only right for Bibi Dongs, as a master, to show some concern for him. However, it was a bit too intimate. Many high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall speculated that Bibi Dongs might be Qianqiu Xuan's mother. Otherwise, there would be no reason for her to care so much. However, these speculations did not affect Qianqiu Xuan in the slightest. He lay gently in his master's embrace, quietly feeling the tenderness that belonged to her. And he could even sense the soft breath from her nose, full of feminine charm, breathtakingly beautiful. However, Qianqiu Xuan had no improper thoughts. He simply looked quietly into his master's eyes. Just looking was enough. Master, you are truly beautiful. Master, Xianer has not deceived you. Rather, Xianer has kept silent, causing sister to worry. At this moment, Qianqiu Xuan suddenly called Bibi Dongs sister. This was a deliberate address, meant to close the age gap between himself and his master to better achieve his grand ambitions. although Bibi Dong was unwilling to accept this title, feeling she was too old and unworthy of being a sister. Despite this, Qianqiu Xuan's sudden address made Bibi Dong's heart flutter. She opened her mouth, her thoughts in disarray at this moment, tangled with her emotions. It's really strange. Clearly, Xian'er is only 6 years old, yet his maturity surpasses that of most adults. Even she, if not careful, would mistake Xian'er for a 17 or 18-year-old youth. This feeling of disparity, combined with their constant intimate contact, led Bibi Dong to develop some rather unpleasant thoughts. She always felt that this 6-year-old child seemed more like an adult, deliberately caring for her, cherishing her, and pampering her. Moreover, Bibi Dong often felt a flutter in her heart when facing Xian'er. This is too absurd. But just as now, Bibi Dong's heart inexplicably trembled. She could clearly feel the heat in Xian'er's gaze, not the innocence of a child, but rather the affection of someone looking at a lover. Strangely, she did not shy away from it. In fact, she enjoyed this feeling of affection, feeling a bit shy inside. But Xian'er is only a 6-year-old child. What am I even thinking? Despite the chaos in her mind, Bibi Dong still recognized the nature of her relationship with Xian'er. They were merely master and disciple, not siblings, and certainly not husband and wife. Then, she took a deep breath, her pupils filled with complex emotions as she gazed at Xian'er in her arms. Xian'er, I will always be your teacher. No matter when, I will always be your teacher. Qianqiu Xuan was initially silent. Then, a sense of relief filled his heart. After all, his master could only be his master, right? The possibility of being a sister was already hard to hope for, let alone a wife. But his heart was still unwilling. From the first moment he saw his master, he had deeply imprinted this exquisitely noble figure in the depths of his heart. Just like now, Qianqiu Xuan had never viewed Bibi Dong as merely a master. His hope was that one day he could stand proudly beside her, freely holding her in his arms. But now, it was ending before it even began. At this moment, Bibi Dong noticed the hint of melancholy in the young man's expression and gently stroked his hair, comforting him. Xian'er, your teacher will always love you, forever. Upon hearing this, Qianqiu Xuan's eyes widened. Just as he was about to say something, Qianliu's serious voice came from a distance, his overwhelming soul power filling the air. Today's soul awakening ends here. I hope everyone can keep what has happened a secret and not spread it outside. Chapter 8: The Aura of the Angel God, stirring all sides. Let end here. The grand offering of the Spirit Hall issued this conclusive announcement. Under the pressure of his prestige and aura, everyone tactfully fell silent and slowly retreated. At this moment, Jin Yi clenched his fists, watching Qianqiu Xuan's figure, gritting his teeth, and ultimately shaking his head in unwillingness as he left. The golden crocodile Douluo behind him couldn't hold him back. Sigh. Why does Xiao Yi care so much? The golden crocodile sighed, as anyone could see that Jin Yi was displeased with being inferior to Qianqiu Xuan. But the fact is, he is a descendant of the angel god, blessed by the divine. It is normal not to compare. After bidding farewell to his brother Qiandaolu, the golden crocodile hurried to comfort his grandson. At this time, Qiandaolu also walked to the center of the square. He stopped in front of Bibi Dong, lowering his gaze to see Qianqiu Xuan lying in the Pope's arms. Unable to stop smiling, looking very happy and comfortable, even reluctant to lift his eyes, completely immersed in Bibi Dong's embrace. How delightful! Qiandaolu frowned. Bibi Dong, are you spoiling Xiao Xin too much? The sudden voice interrupted the warmth between the master and disciple. They hadn't even noticed Qiandaolu approaching. Caught off guard, Bibi Dong quickly put Xian'er back behind her and tidied her slightly disheveled dress. The warm, youthful aura of Xian'er still lingered on her. For some reason, Bibi Dong felt a sense of shame, as if she had been caught in the act, a hint of blush appearing on her fair face. But then, she regained her composure, replying in the noble and indifferent voice of the Pope. Your Majesty, Xian'er is my disciple. It is only right for me to spoil him. However, Qiandaolu hesitated, shaking his head as he looked at Qianqiu Xuan hiding behind Bibi Dong. His grandson had always been distant from him. Now, he probably didn't even know who his grandfather was. Forget it, let Bibi Dong spoil him. After all, this world will belong to Xiao Xian. Thinking this, Qiandaolu returned to his previous demeanor and said with curiosity, Xiao Xian, your innate soul power should not be level 10. It may be above that. Above level 10? That's impossible. Innate soul power can only be at most level 10. Bibi Dong immediately rejected this, quickly protecting Xianer behind her. She was very afraid Douluo would discover that Xianer was not of his bloodline, so she tried to protect him as much as possible. However, Douluo clearly did not think so much. He shook his head and explained, innate soul power is not limited to level 10. My ancestors had extraordinary talents that have long broken this limit. It is just kept a secret. Upon hearing this, Bibi Dong was greatly shocked, full of disbelief. How is this possible? Innate soul power is only level 10. Full soul power is also only level 10. How could it be more? Xianer just shattered the soul power crystal, so his soul power must far exceed level 10. Douluo slowly elaborated, his words neither rushed nor slow. However, the martial soul is just a blue silver grass. This indeed should not be possible. He gazed at the grandson hiding behind Bibi Dong, nodding and smiling in appreciation. Therefore, Xiao Xian should have a twin martial soul. This statement was shocking, but upon reflection, it wasn't entirely unreasonable. Bibi Dong thought for a while, but did not refute it any further. She also knew that Xianer had an extraordinary background and could very well be a deity from the upper realm, so exceeding level 10 soul power was not impossible. But what about this twin martial soul? Bibi Dong turned around, slowly bending down, and winked at Xianer, gently asking, Xianer, when you awakened just now, did you feel any movement in your left hand? As someone with a twin martial soul, Bibi Dong naturally had a similar experience. Qianqiu Xuan hesitated for a moment on purpose, then nodded timidly, hoping to fool Douluo's sharp gaze. It really is like this. Both Douluo and Bibi Dong thought simultaneously. Then, can you show your other martial soul to your teacher? Bibi Dong gently brushed aside Xianer's slightly disheveled hair. A hint of fragrance wafting from her jade hand. It was refreshing. The delicate touch is conveyed through the fingertips, giving a gentle and pampering feeling. However, Qianqiu Xuan's performance is extremely poor. He first nods, then blankly shakes his head, acting like a foolish child the entire time. Bibi Dong is indeed not angry and continues to affectionately rub Xianer's little head, encouraging him with a smile. Xianer, don't be afraid. Just tell your teacher anything. Qianqiu Xuan deliberately nods, as if trembling. A kind mother spoils her child. Douluo remains silent, his cold eyes observing everything closely. It's just that little Xian is still small. When he grows up, I'll let this crazy woman teach him, treating little Xian like a coward. My divine bloodline should stand tall and alone, dominating the universe. Qianqiu Xuan naturally doesn't know what Douluo is thinking. He slowly extends his left hand. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light shoots straight out from his palm. Instantly, Qianqiu Xuan's body begins to float slowly, enveloped in endless golden light, illuminating the surroundings. Bibi Dong and Douluo are both shaken. At this moment, even those who had just left can't help but look back, wondering how such pure golden light could appear in the arena. Could it be that the Grand Elder has awakened his martial soul? But that seems impossible. What could it be? Everyone is dumbfounded, staring at the blinding golden light in the sky. Then, amidst the golden light, a pure white figure spreads 6 golden wings. Each feather on the wings radiates divine light, dreamlike and beautiful, completely illuminated by golden light. Then, the 6 wings tremble, and an infinite amount of golden light bursts forth. However, this great power and phenomenon is intercepted by Douluo. Ordinary people would never have the chance to witness it. Heaven, an angel? Su Yuntao sees it most clearly. As an awakener, he has a significant connection with those awakening. Now, he can guess what has happened. Swallowing hard, Su Yuntao trembles and murmurs, "It really is an angel. What era am I living in?" Immediately, he thinks of something and runs away. Damn it. I've awakened an angel martial soul. Kill to silence. Prevent information leaks. I fear I am on the path to death. But at this moment, Bibi Dong has already sent out the 2 Douluo, Ju, and Gue to wait for him. It's over. Looking at the smiling little white face in front of him, Su Yuntao is so scared that he collapses to the ground. Come with us. His Holiness the Pope has something to ask you. On the other side, after Douluo sealed the phenomenon in the square, his own angel martial soul could not help but be released under control. His 6 wings spread, shining brilliantly, pure and holy. Golden light radiates from various parts of Douluo's body. The aura of this angel is extraordinarily majestic. But in the next moment, it actually slowly bows to Qianqiu Xuan's martial soul, clearly intending to recognize him as the master. How is this possible? Douluo is shocked. An even purer angel martial soul, even more so than his angel deity's offering, absolutely impossible. Unless little Xian is a god himself. Douluo cannot believe this speculation. In the starred Douluo Great Forest, the azure bull python rises from the bottom of the lake, creating towering waves. Its gaze fixed on the southwest, with a hint of confusion in its eyes. What a strange feeling. I sense a majestic aura, so real. Beneath the lake, the ferocious beast absorbing the heavenly dream ice silkworm is also shocked by this angelic aura. A god? This is the aura of a deity. How is this possible? Gods do not allow themselves to descend to the mortal realm. Anyway, they won't discover us. At this moment, Tion snorts coldly. This is not a god. It is a divine beast taking form. Send someone to bring it back, and do not let the human race discover it. In the extreme north, the Ice Empress gazes blankly at the east, her beautiful eyes flashing with deep envy. This is the aura of a god? How could it be? Could it be a new god? It should be like this, as the ice goddess offering. After a moment, she made up her mind, affirming, perhaps now is the best time for me to take form. At this moment, in the ancient hall beneath the core area of the starred Douluo Great Forest, crystal lights shine, illuminating the entire hall. In the center of the hall, within a pale blue crystal, a stunningly beautiful girl slowly awakens. Her silver hair envelopes her, giving a dreamy, crystal-like quality. The exquisitely beautiful features reveal an elegant, fresh, noble aura, as if she were a goddess. She senses the pure, angelic aura, and a look of confusion appears on her beautiful face. What a pure, angelic aura. Someone must have ascended to godhood. It must be an angelic deity descending to the mortal realm. Chapter 9. With this matter settled, a new month begins. In the square, Bibi Dongs and Douluo still have not recovered from their long shock. Twin martial souls? Angel deity. This contrast is too jarring to believe. Who would have thought that Qianqiu Xuan, whose main martial soul is only blue silvergrass, would have such a fortuitous encounter? Teacher, Grand Elder or I? Qianqiu Xuan pretends to be surprised, hesitating in confusion. Just now I only felt my left hand itching, so I didn't let go, and this. Little Xian, you did very well, you did very well. Douluo shakes his head in agreement, but his eyes are fixed on the pure and majestic divine aura of Qianqiu Xuan. Wonderful. Bibi Dongs comforts him by patting his head, smiling. Xianer is great. This is called twin martial souls, which have tremendous potential. Really? But my blue silvergrass doesn't seem that powerful? Bibi Dongs shakes her head, her gentle eyes filled with guilt. Xianer has indeed been hurt by those words. Fortunately, little Xian from now on, you will be the holy son of the Spirit Hall. After a moment, Douluo calmly states this. The dominance of his words is undeniable. He doesn't care what others think. He only knows his grandson has limitless potential and divine talent. The position of Holy Son is just a starting point. Bibi Dongs also nods in agreement. With both her and Douluo's support, Xianer can almost certainly achieve the position of Holy Son. By the way, Xianer will practice with me in the future. You will decide when to obtain the soul ring. Douluo commands Bibi Dongs, leaving no room for discussion. No, Xianer is still small. He must stay with me, or he will be scared. Bibi Dongs immediately retorts, protecting Xianer behind her. What a joke. Someone wants to take Xianer away from her. It's a pipe dream. Little Xian is already 6 years old. Is he still scared? How much do you want to spoil him? Douluo, feeling exasperated, accuses, a kind mother spoils the child. If you keep pampering him, when will little Xian grow up? Are you going to protect him for a lifetime? Then I will protect Xianer for a lifetime. Bibi Dongs' words are very gentle, but they contain an unwavering determination. In the breeze, Her flowing hair dances, her beautiful eyes wide open, filled with the impulse of anger, her crystal-like teeth clenched tightly. And she is struggling to maintain her composure. This strong attitude gives Qianqiu Xuan a great sense of security. He can't help but retreat behind his teacher, holding her tightly. This time, his teacher not only smells good, but is also warm and soft. You, foolish woman's ignorance. Douluo helplessly weighs his sleeve, coldly saying, I have made up my mind. If little Xian is always sheltered by you, his future may be ruined. I have made up my mind too. Xian must stay by my side. Bibi Dongs stares coldly at him, refusing to yield. She has no father or mother. From the moment she awakened her martial soul, she has been alone, walking to this point. There are very few who can truly understand her. Apart from Xianer, she couldn't find any meaning in living. Xuania must not let go. Qianqiu Xuan was somewhat dazed. Chaotic thoughts floated in his mind. Master values me this much? This isn't scientific. Master doesn't care the most about that big wet one. Why isn't he following the plot? Although he didn't know why, Master only valued him. But Qianqiu Xuan still felt warm inside. Who wouldn't he want a gentle, knowledgeable, and considerate big sister to protect them? As for the old guy, Qianqiu, although he's quite impressive, having Master as protection is already enough. What's the point of being with that old man? However, in the current situation, Qianqiu Xuan had no place to interject, only able to act like a normal 6-year-old child afraid. On the other side, Qianqiu noticed the fear in little Xian's eyes. He realized that little Xian probably didn't like him and preferred to stay behind Bibi Dong. But, precisely because of that, it was necessary to bring little Xian out of his comfort zone. However, Qianqiu also retracted his stubbornness and discussed with Bibi Dong. Little Xian will still be raised by you, but I must be the one to teach him. You just need to handle the daily matters. I won't interfere at all. This major concession made Bibi Dong pause, and then she began to ponder. Her beautiful eyes blinked gently, and after a while, she slowly nodded, her red lips moving. All right, let us do it this way. Bibi Dong also understood that Xianer couldn't always live under her protection, even though she could truly protect Xianer for a lifetime. But this would undoubtedly ruin Xianer's desire for the freedom to grow. As a level 99 limit Douluo, Qianqiu's experience was exceptionally valuable and would greatly help Xianer grow. Thus, Qianqiu Xuan's future arrangements were set. Qianqiu Xuan shook his head helplessly. It's over. In the future, I'm afraid there will be fewer opportunities to see Master. A month later, in the Papal Palace, after the last decision, Qianqiu Xuan had to go to the offering hall to follow Qianqiu for training every morning, often not returning until the evening. However, it must be said that Qianqiu treated him very well, even training him hand in hand, with a limit Douluo personally teaching. It was evident that he valued him greatly. Regarding soul power, soul rings, and many principles of soul masters, Qianqiu could explain everything in detail. Incredibly thorough. Qianqiu Xuan indeed gained a lot from it. As for the rest, it was about practicing and using soul power. This was a non-human training method, continuously draining the body's soul power, then urging it again, draining and urging repeatedly, cycling like this. However, it also had miraculous effects. Qianqiu Xuan could indeed feel his soul power rising significantly, combined with the urging of Xiaogang. His daily training speed could be described as incredibly fast. Just like last month, he was still at level 20 soul power. However, compared to before, this level 20 soul power felt extremely solid and robust, unlike the previous superficial soul power. It would not be an exaggeration to say that with his current level 20 soul power, he could easily crush his previous self. His soul power had reached a perfect level. Even a great soul master at level 20 could still be formidable. Invincible at the same level, terrifying indeed. As for soul rings, Qianqiu Xuan was not in a hurry. His esteemed master was currently sending people everywhere to find suitable plant-type soul beasts to give the blue-silver grass rings first. As for the age, it certainly wouldn't be the so-called 423 years. However, for the time being, Qianqiu Xuan also didn't plan to recklessly upgrade with soul rings. Regarding Su Yuntao, that blind Douluo, after being tortured and turned by Master and Qianqiu, had completely forgotten everything that happened after arriving at the Wuhuan Hall. If it weren't for Qianqiu Xuan's repeated requests, Su Yuntao would probably have been dealt with directly. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it. Qianqiu Xuan recalled that not long ago, when he bid farewell to Su Yuntao, he had given him a bag of gold soul coins. When you meet another child like me with innate full soul power of blue silvergrass, help me give this bag of gold soul coins to him and tell him your wife is really awesome. Su Yuntao had responded in a dazed manner back then, his expression quite blank, looking as if he had been severely tortured. After that, Qianqiu Xuan never saw Su Yuntao again. He probably really was gone. However, none of this mattered to Qianqiu Xuan anymore, because a new month had arrived and his simulation opportunity had come again. Original. God. A whisper of an ancient god floated in Qianqiu Xuan's mind. Made a mistake. Let us do it again. Simulator, activate. Chapter 10, Resimulating. That damn Tang San is here to steal medicine again. Randomizing your birth. Loading map. Identity confirmed. Your birth is in the village of Elder Jack in Holy Soul Village. You are born with a natural affinity for plants. Your talent for this simulation is Golden Child of Plants. Child of Plants. All plants, trees, and flowers have an initial favorability of 100 towards you and will not initiate attacks. The growth speed of plant-type soul beasts around you is increased tenfold. You have a natural sensitivity to plants. Looking at the Golden Child of Plants, Qianqiu Xuan's eyes sparkled. The reincarnation simulation talent is randomly drawn in each cycle, equivalent to an ability that comes with your reincarnation life. Simply put, a cheat. This Child of Plants is undoubtedly an impressive talent, especially in a world like Douluo Continent. Abundant with plant soul beasts, there is no doubt this talent will bring many benefits. Furthermore, this talent is not determined by your strength, but is a concept of rules. Even if you are a soul beast of 100,000 years or a ferocious beast of several 100,000 years, as long as it's a plant, it cannot escape this rule. In this way, Qianqiu Xuan pondered for a moment. He remembered what he said in last month's simulation. I want grass. Oh no, to greet Tang, San's mother, the 100,000-year blue silvergrass. Now, ISNT this opportunity here. Besides, that Ain seems to have become a woman, transformed into her true form, without any resistance. Qianqiu Xuan decided that this time he would play it safe and not be reckless. His new goal was to discuss the Tao with Tang San's mother, Ain. Thus, Qianqiu Xuan immediately took it seriously, treating this round with the attitude of preparing for an exam. You should know, among multiple simulations, this starting talent is definitely the most absurd one. The simulation began. 1 year of the God King. You and Tang San were born together. Your name is Qiu Xian, born in Elder Jack's home in Holy Soul Village. Starting with no parents, living with your grandfather. This year, a blacksmith shop suddenly appeared in the village, and the villagers were surprised for a while, but gradually forgot about it. As you grew older, your affinity for plants became more and more apparent. Dense patches of grass always grew around your house. You also deliberately cultivated your plant talent and actively asked your grandfather to take care of a medicinal garden. Old Jack agreed to your request and accepted your suggestion, setting many traps around the medicinal garden. As time went by, your plant body continuously played its role, and your medicinal garden yielded a great harvest. You cultivated many century-old medicinal materials, and these materials had effects within half a day at most when growing near you. During this period, a few medicinal materials would always be missing. You knew it well, but chose to ignore it. You deliberately placed some poisonous materials on the outskirts and secretly conveyed your goodwill. Tang San, soul from another world, has a favorability of 1 towards you. Damn, how did I directly send medicinal materials? Qianqiu Xuan looked at the text appearing before him, utterly bewildered. I said I would develop cautiously, but I never said I wanted to go to jail. Giving Tang San poison, isn't that just aiding the tiger? This is undoubtedly going to harm the common people. Also, what do I need Tang San's favor for? He can't help me with anything. You sold the remaining herbs in the city. Although you faced deliberate price suppression, you still made a considerable profit. You improved your living environment and gradually had extra money for meals. You intentionally trained your physique, and now your energetic appearance stands out among the many malnourished children. Tang San noticed this too, but he only glanced at you a few more times. With his pride as a time traveler, he looks down on you indigenous people, and these mediocre children are even less worthy of his attention. Seeing the children in tattered clothes with hungry faces, you felt a pang of sympathy. You always secretly gave them some food. Although it wasn't anything good, it was still a gesture of your goodwill. You clearly know that this is not the children's fault, but the fault of the times. Your heart is slightly moved. Main quest. Overthrow the rule of the spirit hall. Huh? Upon seeing this, Qianqiu Xuan stopped. What? What is going on? Why am I being asked to rebel against the spirit hall? Also, this is the fault of the times. Although the spirit hall relies on the defense, it does pay attention to the lower-class citizens. At least it has significantly suppressed evil soul masters, so it has its merits. One cannot blame others completely. Qianqiu Xuan understands that this is not solely the fault of the spirit hall, but also the limitations of the times. Sigh. What good will it do to overthrow the spirit hall? It will only create more chaos in the world. For example, that damned Tang San, if he overthrows it, what will happen in the next 10,000 years with the rampant evil soul masters? Who knows how the common people will survive? Among your peers, both you and Tang San display remarkable precocity. Your temperament is particularly different among the children. Tang San's level of attention to you. At this moment, you realize that you cannot overthrow the spirit hall on your own, so you begin to seek suitable helpers. You notice that Tang San is the best candidate. You intentionally and unintentionally express goodwill toward Tang San, openly and secretly gifting him many precious herbs. Tang San suspects it is you and begins to doubt your precocity. Tang San's suspicion, one damn, you ungrateful wolf. I open my heart to you, and you immediately suspect me? Truly you are something. You damn Tang San. In the 6th year of the God King, you are already 6 years old. One night, you know that Tang San will come to visit your herb garden. You hide early in the dark and wait. Talp, talp. The cool mountain breeze blows, the bamboo forest sways, rustling softly. At this moment, a slender shadow moves against the wind, quick and agile. The sound of its footsteps covered by the wind. With a flick of the hand, a pointed stone swiftly flies out. Howl! Behind a short bamboo house. The bamboo doghouse lets out a whimper, then falls silent. In the next moment, the slender shadow skillfully avoids the clumsy traps and moves smoothly into the herb garden. It is clear that this is not the first time he has done this. He is very familiar with it. You watch from the shadows, clearly seeing that Tang San is very familiar with your arrangements. This is definitely not his first time here. Although you have goodwill toward Tang San, you cannot help but feel heartbroken over the hundreds of rare herbs he has stolen over the years. At this moment, Tang San begins to speak. Merchants always pursue profit without regard for conscience. Qian, these herbs are harmful substances. If sold to merchants, they will likely be made into poison. It would be better for me to take them away, thus avoiding such disasters and protecting the innocent. After saying this, Tang San nods nobly. Poison in my hands is not poison, it's good herbs. Used properly, they will surely be used for righteous purposes. Punishing evil and promoting good is the purpose and duty of the Tang sect. After a few low murmurs, Tang San begins to collect the herbs with a clear purpose, taking only the century-old herbs and rare materials. It is evident that he has been scouting this out for a long time. Watching Tang San act like this, your heart feels like it's bleeding, but then you think if Tang San takes so much, he must compensate for it. My mother will have to return everything one by one. You think indignantly, you take my herbs, I should be fair, right? Thinking this way, you feel much better. This is only natural. Owing someone money is only right. Qianqiu Xuan nods. Tang San, I may not have herbs, but you certainly don't have a mother. Seeing that Tang San shows no signs of stopping and has taken several herbs without any intention of stopping, you can't sit still any longer and decide to reveal yourself. Chapter 11. The reveal. I am a disciple of the Tang sect. Who is sneaking around? Come out. Tang San, who was stealing herbs, looked righteous and completely forgot that he was the one sneaking around. Clap, clap. From the shadows, Qianqiu Xuan clapped and smiled as he stepped out. It's really you, Tang San. You are. Qian, how did you get here? Upon hearing this, Qianqiu Xuan paused for a moment, then asked in return, Tang San, are you mistaken? This is my family's herb garden. Why can't I be here? I want to ask you, why are you here in the middle of the night? After these words, Tang San was completely speechless. Logically, he could still make up some excuse to confuse the issue. But the fact that he was holding a handful of freshly dug herbs with the smell of earth explained everything. Herb thief, caught red-handed. However, Tang San was not the type to sit idly by. He took the initiative. Qian, you are secretly dealing with poison here. If sold to merchants, who knows how many innocent people would be harmed? I am acting on behalf of the heavens to take away these poisons. Qian shook his head. Having learned from previous simulated lessons, he did not intend to get into a prolonged argument. After all, in front of the god King Tang, right and wrong are muddled. What aligns with his reasoning is the righteous path. Therefore, Qian cultivating poisonous herbs, oh no, cultivating herbs is wrong, because they weren't given to him. Tang San, Qian also understood that arguing might touch upon the god king's fragile and sensitive psyche. At that point, Tang San might even kill himself. After much consideration, you decide not to hold Tang San accountable for stealing the herbs. You forgive Tang San for his crime of stealing herbs, comforting his sensitive and fragile heart. Tang San's favorability towards you. 10 of. Just as I thought. Qian snorted coldly. Tang San, if you want these herbs, you could just tell me directly. If you want them, I will naturally give them to you. Why go through all this trouble? Tang San wanted to refute, but then recalled the goodwill you had shown him in recent days and asked in confusion. Why? I clearly don't know you, why? Seeing Tang San's puzzled expression, it was clear he believed you were a good person. At this moment, you are inspired. A bold thought appears in your mind. Just as Tang San was confused, Qian suddenly clasped his hands together and bowed. A disciple of the Tang sect greets my senior brother. At the same time, the aura of his perfected Xian jade skill radiated out. Pure and powerful, Tang San's expression suddenly changed, and he widened his eyes in surprise. You are a disciple of the Tang sect. Qian nodded deeply. Is there really a Tang sect in this world? Tang San, in his excitement, completely cast aside his previous caution. You shook your head and helplessly said, Senior brother, there is no Tang sect here. How could that be? Tang San's mind was in turmoil, and his face was filled with confusion. He then looked at you. You smiled lightly. Let me tell you a secret. I am not from this generation. I come from another world. Upon hearing this, Tang San was greatly shaken. I got it. I'm also from another world. Under your deception, Tang San easily identified with his own situation, and in an instant, all his doubts about you vanished. Well done. Qian laughed heartily. Tang San is indeed a fool. Everything I said were your words. How could you not feel a sense of familiarity? Next, the scene continued. Junior brother, I'm also a disciple of the Tang sect. Really? After learning your true identity, Tang San's emotions became particularly excited. He dropped the medicinal materials and tightly held your hand. It was clear that Tang San was trying hard to prove his identity. You were well aware and prepared to go along with it. Senior brother, actually, I already knew you were from the Tang sect. You assured Tang San. Then, you explained the reasons why you could guess this. Senior brother, I actually sensed it from your cultivation of the Xiaogang. Tang San felt the mutual reflection of his Xiaogang and yours. It was obvious that they belonged to the same school of thought. In that moment, he completely believed you were a disciple of the Tang sect. Tang San's favorability towards you reached 100, achieving an unwavering bond. Wow. Outside the scene, Qian could no longer hold back his complaints. Damn, how is the plot going more and more off track? It's one thing to overthrow the Spirit Hall, but why also get close to Tang San? Goodness, now Tang San's favorability towards me is maxed out. At this rate, the one who gets resurrected won't be a lover, but his cheap junior brother. Qian had no doubts about the authenticity of the situation. After all, to be fair, although Tang San's character relied on his answers, his loyalty to the Tang sect was still commendable. Even though he had secretly learned the sect's techniques, his heart still remained with the sect, determined to recreate the Tang sect even in another world. This was evident, so, barring any surprises, Tang San should consider you as a brother. And indeed, that was the case. Tang San jumped down from Gue Jian Cho to apologize to the sect. Having been in the Douluo Continent for exactly 6 years, During these 6 years, he had been contemplating the Tang sect, and upon finally finding a fellow disciple, he was overjoyed. He changed from his usual taciturn self and actively started conversing with you. Tang Sin began to talk to you. Regarding the Tang sect disciples and elders that Tang Sin mentioned, you had no knowledge whatsoever. Tang Sin also understood your difficulties, so he responded about the hidden weapons. You explained that you could create the Rain Pear Blossom Needle and the Buddha's Fury Tonglian Lamp hidden weapons, but due to a lack of materials, you couldn't use them. Tang Sin resonated with this. He felt the same way. Finally, Tang Sin asked you about your birth date. You replied that you were a disciple of the Tang sect born 30 years after its establishment. Tang Sin had never heard of your name, but living 200 years after the establishment of the Tang sect, he speculated that you would be his elder. Out of pride, Tang Sin, who didn't want to be seen as a junior at the same age, didn't speak it out loud, but felt even closer to you. Qiu Xian, I want to establish a new Tang sect here. Can you help me? Tang Sin extended his hand, sincerely inviting you. Triggering event choice. This is a far-reaching decision. Please choose wisely. 1. Senior brother, I am willing to join the Tang sect. Let us work together to make the Tang sect great again. Reward. Mastery of all Tang sect techniques. Gain Tang San's ultimate favor. Become the favored one of destiny. Accelerated cultivation speed, but increased probability of being targeted. 2. Senior brother, I'm tired of a life full of scheming. I want to live in the sunlight, and I cannot bear the responsibility of rebuilding the Tang sect. Reward. Gain an unknown new martial soul and a 100,000 years spirit ring, and will become close friends with Tang San, but will no longer be the favored one of destiny. Cultivation speed will slow down. 3. Senior brother, we have already lived once. Why should we still touch these bloody things? Isn't it better to live well? Reward. Gain 10,000 years spirit rings and obtain corresponding full-body spirit bones, duration uncertain. But Tang San will feel distant and indifferent towards you, though as fellow disciples of the Tang sect, you will eventually become ordinary friends. Cultivation speed will slow down. This is an extremely critical choice. Please choose carefully. Chapter 12. Preparing to steal a in. 2 Bibi Dong appear in the world. Faced with this choice, you decide. The simulator screen froze here. It was clear that this was meant for Qianqiu Xuan to make the decision himself. Judging solely from the rewards, they were all quite similar. The real focus was simply whether to join the Tang sect or not. Qianqiu Xuan fell into deep thought. After all, if he were to join the Tang sect, he would naturally have to bind himself to Tang San. Wouldn't that mean he really had to overthrow the Spear Hall? Although that was only in the simulator, Qianqiu Xuan still had some feelings involved. However, the rewards from being the favored one of destiny on the Douluo Continent were undeniably rich. As for the others, they paled in comparison. After pondering for a moment, Qianqiu Xuan's mind settled. You made your decision. You cupped your fist towards Tang San and smiled. Senior brother, I also want to revive the Tang sect. Junior brother, it's great that you can think this through. Tang San's expression was joyful, affirming your decision. Ding. Tang San's trust in you has reached an unprecedented level. You gained the achievement, Tang, lifelong friends. Qianqiu Xuan couldn't hold back any longer upon seeing this. Laughing. Damn, this isn't a good achievement. No way will it really lead to Tang San saying, revive my junior brother. Thinking of this possibility, Qianqiu Xuan couldn't help but feel anxious. However, fortunately, he did indeed obtain the identity of the favored one of destiny. With this, he could walk freely on the Douluo Continent. However, it meant being bound to Tang San. Qianqiu Xuan felt helpless. The reason he made the choice against the Spirit Hall was a result of careful consideration. After all, the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the simulator was not his gentle and wise elder sister mentor, but a downright madwoman. Who knows what kind of foolish things such a madwoman might do? After realizing this, Qianqiu Xuan made his choice. Damn it, you live as the favored one of destiny, and your cultivation speed begins to accelerate. Unknowingly, you feel an unspoken power gently permeating your entire body. You feel very comfortable. At this time, considering you are a person from over 100 years ago, Tang San prepared to teach you the major skills and poison techs of the Tang sect. This is exactly what you were yearning for. After all, you had nothing else besides Qianqiu. In return, you gifted the medicinal garden to Tang San, referring to it as the Tang sect's medicinal field. You thought Tang San would naturally accept it. At this moment, Tang San, who had just been stealing medicine, changed his demeanor. He spoke with a sense of ownership, saying he could not act rashly and could not forcibly take it in the name of the sect's righteousness. You can see that Tang San values your medicinal field very much, but he can't save face. Just as this medicinal garden is useless to you. Good medicinal materials have already been exhausted by Tang San, and you took the opportunity to do him a favor. As you said, for the sake of the sect, you temporarily allowed it to function as a medicinal field, and under the persuasion of reasons like borrowing from the sect, Tang San seemed somewhat swayed. In the end, under your warm insistence, Tang San could no longer refuse and had to reluctantly accept, repeatedly assuring you that this medicinal field was only temporarily borrowed from his junior brother and would be returned eventually. You knew very well that once the medicinal field was given to Tang San, it would be impossible to get it back. However, fortunately, you had already obtained what you wanted. Junior brother, don't worry. Once I establish the Tang sect, you will be the vice sect master, Tang San repeatedly assured you, trying to restore his ridiculous face. You didn't expose him and smiled in response. Tonight was a pleasant night. The next day, you and Tang San went about your respective tasks, preparing for the upcoming martial soul awakening. On the third day, Tang San stole medicinal herbs. Under the pretense of borrowing, he took 10 plants. On the fifth day, Tang San borrowed more herbs, taking 20 plants. On the 8th day, on the 11th day. Later, Tang San became increasingly brazen in borrowing herbs, taking more and more each time, clearly treating the medicinal field as his own property. The medicinal materials in the field dwindled day by day until only a few were left, prompting Grandpa Jack to inquire. You replied, they were stolen by the birth, so they have to be replanted. Old Jack didn't suspect much and just kept cursing the thief who took the herbs. During these days, you were studying the Tang sect methods that Tang San gave you. On this point, Tang San finally showed some integrity. The methods he provided were indeed genuine. You understood that Tang San wanted to prove he wasn't a thief, that he would eventually return the stolen techniques. And secondly, he needed you to wholeheartedly cultivate the medicinal materials, to learn the techniques sooner and become a great help to him. You didn't refute him, quietly planting medicinal herbs, getting up early every day to absorb sunlight, and practicing the purple extreme magic eye. Tang San was very satisfied with your attitude and gradually relaxed. But from beginning to end, you had no good feelings towards Tang San, only disdain and disgust. The reason you pretended to comply was to plot a grand revenge. That's right, your target was Tang San's mother. As a perverted person, you preferred mature married women, especially those who had given birth, as their charm suited your taste even more. Hey, don't talk nonsense. I have no such wicked thoughts. Upon seeing his preference exposed so clearly, Qianqiu Xuan immediately retorted. Just because he liked mature women didn't mean he had the heart of a thief. And as for wanting to take revenge on Tang San's mother, that was to help his senior brother take care of his mother, using his innate talent for plants and trees so that mother and son could reunite sooner. Such a touching sentiment expressed in such a despicable way. Although Qianqiu Xuan looked down on the simulator, he still felt a slight flutter in his heart. He simply wanted to know if his plan succeeded. It wasn't about being infatuated with the so-called body, but genuinely caring for his good brother's mother. One night, deep in the silence, Tang San visited your medicinal garden while you were on your way to visit his mother. Your heart raced as you bet that foolish Tang Hao wouldn't set up too many defenses. In the medicinal garden, Tang San was rapidly sweeping through, trying to find the most suitable medicinal materials for his physique enhancement, as he was to awaken his martial soul tomorrow. I must awaken a good martial soul to restore the greatness of the Tang sect. For this, even in the dead of night, under the chilling night wind, Tang San was sweating as he scoured the area. Meanwhile, Qianqiu Xuan had also arrived at the waterfall outside the cave where Yin was buried. Under the weak moonlight, the cascading waterfall shone like a silken ribbon. His heart was in a frenzy of struggle. Should he take this risk or not? But in an instant, Qianqiu Xuan took a step forward. The character he was simulating this time was meant to take revenge on Tang San. Why was he hesitating here? Even if he failed, it would just mean the simulation ended. But if he succeeded, he could have a good partner in the simulation. Due to age restrictions, the simulator didn't allow Qianqiu Xuan to have a wife. Therefore, he was still a virgin to this day. So, Qianqiu Xuan wanted to break through this dimensional barrier. Forget it. This time, it would be hard not to charge in. With this thought, Qianqiu Xuan stepped into the waterfall. Charge, charge, charge! At this moment, unbeknownst to anyone, in the Pope's hall of the simulation Qianqiu Xuan was in, Bibi Dongs fell into a deep, perplexed thought. Reincarnation simulation activated. Your disciple Qianqiu Xuan is currently in simulation. Would you like to join this simulation? Initially, Bibi Dongs was uninterested in the scene appearing in her mind. However, upon seeing that her precious Xuan was also in the simulation, she immediately became intrigued. Bibi Dongs wanted to see what her beloved Xuan was doing in this so-called simulation. Therefore, after finishing her political duties, she focused her mind and chose to join. Host has chosen to join simulation ID 9527, wishing you a pleasant simulation. Initializing your identity. 123 69 99. You think you match the corresponding identity. 1. The paranoid and insane Rakshasa God inheritor. Pope Bibi Dongs, the identity that suits you best. 2. Other identities. Logically speaking, Bibi Dongs would naturally want to choose the first identity. After all, that is herself, and she would think she could perform well in the simulation. However, when she saw this crazy and paranoid description, she felt unhappy in her heart. Is this really what she looks like? If Shinner knew this, would she not like herself? Considering various factors, Bibi Dongs made a far-reaching choice. 2. Other identities. She lightly moved her red lips, her autumn water-like eyes filled with determination. Received. You have confirmed your initial identity, hiding your name in the mountains. As the only female descendant of a small family, appearance, talent, cultivation, and spirit rings have all successfully inherited according to your current situation. Please note that everything about you is remarkably similar to the current Pope Bibi Dongs of the Wuhuan Temple, and you are an independent individual. Please carefully consider the consequences of being exposed to public view. Seeing this, Bibi Dongs didn't take care. So what if she is similar to other women? I don't care about the so-called Pope. I only care about my Shinner. I only need Shinner to know. Simulation starts. At that moment, the simulated world of Qianqiu Xuan changed. He, who was stealing medicine, certainly had no idea. His real master had also joined the simulation. In this world, there began to be two Bibi Dongs. Chapter 13 finally obtained. Found Ayin. Ding. You have successfully entered the cave behind the waterfall, triggering a key plot. Just stepping in, you felt heavy restrictions. Tang Hao indeed left behind some measures. You were shocked, but due to your low strength, you could not detect where the mistake occurred. Choices. 1. Turn around and leave. Given your strength, you might encounter traps and risk death, leading to a significant reduction in simulated rewards. It's better to settle down for a while and come back to decide later. 2. I want to ascend in one step. What kind of traps can that fool Tang Hao set? You disdain him in your heart. Even if he is from Douluo, since you are here, you don't plan to just go back, but to charge forward and find a stepfather for Tang San. Upon seeing this, Qianqiu Xuan hesitated for a moment, but immediately he chose the second option without hesitation. What kind of joke is this? In reality, I might weigh the possible crises, but this isn't a simulation. Why should I be cowardly? Moreover, that fool Tang Hao has only brute strength. How could he set up intricate traps? You chose to continue forward. You continue to step into the cave. Tap, tap, tap. You feel a considerable resistance. So that is how it is. You realize this is a measure set by Tang Hao, using pure soul power to repel everyone except himself. Indeed, it's a mindless measure, but it's clean and straightforward. You look down on Tang Hao 1. Even so, the soul power suppression of Douluo is not something a child like you can resist. After taking a few steps, you find it hard to advance any further. You face a dead end. Choices. Charge forward. What are you hesitating for? Qianqiu Xuan's hatred for Tang San remains undiminished, and he is here for revenge. Stopping at the last step. What kind of nonsense is this? Either don't do it, or do it to the end. So, When the option was triggered before the simulator could finish speaking, he made his choice. Ding! You chose to use your physique to entice Ayin. Qianqiu Xuan was stunned. What kind of bizarre choice is this? But he still focused on the simulator. You activate your plant affinity physique, and in an instant, a soft green light shines, with an endless warm aura spreading from you. In the cave, the few lonely plants began to grow wildly upon sensing this pure life aura. In no time, the cave became lush like spring. You did not stop there, continuing to unleash your charm. You know clearly that Ayin now is a blue silvergrass, possibly still holding some consciousness, but unable to fully control her body. Under the instinctual desire of the blue silvergrass to grow, this pure aura is naturally hard to resist. However, the other party seems to have quite a bit of consciousness left, hesitating to reveal herself. You are not in a hurry. On the contrary, you are quite patient, continuing to stimulate. After a while, you finally see a familiar figure among the dense plants, the blue silvergrass. This blue silvergrass has a distinctive aura, more vigorous than the surrounding plants, growing even more robustly. And the soul power aura it emits indicates that this is a blue silvergrass soul beast. You are overjoyed and absolutely certain this is Ayin. However, you did not show any expression, still focusing on stimulating your plant affinity. It is clear that the blue silvergrass is very cautious, wanting to approach, but hesitating for some reason, stopping short. Indeed, this is Ayin. She is resisting her instinct to grow. Qianqiu Xuan's gaze is deep, clearly discerning between the virtual and the real. However, all things compete for freedom. And plants desire to grow. That is their nature. No matter how strong your will is, how can it resist your instincts? Moreover, Ayin's blue-silver grass is already severely weakened and in need of energy replenishment. In such a weak state, encountering plant affinity is like finding a delicious meal. After a long drought, it meets sweet rain. Therefore, Qianqiu Xuan is not in a hurry. The other party will eventually take the bait. It just depends on how strong Ayin's willpower is. You continue to stimulate your physique with the released aura floating straight towards Ayin. The aim is to let Ayin feel these benefits more directly. After all, once the first step is taken, it will be unstoppable. As you expected, upon sensing this pure plant aura, the blue-silver grass trembled slightly. But in the next moment, the blue-silver grass finally stopped hesitating and moved straight towards you. To better absorb this pure aura, she had to get closer, gradually crawling to your feet. If I knew it. Qianqiu Xuan clapped and smiled. No matter how hard your will is, how can you resist your instincts? Especially once you feel this beauty. It's even less likely for you to let go easily. Sure enough, Ayin is in hand. When Ayin reaches your side, you act quickly and grab this blue silvergrass, admiring it in your hand. This is a blue silvergrass that looks a bit longer than ordinary grass. With golden patterns on the grass blades, it sways slightly, emitting a gentle aura, giving an extraordinary feeling. But what surprises you more is that the blue silvergrass is violently shaking in your hand, as if trying to escape from your grip. You don't mind firmly holding it, gently smoothing out this beautiful blue silvergrass leaf by leaf, as expected of a blue silvergrass soul beast. The sensation it gives you cannot be described. Soft, tender, with a faint warmth on those leaves. Let go. Suddenly, a voice filled with shame and annoyance from a woman rang in your ears. At the same time, the blue silvergrass in your hand began to shake even more violently. You were taken aback for a moment, then began to doubt whether you were imagining things. But in the next instant, a crisp, delicate female voice came through. You let go. It was indeed someone speaking, and it was a woman. You gradually began to suspect, directing your gaze towards the blue silvergrass swaying in your hand. You felt as if it was Ayin speaking. You decided to test it. Taking a deep breath, you slowly lowered your head and gently put the largest leaf of the blue silvergrass into your mouth. You had to admit, it was fragrant and had a hint of sweetness. Stop at that. That is my foot. The woman's delicate cries came again, and you widened your eyes, staring in disbelief at the swaying blue silvergrass. Is it really Ayin speaking? Your heart skipped a beat, and then you were overjoyed. Ayin could actually speak, but you maintained a neutral expression, not letting go of the leaf in your mouth. The taste of the leaf was extraordinary, sweet and lingering, refreshing to the core. A mischievous thought crossed your mind. Out of a sense of wicked curiosity, you decided to try tasting other leaves and then savor the branches again. The delicate cries from Ain did not stop your actions. You continued to suck on the leaves, not letting go of any. No, no. I, woo woo woo. The voice in your ear was filled with sorrow, as if urging you on. Chapter 14. A Yin's pleading. Thousand autumns heart changes, clear doubt, heart ding. Your inappropriate behavior has caused a Yin's disgust, decreasing her affection for you by 10. Ding. Your inappropriate behavior has caused a Yin's disgust, decreasing her affection for you by 20. Ding. Your inappropriate behavior has caused a Yin's disgust, decreasing her affection for you by 30. Ding. You touched a Yin's face, causing her disgust. Ding. You touched a Yin's delicate foot, causing her disgust. Ding. You touched a Yin's chest, causing her disgust. A Yin's affection for you has dropped to freezing point. Yin gritted her teeth, enduring this humiliation, while secretly vowing to kill this little thief when Hao returns. Yin could no longer hold on. Yin gradually became numb from the hatred. Yin couldn't understand why such a strange person would do this to a blue silvergrass. All of a Yin's emotions were transferred, and under your relentless teasing, she ultimately stopped resisting. Yin gradually became indifferent to your actions, passively accepting them. A Yin's affection for you. 50. A Yin's affection for you. 100. In your ears, the simulator continued to report in waves. Overall, it reflected a Yin's reactions to your actions. You glanced at it. Essentially, she initially expressed deep disgust at your earlier actions, but gradually began to enjoy the feeling. It should be that close contact with the plant body releases more plant essence. Under the condition of a Yin being severely weakened, she could receive better nourishment. Thus, she slowly accepted it. It was indeed an unexpected delight. Half an hour later, you finally reluctantly withdrew from a Yin's blue-silver grass body. And this beautiful and brilliant blue-silver grass regained some of its former luster due to your essence transfer. A Yin's affection for you. 70. Intimate person. Since you didn't engage in overly inappropriate actions earlier, and it seemed your intention was to gift her those plant essences, naive Yin gradually began to understand you. However, all parts of her body had been touched by you, and in a Yin's heart, your existence had become a special relationship. Note, not a romantic relationship. During the close contact earlier, she felt an aura connected to her bloodline on you, suspecting you might be related to her son. Moreover, the woman's modesty made it difficult for her to accept the reality of being toyed with by a man. So her affection for you would fluctuate greatly. Please handle this delicately. Auntie, I'm sorry. I just want you to recover quickly. After your enthusiasm faded, you apologized to the blue silvergrass in your hand. The blue silvergrass swayed a few times before drooping down. You didn't hear a Yin's voice and knew she was still upset about what had just happened. But with the intimacy level established, you clearly understood she still held some affection for you. You continued to persuade. Auntie, this time I was also entrusted by Brother Tang San. Yes, that's your son. He has never seen his mother. He is often bullied in the village. Others say he's a wild child without a mother. After you passed away, Tang Hao didn't care and just drank and fell in a decline, neglecting Tang San's well-being. You utilized the Yin's concern for her son, deliberately stating some half-truths. Your attitude was sincere, your words earnest, and the aura of Tang San was particularly strong on you, especially as Yin, being a plant-type soul beast, could perceive the heart's essence most clearly. She knew you weren't lying. Tang San was indeed ostracized by his peers, and Tang Hao was also living in drunkenness. Seeing them become this way, Yin felt great sorrow and heartache. She couldn't bear to see her son being bullied. At this moment, a cold, trembling voice came through. My child is... Okay. Hearing this, you felt a surge of joy. Having stayed in this closed environment for too long, Yin missed her son more than anyone. Under the tension of familial affection and your revealed goodwill, Yin had already forgiven your previous indiscretions, or rather, chose not to mention them. You explained with guilt, Tang San's life is very difficult. He is always alone, and because Uncle Tang Hao drinks all day, Tang San not only has to take care of himself, but also cooks for his father. You could say at such a young age, Tang San is living entirely on his own. These words were not lies. Tang San truly relied solely on himself. Really? He is all alone. You could hear a Yin's voice trembling with tears, filled with sadness. Auntie, I am your son's friend. I only learned about this situation after getting close to him. I can assure you, Tang San's life depends entirely on himself, and my grandfather is the village chief, always helping him, allowing him to grow this big. You were not lying, and Ain could discern some truths from it. My child. Ain cried. This was even more heartbreaking than when she was bullied earlier. For some reason, a sense of pity welled up in your heart. You felt disdain for your actions against the innocent woman. Qianqiu Xuan watched this scene with a heavy heart. Yes, Tang San had harmed him before. He should seek revenge on him. What good would it do to go to his mother now? People should have principles. However, it was fortunate that he had only kissed Ain once and had not done anything too outrageous. Moreover, he had shared much of the pure plant essence from himself with Ain, greatly aiding her recovery. It was settled then. It could be considered a debt cleared. If he could help them reunite sooner, it could be counted as a contribution. Qianqiu Xuan made a decision to return Ain to her original place. He thought of his master, who also cherished him in this way. There was no need to involve an innocent woman in this calamity. In fact, Qianqiu Xuan could have taken Ain directly and toyed with her repeatedly. He could even claim to have found many righteous reasons for doing so. But if that were the case, how was he any different from Tang Hao? Sigh, I am ultimately a human, not a monster. Hao Ming clearly promised me. He promised to take good care of my child. Why? Ain cried bitterly, heartbroken. She could now close her eyes and imagine her child still suffering alone. This deeply pierced Yin's heart. At that time, Hao had assured her he would take good care of their child. But now he had broken that promise. As a mother, how could she bear to see her son suffer? You gently smoothed the wavering branches and leaves of the blue silvergrass, trying to comfort Yin's restless heart. This time, you listened attentively, without any distractions. Actually, Tang San is doing quite well now. He can already be self-sufficient on his own, even dealing with many things. But, my child, how old is he? Not even 6 years old. How could he be so cruel as to leave him alone? Yin's emotions were very unstable. After learning about her child's situation, she wished she could take care of him in person. This maternal love reminded you of your own master. You felt a sense of empathy and assured Yin, Auntie, it's all right. Tang San is my brother. I will take care of him for you. The blue silver grass with golden patterns trembled for a moment, then gradually returned to calm. Thank you, but I want to see him. Yin's favorability towards you is 10. Your relationship is now absolute trust. You were unconcerned, merely lightly comforting this poor mother. Auntie, you still need to heal. If I take you out, it will surely lead to many dangers, and at that time, I don't care, as long as my child. He can live well. What does it matter if I die? At this moment, Yin was filled only with maternal love. Her thoughts of resurrecting herself and reuniting with Tang Hao had truly diminished significantly. She finally understood why the Hao she saw afterward was unkempt, with a long beard and disheveled clothes, lacking the previous vitality, and even the real reason for not mentioning their child's situation. Yin was very disappointed in Hao, only wanting to care for her child. I can stay by your side. Yin suddenly pleaded, with a pitiful hope, is that okay? Yin knew your physique was special, suspecting you were also a 100,000 year plant-type spirit beast transformed into human form, thinking she could recover faster in your presence and turn back into human form more quickly. But, Auntie, my power cannot protect you. Your thoughts had shifted from possession to sympathy. The spirit hall was still pursuing you, and you did not want to blindly lead Ain to her death. However, Ain seemed unwilling to give up. She begged you, please, take me out to see Sanner just once. Just once is enough. You would do anything for me. I can sacrifice myself to your wife as a soul ring. Yin's attitude was very humble, almost pleading, and you could even receive a 100,000 year soul ring. But you did not want to do that, because taking Yin out would truly harm this mother. You knew that although Tang Hao was foolish, his strength was enough to protect Yin and keep her alive. You did not want to push someone into a dead end for your own selfish desires. The blue silver grass in your hand gently swayed, softly wrapping around you, making delicate contact. You could feel the soft and fragrant body of the blue silver grass, still hiding a mature and gentle soul within. You hesitated but still planned to refuse to take Ain to her death. You were ready to decline. Suddenly, ding, triggered a critical option. This option has far-reaching consequences. Please choose carefully. Chapter 15. Soul Spirit Ain, always by your side. Option 1. Take Ain away. Not for any other reason, solely to let this lonely mother see her child. Reward. Gain Ain's ultimate favor. One soul spirit, exclusive to Ain, the blue-silver Emperor Martial Soul, and a 100,000-year soul ring from Ain. However, you will face endless pursuit from Tang Hao, and the probability of being targeted will increase tenfold, not conflicting with the effects of being mocked by the Child of Destiny. Option 2. Let Ain go. Taking Ain away will bring many unnecessary troubles. You are not a saint. What does it have to do with you if a mother and child reunite? Moreover, this is just a simulator. You cannot obtain her, so why bother being nice? Reward. Gain a strong fortune backlash, gain Tang Hao's favor, and obtain a 100,000-year soul bone from the blue-silver Emperor, but there will be many unexpected crises. Looking at these two options, Qianqiu Xuan fell into silence. Yes, he initially harbored thoughts of revenge against Tang San. He simply wanted to mess with his mother. Later, he actually thought it through. Acting recklessly like this was exactly what Tang San would do. He was a person, not a monster. Therefore, Qianqiu Xuan had no greedy thoughts about Ain. Perhaps more than anything, he was just surprised to see such a character appear before him. Her favorability seemed of little use to him. Moreover, from the options, letting Ain go was undoubtedly the best decision. After all, what good is a paper doll to me? Besides, taking Ain away would cause many unnecessary troubles. This is a simulator. Why would I go looking for trouble? But, precisely because this is a simulator, why should I be cowardly? I should do whatever I want. As long as my conscience is clear, that's enough. What mockery and targeting. If I, Qianqiu Xuan, were to go against my wishes for these potential crises, it would be better to just die. If I live, I should live my own way. Surviving by any means is not my wish. You made your choice without hesitation. To take Ain away, clean and decisive. Auntie, I can take you away, but there is a condition. I don't know if you can accept it. You agreed to this matter, but made a request. Ain did not think much, her sadness making her eager to see her child, and she directly replied, "Okay, any condition will do." You hesitated repeatedly. Finally, you awkwardly spoke. "Auntie, I want you to become my soul spirit." Upon hearing this, the blue-silver grass in your hand froze for a moment. Ain did not understand what a soul spirit was, but based on her knowledge of human soul masters, it meant she had to sacrifice herself as a soul ring. However, maternal love came first, and her love for her child surpassed everything. After a moment of silence, she finally softly agreed. "I can sacrifice for you, but I want to see my child." Ain vaguely had a guess, holding her boy, thinking he was not a transformed spirit beast, but a plant-type soul master. But if it means sacrifice, then so be it. As long as she could see her child, she could accept anything. It's just a pity that she couldn't let her child see her true self. At this moment, you realized that Ain might have misunderstood your meaning. You quickly explained, "Auntie, you misunderstood. A soul spirit does not require you to sacrifice yourself." What is that? Ain was very confused. If a soul spirit does not require sacrifice, then what is it? You did not hesitate too much and used the rewarded spirit on Ain. "Auntie, please do not be defensive. Just cooperate wholeheartedly." A brilliant and pure aura poured out from your hand and fell onto the blue-silver grass. Ain felt a strange aura, warm all over, and had the sensation that her soul was about to leave her body. However, upon hearing your words, she did not hesitate and actively cooperated with the spirit surging. After a few breaths, a marvelous thing happened. Ain's spirit slowly floated out from the heavily injured blue-silver grass and landed in your hand. You saw a mini version of Ain. However, unlike your impression, your spirit did not turn the soul beast into its childhood form. At this moment, Een was in her adult appearance. She looked to be in her 30s, dressed in a blue and gold long gown that covered her body, her noble and elegant temperament accentuating her extraordinary beauty, her azure eyes as flawless as blue crystals. Golden ribbons curled around the hem of her dress, and a faint fragrance wafted through the air, breathtakingly beautiful. Especially the maternal glow that radiated from her made your heart tremble. Congratulations on unlocking the character illustration, Blue Silver Goddess Een. Indeed, beautiful, truly beautiful. After seeing this illustration, Qianqiu Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. It must be said that Yin's beauty was indeed striking. One could say that her beauty was comparable to that of her master. With long azure hair cascading down her back, the beauty of nature made the world pale in comparison for a moment. However, Qianqiu Xuan also appreciated it. If it came to preference, he still favored his master. Auntie, this is the spirit. How do you feel now? You joyfully asked Een while unable to stop examining the mini figure in your hand. Een felt a bit shy under your curious gaze, but she also realized what had happened. I feel strange, like my soul has detached from my body. It felt quite nice. In fact, Een still had many adjustments to make after just becoming a spirit, but she did not voice it. She was very pleased with this change, not only because she could abandon her physical body, but also because it allowed her child to see her true self. Overall, Een was very grateful to you. You softly told Een, Auntie, I have not awakened yet. I can only release you once I awaken. Een was puzzled, but ultimately nodded in agreement without asking further. Because, Auntie, your aura is still that of a 100,000-year soul beast, and once released, it would attract many people's covetous eyes, and I do not have the ability to protect you. In fact, Annie, hiding you might also be detected by high-level soul masters. So we must be cautious. Upon hearing this, a Yin's heart trembled, feeling she had caused you a lot of trouble. A Yin's favorability towards you is 95, almost unconditionally obeying your words. You did not mind, holding Een in your palms and returning the way you came. The old body of Een was placed back in its original spot, still retaining her aura, hoping that Tang Hao, that foolish person, would discover the anomaly a bit later. You returned along the same route and did not rush back to Holy Soul Village. You first went to the nearby village of Shirley Village, which is also under the jurisdiction of Notting City. As far as you know, the soul awakening would first take place in Shirley Village. Since your grandfather, Old Jack, had a good relationship with the village chief of Shirley Village, you planned to go there for your awakening. Before leaving, you informed your grandfather, then departed from Holy Soul Village. That night, a drunken Tang Hao felt dazed, always sensing that something extremely important had left him. Tang Sin had already ruined your medicinal garden, claiming it was to make the Tang sect great again. Ding! You have become a key character with luck, and the probability of being targeted will increase tenfold. Chapter 16. Moonlit Night Confessions. Blue Silver Grass will always protect Little Xian. You brought Een to Shirley Village. The village chief of Shirley Village had a good relationship with Old Jack and had even held you as a child. Although he did not know why you had come alone at night when you were 6. He thought that you were very intelligent as a child and naturally had unique ideas. The village chief found you a temporary place to stay, planning to inform Old Jack the next day. You lay down on the bed with peace of mind, but you were not in the mood to sleep. You looked at Een in your hand, her beauty and purity resembling the most perfect work of art. Een was also curiously examining her surroundings. This was her first time seeing the outside world in 6 years since her sacrifice. Although she had seen many of these scenes many times, seeing them again still brought a lot of emotion. She was very grateful to you. Not only could she see her child, but she could also reappear in the world as a unique existence. However, Een clearly knew that gaining something meant losing something else. She had already developed a determination to sacrifice again, just to see her child one more time. Auntie, you don't need to sacrifice. Seeing Een's understanding and sensible demeanor, you couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache for a moment. That foolish Tang Hao had little strength and went around causing trouble. His wife was a 100,000-year soul beast, yet he didn't hide well and take the time to settle down. Otherwise, how could it have ended up like this? Thank you. After a while, the mini Een in your hand thanked you, kneeling devoutly and raising her hands to pray to you. You hurriedly used your will to lift her up. Auntie, you are going too far. Helping you is just helping my brother Tang-san. There is no need for thanks. Ain nodded and continued to pray devoutly for you. You receive the blessing of the blue-silver emperor. You can control blue-silver grass within a radius of 5 miles, increasing your cultivation speed within the blue-silver grass and obtaining the prototype of the blue-silver domain. Ain was very sensible. She knew she had nothing to repay, so she tried to repay your kindness as much as possible. She understood that human nature was cunning, and doing so might not guarantee anything. But Ain was still betting on that faint chance, hoping to see Tang-san one more time. Fortunately, she won her bet. She met you. If any other soul master had encountered such a wild, defenseless 10,000-year soul beast, they would probably attack without hesitation. You were different, possessing your unique thoughts. Ain placed herself in a very low position. You couldn't bear it, and actively broke this stalemate. Auntie, I haven't introduced myself yet. My name is Qianqiu Xuan, and my grandfather is the village chief of Holy Soul Village. Tang-san lives in our Holy Soul Village. Tang-san and I have played together since childhood. We have a very good relationship, and my grandfather often helps them as the village chief. Ain listened to you with a smile, her demeanor graceful and elegant, resembling a noble and dignified lady. However, upon hearing news of Tang-san, a hint of excitement appeared on her stunning face. Tang-san's father was a blacksmith who would drink all day and not earn money, often relying on my brother to take care of himself. Brother San is actually very pitiful. He grew up without a mother, and his personality is extremely sensitive and extreme. He was not liked by peers and was often ostracized. You stated Tang-san's life situation quite accurately. The more Ain listened, the sadder she became, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. Ain felt very sorry for Tang-san, heartbroken. I have a close relationship with my third brother, and he's the best friend I have in the village. The other children don't play with him, so I play with my third brother. Although he has a somewhat cold personality, he is very kind of family. Coincidentally, I am also without parents, so I can be considered a fellow sufferer with my third brother. You express your situation with a smile. Yes, you are also a child without parents. You are even worse off than Tang-san, and you don't have any martial arts to rely on. But you still live quite freely, not only taking good care of yourself, but also fulfilling your filial duty to your grandfather on behalf of your parents. In terms of being a person, you believe you have nothing to be ashamed of. However, Ain sees the sadness and helplessness in your words, especially in your forced smile. She can't help but empathize and likens you to her child. Ain's maternal brilliance shines brightly as she comforts you. Qianqiu Xuan, you are very talented. Your parents would definitely be proud of you if they saw you. You don't pay much attention and just laugh it off. Annie, I don't even recognize them. They abandoned me right after giving birth. What are they worth? In fact, you are not Jack's biological grandson. He found you under the tree in front of the village. In the simulation, your parents didn't care for you after giving birth. Fortunately, you're also a simulated person and have grown step by step with your precociousness. But all along, you've had no good feelings towards your biological parents. It should be this way. Qianqiu Xuan couldn't help but agree with both hands. Damn, if they didn't want to raise this child, why give birth to him? The child's original intention is not to desperately want to come to this world. Ain feels heartache for you upon hearing your words. She thinks you are really remarkable, being so independent at such a young age, but she feels it's not worth it for you. Ain hates irresponsible parents. Ain's favorability towards Tang, how is it 10? You shake your head and lightly smile. So, Annie, I've always believed that I am without parents. I just need to take care of Grandpa the village head until he gets old. Ain is very touched by your filial piety, especially as a very emotional woman. Annie, so if my third brother gets angry when he sees you, you don't need to mind him. He might also be in a situation like mine, very dissatisfied with his mother's disappearance. Ain takes your words to heart, silently storing them away, but doesn't say much. Ain keeps looking at you, silently feeling sorry for you. Poor child, such cruel parents. However, since Annie is my third brother's mother, then she is my aunt. I have a duty to reunite Auntie and her son. Thank you, Qianqiu Xuan. After you talk about your feelings, Ain is truly moved. Annie doesn't need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Xian. You wave your hand, but your gaze unconsciously lingers on the bright moonlight outside the window. And for a moment, you feel melancholic. Ain is in tears, shedding them for you. Xiao Xian, Annie feels very sorry for you. Your mother doesn't love you, but Annie will love you and will always be with you. How could such a cruel mother casually abandon her child? Ain's delicate body rises and falls, and tears flow down. Ain has quietly regarded you as her child in her heart, with a closeness of 100 between you. You gently smile and shake your head in apology. It's my fault for bringing up those sad things. Annie, I shouldn't have talked about them. You gently tuck a strand of Ain's hair behind her ear. She enjoys your touch. At the same time, she silently vows, I must take good care of you. The moonlight spills into the room through the window, illuminating the ground with clarity. The young you gently tucks the beauty's flowing hair. In the gentle breeze, the beauty's long hair dances in the wind. So beautiful. Andy, it's time to sleep. Tomorrow, after I awaken my martial soul, I'll take you to see my third brother, Xiao Xian. You don't need to rush for me. You should take care of yourself. Ain feels guilty and remorseful for her unreasonable request after hearing your story. After all, you, who are worse off than her own child, deserve more sympathy and cherish. You shake your head and smile lightly. Annie, I've already lost my mother, but my third brother still has one. I want him to see his mother as soon as possible. Why? Why are you so good to others? Ain's eyes brim with tears. Her cold demeanor is extraordinarily beautiful, and she feels heartache for you. Who cares so much about others' thoughts while neglecting your own feelings? You pause for a moment and say to Ain earnestly, Andy, actually, I like you. It's a very pure liking. I might not be this enthusiastic towards others. Your words are concise and your gaze sincere and moving. There is absolutely no hypocrisy. You genuinely change your initial thoughts simply because you liked Ain. Ain doesn't think this way. She believes you have feelings for her, that you just confessed your heart to her. However, Ain doesn't hold it against you. She has a good impression of you, this sincere young man. In the soul state, Ain moves gracefully, her celestial beauty enchanting, and she slowly approaches your ear. Actually, Annie also really likes Xiao Xian. You hear a gentle and pure voice. You shake your head with a smile, finding it very interesting. Perhaps this is the mutual consolation of two lonely souls. Your attitude makes Ain feel very ashamed. After finally being bold once, she didn't expect to be rejected like this. Auntie, can you tell me about your past? You and Ain gaze at each other for a long time. And finally, you take the initiative to break the deadlock. Ain's soul gently shakes her head and then softly narrates. I was born in the Stardow Forest, and at first, I was just an ordinary blue silvergrass. But I was born by a lake, where there was a little gorilla, a little rabbit, and a little snake. Later, Ain narrates, having finally found someone who understands her, she wishes to share all her past. But 10,000 years is so long, and halfway through, she sees the young boy quietly falling asleep. Ain wisely stops her voice, quietly admiring the young boy's appearance. Very handsome, very proud. His heart must be even more tired than I imagined. Ain thinks, poor child, even if you don't have a mother, I will be your mother. Ain secretly makes a decision. Using the slight power brought by her soul, she prepares a bed for the young boy. Then, she quietly lies on the young boy's chest, tightly embracing him, feeling his heartbeat. I seem to really like this pure young boy. Ain smiles sweetly, lying on the young boy, try her best to let him feel the warmth of being valued and cherished. Xiao Xian, the blue silvergrass will always protect you. Chapter 17, Ain's Depression. Another Ain in the world. Douluo Continent, Nodding City. A girl in blue slowly appears under the moonlight and the shimmering blue silvergrass, like a fairy descending to the mortal world, radiating a beauty that is untouched by the mundane. Upon closer inspection, one would find that this girl bears a striking resemblance to Ain, but she is much younger and more innocent. Looking at the simulated text in her mind, the woman smiled lightly, unable to stop shaking her head. You have a good impression of this boy in your heart. You think he is very lonely. He is a seemingly indifferent boy, but he carries a heavy heart. You try to understand him, comfort him, and accompany him. Xiao Xian's favorability toward you is 50. You have become good friends. Please keep up the good work. Congratulations on unlocking the character illustration. Starlight, boy Qianqiu Xuan. Ain sighed in frustration. Oh my, why is this boy so guarded? I've been sincere and kind to him, yet I can only earn a favorability of 50? Ain was puzzled. Why doesn't this game follow the usual patterns? This all happened a month ago. Ain had transformed years ago and was wandering around the Douluo Continent, enjoying the world. Suddenly, a voice called reincarnation simulation appeared in her mind. Every day, this voice kept ringing, constantly bothering her. It was asking her to participate in the simulation. Please participate in the simulation. Ain, being simple-minded, didn't know how this thing appeared in her mind, but she didn't dare to use it recklessly. However, later on, she was so annoyed that she couldn't stand it anymore. A few days ago, she participated in a simulation. At first, it was a background introduction that lasted over a decade. It said she fell in love with a human soul master and even had a child. What Ain couldn't accept the most was that she actually sacrificed herself for this human soul master. What a joke. Soul masters are the natural enemies of soul beasts. Therefore, at this point in the simulation, Ain thought this so-called reincarnation simulation was just some boring and malicious pastime. She treated it as a game. Later, she kept coiling up in a cave to survive. Oh no. It should be called recuperating? Just to reunite with that human soul master? Absurd. Utterly absurd. Ain suppressed her immense dissatisfaction and continued with the simulation. Each day, it was just her injuries getting slightly better, occasionally encountering a few small animals. It was hardly interesting, but suddenly one night, a boy's intrusion broke this original piece and made Ain truly care about this simulation in reality. Oh my, he actually kissed me forcefully? What? He's my son's friend? And how could I so naively agree to his request? Looking at the simulation showing that she agreed to everything for her child, even saying the words of sacrifice, Ain felt completely broken. Am I that foolish? Do I really trust a human soul master so much? Ain had always been a bystander, but when Qianqiu Xuan proposed that she become a spirit, she finally couldn't hold back anymore. She decisively refused. But what broke her even more was, you have a high favorability toward Qianqiu Xuan, and you cannot refuse his request. Oh my, am I becoming a soul master's personal pet? Ain was on the verge of tears, and she began to resent this reincarnation simulation. She didn't participate for several days. However, in reality, she made some discoveries. On the Douluo Continent, there actually is a small city called Noting City, and there is indeed a Holy Spirit village located at the edge of the Stardow Forest. And the village chief is also named Jack. More importantly, there truly exists a sect called the Haotian sect in this world. When everything in the world corresponded with the simulation, Ain's thoughts became heavier. Because according to the simulation, she would fall in love with the so-called Haotian sect soul master and remain loyal until death. Although she didn't know how the process would unfold, Ain instinctively rejected it. The reason she transformed was to explore this vast world personally. How could she return to loneliness just because of human conflicts? Therefore, in the past few days, she returned to Noting City, actively participating in the simulation while investigating the authenticity of the simulation in reality. However, to Ain's surprise, after a few days without simulation, she had developed a good impression of this human boy. Even the thought of wanting to accompany him continuously. Come on, sister. You are a soul beast and also a married woman. How could you like a 6-year-old boy? Although soul beasts do not value appearance, the difference between 6 and 16 isn't that significant. But it wouldn't be this desperate, right? Ain tried to participate in the simulation. Through step-by-step conversations, she gradually learned about Qianqiu Xuan's painful past, his pitiful background, and his lonely heart. To be honest, Ain, as a soul beast, deeply understood loneliness. And for a moment, she resonated with Qianqiu Xuan. As the simulation progressed, she gained a deeper understanding of Qianqiu Xuan through the descriptive texts. It felt so real. Almost every detail existed. Was this virtual, or was it a real person? Ain fell silent. Her respect for the reincarnation simulation in her mind deepened. Gradually, she forgot that this was a simulation. It felt more like an alternative life. Ain also immersed herself in it. She discovered that she indeed liked this boy, not only in the simulation, but also in reality. It was truly real. This boy overlapped with her so much. Many of their experiences coincided. It made her feel a sense of shared suffering, plus the influence of her motherly identity in the simulation. In the end, Ian fell silent. But what made her even more silent was, why does he only have a favorability of 50 toward me? Did I do something wrong? Ian stared at the character illustration of the boy in her mind. Under the starry sky, the boy had red lips and white teeth. Dressed in a green outfit that gave off an ethereal vibe, his eyes bright, his demeanor fresh, natural, and elegant, and that determined gaze was indeed captivating. Ian nodded. Even as a soul beast, she found this appearance quite appealing. Would you like to continue the simulation? At this moment, the simulation in her mind began to remind her again. According to the usual pattern, Ian definitely shouldn't continue, because she discovered that the time in this simulator was actually one-to-one with reality. In other words, if she continued the simulation, it would likely take up even more time. But for some reason, Ian did not choose to refuse this time. Without hesitation, she chose continue the simulation. I'm not doing this because of this boy. I simply don't want the version of myself in the simulation to go wild after I leave it. I want to keep an eye on her. That's what I say. But Ian indeed began to have thoughts of immersion. She had been a bystander and half an experiencer, and she was very curious to see what kind of story would unfold between the version of herself in the simulation and this boy. Would she truly fall in love with him, or would she merely accompany him silently? Ian thought curiously, because, as the simulation deepened, she gradually discovered something strange. That is, the version of herself in the simulation seemed to be increasingly difficult to control, as if it had developed its own thoughts and existed as an independent entity. Her decisions often became mere suggestions, having little impact on the Ian in the simulation. In other words, she could not completely manipulate the characters in the simulation, as that person was herself. How interesting. Is it possible that there is another Ian in this world besides me? Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. The blue silvergrass is rare for 10,000 years. There is only one like mine. Chapter 18, I Met Another Me, a Parallel Universe. The next day, just as the sun rose, you were awakened. The person waking you up was none other than old Jack. He received a notification from the village chief of Tenley Village, realizing that you had run outside and hurried over. Seeing Grandpa Jack, you were both surprised and delighted. Last night, when you sensed Tang Hao's aura near Holy Soul Village, you stopped in front of the village, and the words you intended to say never left your lips. You had planned to awaken early today to return to Holy Soul Village on time, but unexpectedly, Grandpa was even more worried than you had imagined. You explained to old Jack the reason for your visit, which was essentially to awaken here earlier, hoping to become a soul master as soon as possible. At this time, Ian had disappeared somewhere, and you had been unable to find her figure. Old Jack gave you a stern lecture, but ultimately did not prevent your awakening of the martial soul. He understood your thoughts and had already informed the village chief of 10 Mile Village in advance that when the great soul master Su Yuntao awakened today in Nodding City, he would bring you along as well. You felt a surge of emotions. How could you escape the influence of Su Yuntao no matter where you awakened your martial soul? By the way, Xiao, our pharmacy was robbed again last night. You don't know where the thief came from, but this time they stole so many medicinal herbs. Old Jack lamented about the tragic state of the medicinal garden, regretting why he had gone to bed so early last night. You comforted Grandpa, saying, "It's okay, Grandpa. If the thief stole, then so be it. It's just some worthless medicinal herbs, and as long as you were safe, that is what matters." Although you said this, old Jack, being from the older generation, placed great importance on frugality, and he often mentioned the loss of hundreds of medicinal herbs. Which thief was so impatient? Constantly eyeing his medicinal garden, you comforted Grandpa a few more times, and then followed the village chief of 10 Mile Village to awaken your martial soul. You were still searching for that beautiful figure, but had yet to find any trace of her. In 10 Mile Village, in the square, you gathered with many other children from the village, all 6-year-olds, preparing to awaken their martial souls today. However, because of your rosy complexion, tall stature, and remarkable temperament, you stood out starkly from these malnourished children. You did not feel proud about standing out. Instead, you fell into confusion. What? Were the children here living in such poverty? You felt it was the fault of the Spirit Hall, but upon reflection, that seemed too extreme. The Spirit Hall had done the best it could, but due to the limitations of this era, it still could not benefit everyone. Therefore, there were still many poor children in this world. You felt a sense of sorrow, thinking that the system of the Spirit Hall was too outdated. You pondered whether you should create a new system that would allow everyone in the world to live equally and freely. At the very least, without becoming a soul master, one could still live without worries. You seem to be deep in thought. Main quest upgraded. Overthrow the Spirit Hall and establish a great harmony. Final task. Dare to call for a new day in the world. Seek happiness for all the people and allow all children to live happily. Reward. Unknown. You buried this seed in your heart, silently reminding yourself to work harder. Looking at the pitiful images of children appearing on the screen, some were so emaciated they looked like skin and bones, while others might not even see their 6th birthday. Qianqiu Xuan felt a suffocating sensation. He had simulated this many times and thought he understood this Douluo Continent quite well. However, in reality, this world was far deeper than he had imagined. The Spirit Hall, while good, was not the best. I want to establish a new system, a perfect system that allows all children to grow up carefree, enabling everyone to be like dragons. This organization, a grand vision, emerged in Qianqiu Xuan's mind. But after thinking it over, he smiled helplessly. He was just an ordinary person. How could he compare with those sages? Qianqiu Xuan thought for a moment. If Tang San could rebuild the Tang sect in this world, then why couldn't he also create a sect here? How about calling it Mount Shu? Yes, to help the world and save the people. To cleanse the universe. Let's call it Mount Shu. You confirmed your true task of simulating Mount Shu. You want to create a truly equal world. Unlike the Tang sect, which had too much selfishness. At that moment, a yin's voice suddenly appeared in your ear. Xiaoxian, wake up. It's almost time for you to awaken your martial soul. Hearing this, your mind jolted, and you came back to your senses in surprise. You suddenly noticed that Ayin was sitting on your shoulder, covering her mouth and giggling, her 3,000 strands of hair cascading like a waterfall, breathtakingly beautiful. The people around you seem to be unaware of anything unusual. I discovered that my presence can blur my form, and only high-level soul masters can see me. Ayin pointed out. You nodded, as you also had a limited understanding of soul spirits. At this time, Su Yuntao was awakening his martial soul in the center of the square. It was your turn. You stepped forward, quietly placing your hand on the 6 black stones in the center, and as the other party's soul power infused, a golden light shone brightly. A warm aura seeped in, and you unconsciously extended your right hand. Just like in countless simulations before, your martial soul was still blue silver grass. However, the blue silver grass in your hand was extraordinary. It was adorned with golden patterns, exuding a noble and luxurious aura, just like a yin's true form. Martial soul, blue silver grass. Su Yuntao spoke without any emotion, as if he had seen enough of it. Just as you were about to request a test for innate soul power, Su Yuntao unexpectedly spoke first. Little friend, next we will test your soul power. Please place your hand on this crystal ball. You were somewhat shocked. Logically, Su Yuntao should not look down on blue silver grass and Wu Ti give you a soul power test, right? But you still complied. Final result. Innate full soul power. Level 10. You nodded slightly, not too surprised. Instead, Ian beside you cheered for you, and old Jack, who was observing from a distance, was nearly so excited that he almost collapsed on the spot. If it weren't for the village chief of 10 Mile Village supporting him, he would have truly fallen. Everyone was happy for you. Your gaze, however, fell on Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao's reaction was beyond your expectations. He was calmer than anyone else. Yet within that calmness was a hint of wild joy. It seemed to be the kind of overwhelming joy of finally finding something he had desperately sought for many years. Child, you have a demeanor of a Douluo. After a long while, Su Yuntao cheered for you and did not utter any useless words about blue silvergrass. The situation began to exceed your expectations. Thank you, uncle. You bowed in gratitude to Su Yuntao. Su Yuntao helped you up. His words filled with uncontainable joy as he said, Child, You are very similar to a child I awakened many years ago, with the same martial soul, the same appearance, the same calm demeanor, and the same youthful spirit. It's just a pity I seem to not remember who that child was. But upon seeing you, I suddenly recalled him. He seemed to have entrusted me with something. It was Su Yuntao solemnly and respectfully took out an item from his bag, which was wrapped in several layers of boxes and looked extremely precious. That's right, I remember now, it's this. Upon seeing the bag of gold coins in the box, Su Yuntao's mind lit up, and he remembered what that matter was. That child told me that when I see another person with innate full soul power and the martial soul blue silvergrass again, I should give this bag of gold soul coins to him. Yes, it's this. Su Yuntao, full of joy, happily handed the bag to you. As if he had completed some significant task in his life, he let out a long sigh of relief. You stared at the bag of gold soul coins that Su Yuntao handed over, speechless, because this bag of gold soul coins was the one you had given away. Identical. You opened the bag of gold soul coins. Sure enough, there were 10 gold soul coins inside, along with a handwritten note from you. Tang-san, by the time you see this note, your mother is already gone. Ha. I knew it would be you. It's been a long time. I don't know if you're dead or alive. Damn it, you dog, stealing my vegetables. I curse you, stealing vegetables and killing me. You were born, you really were born. These 10 gold soul coins will serve as the prize for your mother, and I will come to collect them later. You dog, you're done for. Qianqiu Xuan. This Qianqiu Xuan is really despicable to say such things about me. After seeing the note, Ain on your shoulder looked gloomy. She knew her child was Tang-san, and the other party wrote this note to deliberately humiliate her. You cut off all external sounds, your gaze deep and wandering. You remembered the handwriting and words clearly because they were all written by your own hand and given to Su Yuntao. But this is clearly two worlds, with no necessary connection. But how did Su Yuntao get this bag of gold soul coins? Could it be that this is actually a continuation of my original Douluo world? But I remember that there is no Qianqiu Xuan in this spear hall. So what is going on? Parallel Univers. Chapter 19. Ain learns the truth. Tang-san directly social dies. You didn't think much further and tore the note in your hand to shreds. Andy, this must be some kind of prank or joke. It can't be taken seriously. You comforted Ain a few times, but feeling guilty. You couldn't help but cough a few times. However, Ain seemed to be deep in thought. Xiao Xian, it says here that Xiao San stole medicine. What's going on? Is it true? Ain had previously listened to your conversation with Grandpa and learned that your medicinal field was often stolen. And since you had a relationship with Tang-san, it was hard for her not to suspect that Xiao San's character had changed for the worse. You didn't hide anything and openly stated the facts. Yes, Annie, Tang-san is indeed the one who stole from my medicinal garden. You shifted the topic a bit, using some strategy. However, Brother San has always been living independently, with no economic source and no parental guidance. It's normal for him to act without rules. Grandpa is the village chief, and his life is much more affluent than Brother San's. It's not a big deal if Brother San occasionally steals some medicine, so Auntie shouldn't hold it against him. Ain fell silent. Ain had a good impression of Tang Hao. Ain felt guilty towards you. Expressing her apologies, Xiao Xian, this is Tang San's fault. I apologize to you on his behalf. You shook your head. Auntie, it's just a small amount of money. Brother San didn't take much. You laughed it off, but Ain fell into deep thought for a long time. Ain felt a sense of guilt. According to what the old village chief said in the morning, her child seemed to be committing crimes quite frequently and becoming increasingly audacious, even stealing in large quantities, which was simply too much. Although Ain was a soul beast, she also knew that stealing was wrong, and she was very puzzled about how Xiao San learned such vile behavior. And what about Hao? Why doesn't he control Xiao San? Is he really willing to let him become a wild child? You didn't engage in much conversation with Ain, still quietly pondering the matter of that note. Child, you must go to the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall needs talents like you. Su Yuntao seemed to think of something and repeatedly persuaded you to join the Spirit Hall. You refused without hesitation. What a joke. The path you were on was to go against the Spirit Hall. If you joined the Spirit Hall, wouldn't that go against your principles? Your refusal puzzled Su Yuntao. Why wouldn't you join such a good place as the Spirit Hall? At that moment, Your grandpa and the village chief of Shirley Village also came to persuade you. They, basking in the blessings of the Spirit Hall, naturally felt that the Spirit Hall was truly good for the common people. You still refused. It wasn't because you were as selfish and self-righteous as Tang San, but because you had seen better for the common people. You wanted to change, ultimately refusing to join the Spirit Hall. Ding! You have received 10 points of hostility from the Spirit Hall. Hostility and the targeting of your fortune can overlap. Old Jack saw that he couldn't persuade you, so he shouted to go to the spirit school to study first and think about it after a few years. Just right, there were no suitable children in Shirley Village, and the only spot to go to Notting Academy was handed to you. Su Yintao and Old Jack both agreed to this decision. You also agreed. You felt a bit frustrated, thinking that you had somewhat become like Tang San. Clearly, you were also enjoying the benefits brought by the Spirit Hall. So why would you want to overturn it? On the way back to Holy Soul Village, you fell into confusion. In front of the village, you stopped your steps, finding an excuse to go to the back mountain of the village. You were already level 10, just in time to receive your first soul ring from Ayin. You explained the pros and cons to Ayin, saying that after the sacrifice, she could still retain her intelligence, but her entire life would be bound to yours. If one flourished, they would all flourish, and if one died, they would all die. This situation could only be changed by becoming a god. In other words, if she agreed to become a true spirit, Ayin could live for a few hundred more years at most, and then she would die. You gave Ayin the opportunity to choose, not wanting to threaten her in the process, as that was not your true intention. You thought it would be a very difficult decision, but to your surprise, Ayin agreed without hesitation. You asked her why, puzzled. She simply said, "I trust you." Then, Ayin resolutely made the sacrifice, and at the same time, her spirit body became much more ethereal and sank into your dantian. The process was quick, almost in the blink of an eye, before you even realized it. You only felt a continuous warm current pouring into your body, very warm and harmonious, flowing through your entire body, nourishing every meridian. You knew that this was the soul power nourishing you. This effect lasted for about half an hour, and after it gradually ended, you felt your blood vitality surging and your spirit exuberant. You were level 15. At the same time, a soul ring, black with a hint of red, appeared around your body, looking particularly dazzling and brilliant. You understood that Ayin had not yet fully recovered, and this soul ring would continue to increase in age slowly. But even so, you had not fully digested this majestic soul power and would need a lot of time to settle. Ayin's complexion was a bit pale, but a shallow smile hung on her perfect face. You did not lie to her. Ayin realized that she had not died, and that her connection with you was extraordinarily close, even to the point that she could clearly feel every heartbeat of yours. It could be said that aside from yourself, Ayin was now the one who understood you the most. "Auntie, thank you. I will definitely find a way to revive your body." You thanked Ayin. "No, I should thank you for giving me the chance to see the world again." Ayin's tone was a bit weak, but fortunately, you had the plant body by your side, which would greatly aid her recovery. Just now, during the soul power upgrade process, your physique was also enhanced several times, and the effect of plant affinity increased significantly. You did not rush to feel the huge changes before and after. You only remembered the promise you made to take Ayin to meet Tang San. "Aunt, since we are one entity, I won't say these polite words." You paused for a moment, pointed to the nearby hill, and said, "That is where Sangu practices every day. Logically, he is very likely to be here today." "Really?" Ayin's tone obviously trembled. Just as Ayin can clearly understand your feelings, you can also sense Ayin's emotions. You know that Ayin is very excited. She's about to see her child. At this moment, you have no need to deceive Ayin. You walk up the mountain slowly with Ayin. Just as you reach the peak, an unexpected event suddenly occurs. You indeed see Tang San. However, at this moment, Tang San has purple light flashing in his eyes, while he picks up the scattered herbs around him and starts to gnaw on them. He is eating the herbs greedily and without remorse, not caring if they are his or not. "Xiao San, what have you done?" Watching from afar, Ayin's heart ached. She had already guessed the truth of the situation. Pitying his lack of ambition and angry at his misfortune. Did he really do something so inhumane? And that gaze, is it something a normal person can do? Xiao San wouldn't be practicing. Some evil technique to harm others. Would he? Evil Soul Master. Chapter 20. Meeting Tang San again. A Yin's disappointment. Crisis approaches. Tang San saw you. Ain truly saw Tang San. The bloodline connection made her recognize at once that this was her child. However, Tang San's behavior was far below a Yin's expectations. Tang San also felt a strong familiarity with you today, as if you were closely connected. Because you have formed a whole with Ain, Tang San felt puzzled but did not realize the reason. Thinking he felt a bit guilty for stealing too many herbs from you. You sneered disdainfully. Does the bastard Tang San really feel guilty? Sango, how many herbs have you taken? You hesitated to speak, but what caught your eye were the scattered herbs around Tang San. A lot. Ain also noticed this and became even more aware of how terrible Tang San's behavior was. Not much, just a little bit. Although Tang San is shameless, he did take quite a bit of herbs last night, which made him lose his confidence in speaking. Oh, junior brother, don't worry, I will definitely return it to you in the future. You listened to Tang San's empty promises, unable to suppress a cold laugh in your heart. Luckily, this is just a small herb garden. If it were the ice and fire yin yang eye, would the whole place not be robbed? You nodded, accepting it with some hesitation. But in reality, you are deliberately pretending to hesitate. On one hand, to showcase Tang San's shamelessness, and on the other hand, to make Ain feel guilty towards you. Clearly, your plan was perfectly executed. Ain kept apologizing in your mind. She was in tears, seemingly not expecting her son to turn out like this. It must be that Tang Hao did not supervise him properly, causing Xiao San to become this way. A Yin's favorability towards Tang Hao dropped to 30, and her relationship with Tang Hao fell to freezing point. After chatting with Tang San for a while, you gradually stepped back. But Ain, her thoughts had shifted from the joy of seeing her child to an overwhelming sense of shame. There was no other reason. Tang San's demeanor was outwardly evident, and his words were filled with brutal phrases that deserved to die. Ain begged you to help persuade Tang San more, and you readily agreed. You returned to Holy Soul Village. An unexpected visitor approached you. Tang Hao. I thought it was someone else. Turns out it was Tang Ri Tian. Qianqiu Xuan quietly watched in simulation. On the mini-map, you could clearly see a mini-cute avatar of Qianqiu and Ain running, while a Tang Hao avatar blocked the way. You carefully examined Tang Ri Tian, as this was your first time seeing him due to Tang Hao's long-term alcoholism and decline. He was a middle-aged man, looking nearly 50 years old, but his stature was very tall and robust. Only his appearance was not commendable. He wore a tattered robe with no patches, revealing his bronze-colored skin underneath, and his once decent features were covered with a layer of waxy yellow, looking dazed, with disheveled hair like a bird's nest, and an unkempt beard that had not been groomed for who knows how long. His gaze was dull and yellow, with a strong smell of alcohol. You could say, you had set your expectations for Tang Hao too high. How did he become like this? At this moment, Tang Hao was also sizing you up. He sensed a familiar aura from you, very similar to his wife Ain, and under this pull, he unconsciously found you while hungover. The effect of the person of fortune is 10 times more effective. Please note, do not reveal Ain in front of Tang Hao. He will enter a state of rage, and you will undoubtedly die. Please note, Tang Hao will investigate every detail about you, and under your fortune's interference, he will become more difficult to deal with. At this moment, Ain was also observing Tang Hao from the shadows, unable to stop shaking her head in sorrow. How did you become like this? Once spirited Tang Hao had turned into this rough old man, reeking of alcohol. Such a contrast was hard for anyone to imagine, let alone Ain, who had always held expectations for Tang Hao. Yin's filter for Tang Hao shattered completely. She had some doubts about your words, but now it seems what you said was still too conservative. Uncle, have we met? You pretended to be innocent, your childish tone truly resembling that of an ordinary 6-year-old child. Tang Hao did not speak first. His dull gaze quickly became sharp and focused, like a sword, scanning you as if assessing something. You are old Jack's grandson? Tang Hao asked in an interrogative tone, his gaze sharper than light. You nodded nervously, taking a few steps back in fear. Your performance was no different from that of a normal child. Tang Hao thought so too, but deep down, he felt something was off about you. There must be a big secret. You. Just as Tang Hao was about to say something, old Jack walked over. Go away, Tang old man. You drink all day, and now you're bothering my grandson. Old Jack protected you behind him and lectured Tang Hao. In his view, Tang Hao was a waste who drank obsessively, completely neglecting Tang San's training. Even washing clothes and cooking were done solely by young Tang San, making him the most useless person he had ever seen. However, today's situation was somewhat unexpected. Tang Hao's gaze was very sharp, completely unlike that of an alcoholic old man. Moreover, this sharp gaze was also unfriendly towards old Jack. At this moment, you immediately protected Grandpa Jack behind you and activated your newly awakened martial spirit, Blue Silvergrass. You understood that Tang Hao, being from a noble family, had always looked down on the lives of ordinary people. Whether to kill or not was just a thought away. Old Jack raised you, and your kindness would not allow you to stand by and do nothing. Most importantly, in this Douluo Continent, how many good things could the Tang family have? They are all ungrateful and self-righteous wolves in sheep's clothing. Old Jack thought your actions were somewhat unnecessary. Why take it so seriously in front of a useless old man like Tang? At that moment, Tang Hao teleported in front of you at an invisible speed, leaving old Jack stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes and rubbed them in disbelief. This is the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul. Tang Hao et Gulim. His tone filled with incredulity. The blue-silver grass swayed in the wind, and the dazzling, crystalline blue radiated exquisite brilliance, with light and mist swirling around, making the whole world dim in comparison, beautiful like a work of art. Quick, tell me, how did you obtain it? Tang Hao's rough hand gripped your arm tightly, the immense strength causing you to feel a dull pain. Old man Tang, what are you doing? Old Jack, seeing his grandson being bullied like this, leaned on his cane and was about to lecture Tang Hao. But Tang Hao's sharp gaze pushed him back. Something's not right. Something's not right. Old Jack mumbled to himself. This is my own awakened martial soul, and has nothing to do with my grandfather, you said in a deep voice, straightening the joystick and staring directly into Tang Hao's fierce eyes, showing no fear. Tang Hao focused his attention on you, snorting a few times. Kid, you still don't know, do you? Ordinary people can only awaken the blue-silver grass martial soul. It's impossible to awaken the blue-silver emperor martial soul unless you fall into one of these two possibilities. The first possibility is that you are a blue-silver grass soul beast that has transformed after 100,000 years of cultivation, naturally able to awaken the blue-silver emperor martial soul. The second possibility is that you awakened the blue-silver grass martial soul, but through killing the blue-silver emperor soul beast, your blue-silver grass underwent a second evolution into the blue-silver emperor martial soul. Clearly, you are not a soul beast, which means your martial soul evolved from blue-silver grass to blue-silver emperor. Tang Hao's eyes burst with a chilling light, and a wave of hostility surged towards you, making the weak you almost unable to breathe, each breath becoming a strenuous task. Killing God domain. Tang Hao actually used this against a 6-year-old child. You fell into a deadly crisis. Chapter 21. Tang Hao's interrogation, ruthless action, danger. Tang Hao questioned you. He felt that your blue-silver emperor had an improper origin, and he could sense the aura of Ain on you with his dull-level strength. Tang Hao showed hostility towards you. You were nearly suffocating. Old man Tang, what exactly do you want? Old Jack saw your discomfort and tried to push Tang Hao, but was astonished to find that he couldn't budge Tang Hao at all. Tang Hao seemed annoyed by being disturbed by such an insignificant being. He waved his hand lightly, and old Jack flew away like a kite with a broken string. Grandpa, you exclaimed in panic as Grandpa was pushed to the ground. Given his age, how could he withstand Tang Hao's strength? Fortunately, old Jack was only severely injured. After coughing up a few mouthfuls of blood, he staggered to his feet. For you, he still limped over, wanted to stop this mad Tang Hao. Tang Hao is not so kind. The fact that he hadn't killed old Jack just now was already considered merciful in his eyes. If he were to be disturbed again, even considering the years of care, he would strike without hesitation. Tang Hao's reasoning was simple, even more ruthless than Tang San's. In his view, only family and himself mattered the most. Everything else could be disregarded. As for ordinary mortals, Who cares about the lives of these insignificant beings? Tang Hao's eyes gleamed with menace. If it weren't for the care old Jack had shown little San over the years, he might have died just now. Grandpa, don't come over. You saw clearly that a soul master like Tang Hao, coming from a clan, looked down upon ordinary mortals, completely disregarding their lives. How despicable. You were filled with anger. Did being a soul master grant you the right to slaughter mortals at will? Just because you were a soul master, could you act against the rules with impunity? You felt a surge of determination in your heart, silently vowing to change this sick system. Old Jack seemed to sense Tang Hao's killing intent and hesitated for a moment. But when he saw you being gripped by Tang Hao, he finally took a step forward. Although you were not old Jack's biological grandson, he had always treated you like family and regarded you as his own. With no descendants, all his hopes rested on you. He felt Tang Hao had gone mad, and even if it meant risking his life, he had to save you. Therefore, old Jack took that fateful step. Tang Hao was not one to merely talk. This heartless and ungrateful person would truly slaughter mortals. Grandpa, hurry and run. You called out to him, suppressing the bitterness of suffocation. Old Jack shook his head helplessly, refusing to listen to you. Xian, let me out. I need to talk to Hao. At that moment, Yin, who you had deliberately placed in the spirit sea, couldn't sit still anymore. Although Yin was not a mortal, her pure nature as a plant-type soul beast couldn't bear to witness the massacre of mortals. If there were a grudge, it could be understood, but to kill for no reason, especially when this old grandpa had shown kindness to little San, how could one kill? At such an old age, just because Hao looked down on him, he had to die? What was the difference between this and those unscrupulous soul masters who randomly slaughter soul beasts? Hao, you are disappointing me too much. Yin insisted on coming out to confront Tang Hao and wanted to distance herself from him, believing that a person with such an evil attitude could not teach little San. You heard Yin's plea, and you chose. 1. To let her out and confront Tang Hao properly. Fight. How exciting. 2. Not to let her out, continue to maneuver with Tang Hao, but old Jack might be in danger. 3. To participate personally. At this moment, Qianqiu Xuan was caught in an extremely difficult choice. He never expected Tang Hao to be so ruthless, actually wanted to kill old Jack. Yin, kind-hearted, wanted to come out to stop all this. But, Aunt, if you come out, it will really be the end. Grandpa and I are doomed, and perhaps in his fury, Tang Hao might even slaughter the entire Holy Soul village. So, Yin absolutely cannot be released. At least until Yin is not released, Tang Hao won't truly kill me. After all, he still needs to verify whether the real Yin is still in that cave. But Qianqiu Xuan estimated it would be a 10 to 1 chance of survival. Tang Hao's personality would not allow him to live, not even as a 6-year-old child. Qianqiu Xuan hesitated. For him, this was merely a simulation. He had always participated from an observer's perspective. For an observer, the best thing to do was to stand by and watch. If someone died, so be it. After all, it was just a simulation. It had no effect on his reality. At worst, he could come back next time. But Qianqiu Xuan froze. Did he really have no feelings for Yin? Could he really abandon the grandfather who had cared for him since childhood? Would he really stand by and watch a soul master slaughter mortals? When he asked his heart, the answer was no. He was not an unfeeling and ungrateful person. Perhaps he was just a small figure, but he would do his utmost. Qianqiu Xuan made his decision without hesitation. 3. To participate directly. With Qianqiu Xuan's participation, the reincarnation monument in his mind seemed to awaken from slumber, shaking violently, with the ancient inscriptions shining brightly, emitting a chaotic aura. At this moment, the stone tablets slowly emitted light, and a vortex as deep as a black hole quietly expanded, gradually pulling Qianqiu Xuan into it. Qianqiu Xuan felt as if he had stepped into a chaotic void, with the surrounding space spinning wildly. Stars moved, and the universe was turned upside down. The indescribable dizziness made him restless, and the scene before his eyes began to become chaotic and disordered. Facing this chaotic vortex, Qianqiu Xuan gritted his teeth and concentrated his will. After a moment, he slowly opened his eyes. He then realized that a disheveled, middle-aged man in his 40s was standing in front of him, while a kindly old man on his right was taking care of him. In his hand, the brilliant blue-silver emperor was blooming, shining brightly. Oh, right. There was also the melodious voice from the spirit sea. Xiao Xian, let me out quickly. Only I can stop Tang Hao. I can't let him make more mistakes. The god of death's domain still affected him, making it hard for him to breathe. Everything felt incredibly real, as if there really was such a magical world. Qianqiu Xuan smiled. Life simulation, isn't it just a simulation of life? Whether true or false, my heart will not change. After a pause, he stood tall and looked directly into Tang Hao's eyes. Uncle, don't you want to know how my blue-silver emperor martial soul awakened? I'll tell you. My grandfather is innocent. Spare his life. Tang Hao was surprised by your sudden change in demeanor, but then his attention shifted back to your words. He punched old Jack away with great force, leaving him half dead and unable to move. At this moment, Tang Hao turned his gaze to you, his sharp eyes questioning. Kid, tell me how the blue-silver emperor came to be. He wasn't worried about you lying because he was confident in his own strength. You didn't pretend, but deliberately feigned weakness. It was my third brother who instructed me to do this, and it naturally became like this. Third brother? Tang Hao exclaimed in confusion, glaring at you fiercely. After confirming that you weren't lying, he grabbed you like a chick and went straight to find Tang San. From the looks of it, grandfather could be spared. But the outcome still wasn't very good. Hopefully, Tang San can have some influence on Tang Hao. Chapter 22. A crisis. A beautiful woman to the rescue? Not Bibi Dong. Qianqiu Xuan was lifted by one hand. Tang Hao's rough skin mixed with the strong smell of alcohol constantly eroded Qianqiu Xuan's psychological defenses. The fact proved that despite having simulated many times and believing he had a lot of experience, when faced with the actual situation, Qianqiu Xuan still felt like a naive child. I have seen too little. Qianqiu Xuan pondered. The silver in his spirit sea had been urging him. Xiao Xian, let me out quickly. Tang Hao really has murderous intent. We can't let him make more mistakes. Xiao Xian, are you listening? Ayin was anxious. She had never seen such a cold and ruthless Tang Hao. He didn't even spare children. Qianqiu Xuan shook his head, smiling faintly. Andy, it doesn't matter what we say now. Tang Ritian is completely blinded by rage. The waiting period was short, yet it felt long. Qianqiu Xuan continuously estimated Tang Hao's strength, which was indeed unfathomable. No wonder he was a title Douluo. With a loud crash, Qianqiu Xuan was heavily slammed to the ground. Intense pain pierced through him, making him unable to suppress a few cries. Father, why are you here? Tang San was practicing Tang sex techniques, completely unaware of his father's arrival. This was quite strange. With his senses, he could usually notice even the slightest disturbance. How could his father evade his spiritual awareness this time? But what puzzled him more was why his Tang Sec Jr. was being thrown to the ground by his father, who was still in a furious state. What happened? Xiao San, did you tell this kid how to awaken the blue-silver emperor? Even as his son, Tang Hao's tone was still somewhat unfriendly. Tang San trembled at his father's sudden, imposing questioning. He had only seen this kind of pressure from the elders of the Tang sect. His father was just an ordinary blacksmith. Where did this pressure come from? And what was the blue-silver emperor? Tang San kept his wits about him, not rushing to answer or refuse. In his heart, he felt closer to this junior brother who was helping him rebuild the sect than to this father with whom he had a shallow emotional connection. Father, what happened? Tang San pointed at Qianqiu Xuan, deliberately avoiding the topic. Xiao San, I asked you whether you told this kid how to awaken the blue-silver emperor. Tang Hao emphasized his tone again, his attitude very unfriendly. The aura around him continued to strengthen, seemingly returning to the invincible Douluo of the past. Tang San had never seen his father like this. For a moment, he was at a loss. My child, how? You were so ruthless. In the spirit sea, Ayin couldn't help but feel heartbroken at this scene, never expecting that Tang Hao would be so harsh even toward their child. Ayin thought that was one thing to neglect the child, but why make things so difficult for him? At this moment, Qianqiu Xuan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Auntie, you can't just see Tang San. I was bullied by Tang Ritian too. Damn, it really hurts. Qianqiu Xuan's childlike body couldn't withstand such a fall, and it took him a while to struggle to his feet. Xiao San, answer me quickly. Tang Hao lowered his voice, his tone already showing signs of anger. This was a sign of wanting to kill. Qianqiu Xuan lamented his fate. Facing this scene, Sam was also flustered. He thought his father had come to question him. This. San glanced at Qianqiu Xuan, who had just gotten up. He was his junior brother, his right-hand man in rebuilding the Tang sect. How could he abandon him? But now, in this critical moment, he had to protect his own life. Only then could he rebuild the Tang sect and make it great again. So, junior brother, I'm sorry. For the greater good, I must abandon you. I believe that if you knew the whole story, you wouldn't blame me. San felt a sense of righteousness and suddenly understood the situation. He ruthlessly made the decision to cut ties. Father, I don't know what the Blue-Silver Emperor is, and I have nothing to do with him. San answered the question nonchalantly, simultaneously distancing himself from Qianqiu Xuan without leaving a trace. There was no relationship at all. Although he didn't know what it was about, he figured that when it came time to face punishment, it wouldn't involve him, San. It was just a pity for his junior brother. There was no other choice. For the sect to become great again, sacrifices had to be made. Junior brother, I will remember you. Hearing San's response, Hao paused for a moment, and Qianqiu Xuan also froze for a moment. Damn it, San. It's one thing not to help, but how could you stab me in the back? What do you mean you have nothing to do with it? You stole my medicine, ate my things, used my stuff, and you say it doesn't matter? You speak so easily. It's over. Initially hoping that San would mediate, he never expected he would turn around and stab Qianqiu Xuan. Damn it, no wonder he is Tang Xinhuang. His attacks are ruthless and decisive. Qianqiu Xuan cursed a few times in his heart, and now he had to face Hao's wrath. So kid, what else do you have to say? I ask you, how did your Blue-Silver Emperor martial soul come to be? Hao's eyes flashed coldly as he lifted Qianqiu Xuan by the neck, slowly applying pressure. It was a deliberate attempt to keep Qianqiu Xuan on the brink of life and death, constantly tormenting him. After all, he was someone who had come out of the city of slaughter. How could he not have means? It must be said that Qianqiu Xuan was truly tormented to the point of wanting to die and ascend, holding tightly onto your neck, not allowing you to breathe or exhale. Just when you were about to suffocate, they would loosen their grip just a little, allowing you to barely survive on a thin breath. Coupled with the immense pressure from their arms, almost his entire body was bearing this tremendous force. What a fine Hao Ian Douluo! Qianqiu Xuan's gaze turned cold, lamenting that his little life might be given up here. Hao seemed quite confident in his methods, coldly staring at Qianqiu Xuan. It was a matter of who could endure more. Don't you want to know how my Blue-Silver Emperor came about? Qianqiu Xuan said coldly, his speech broken due to difficulty in breathing. Upon hearing this, Hao sneered a few times. I don't need to know anymore. You have successfully annoyed me, and I will make you suffer all the pains of the world before you die. Hao was furious, his imposing aura striking like a rainbow. Sin watched in a daze. Was this still the unkempt father he remembered? How could he be so powerful? Thankfully, he had dodged quickly just now. At this moment, Ian was in tears as the worst scene was about to unfold. Lil Xian was really going to die. She would also die with him. That was a small matter. But she couldn't let Xiao San see his father kill his mother. How cruel you are. Yin's eyes were filled with tears as she repeatedly apologized to Qianqiu Xuan. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have been so willful. Annie, it's okay if I die, then I die. Qianqiu Xuan responded with unusual indifference. This simulation had indeed helped him grow a lot. A genius who didn't grow wouldn't deserve the title of genius. It was just a pity. The situation seemed to have reached its lowest point. There was no turning back. Qianqiu Xuan had only 15 levels of soul power and no power to resist. Was he really going to end here? Impossible. How could someone with such luck die so easily? Just when he was at this dead end, an unexpected change occurred. Not far away, a deep purple spider web was spewing forth, enveloped in a haze of purple poison gas. The web expanded as it flew through the air, directly ensnaring San. This is the Death Spider Emperor? Hao snorted coldly, staring straight ahead. Bibi Dongs, show all your abilities. Bibi Dongs? Both Qianqiu Xuan and Ian were taken aback. How could she appear here? At this moment, an extraordinarily beautiful figure appeared in everyone's view. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty, dressed in white like snow, resembling a water lily, flawless and pure, with fair skin and nearly perfect features, making her stand out, especially the noble and holy aura exuding from her made one unable to resist the urge to worship. If it weren't for the evil aura of her poison spider martial soul, she could truly be mistaken for a fairy. However, the only flaw was that the woman wore a delicate veil that obscured her flawless face. After being reminded, Qianqiu Xuan focused closely. Hey, don't say it. It really looks like her. It really is Bibi Dongs. However, logically speaking, she should still be in the Spear Hall, acting as the successor to the ruler of the underworld, right? Why would she come here for no reason? Moreover, this Bibi Dongs seemed too elegant, just like his master. How could she have that kind of crazy and extreme temperament? Qianqiu Xuan was very confused, but the situation on the field changed in an instant. The woman gently waved her hand. In an instant, Tang San was instantly beside her. Tang Hao, let go of that child. The woman's proud and dignified voice pointed directly at Qianqiu Xuan. It was obvious she was threatening him with Tang San. You're very good. Tang Hao sneered, but suddenly became suspicious. A 95th level title Douluo? Why is your soul power so low? No, you can't be Bibi Dongs. Who are you? You're finished. Don't think about my wife. Qianqiu Xuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth forming an incredulous arc. This ISNT his master? No doubt about it. It was indeed his master. Having shared a bed with his master for many years, Qianqiu Xuan understood her very well. He was incredibly certain that if nothing unexpected happened, the woman who looked so much like the current Pope Bibi Dongs was indeed his master from another world. This was getting more and more puzzling. Everything was challenging Qianqiu Xuan's worldview. However, even if he recognized her, the current situation was not optimistic. Bibi Dongs had captured Tang San, while Tang Hao held onto Qianqiu Xuan, forming a deadlock. Tang Hao's sharp aura was evident, and his cautious gaze swept around the surroundings. Since Bibi Dongs had come, could other Douluos from the Spirit Hall be nearby? After all, he was a reckless man, and his spiritual sense was not that detailed. He could only sense emptiness. No ambush. Tang Hao looked at Bibi Dongs seriously and said in a low voice, Who are you? Let him go. The woman continued to command Tang Hao with cold, emotionless words. It had been a long time since Tang Hao had heard such a commanding tone. How could she be so confident? You're just a 95th level title Douluo. How can you compare with my 96th level Hao Ian Hammer? He knew that after level 90, each level was a world apart, and a difference of one level was a gap as vast as heaven and earth. Not to mention that the martial soul of a 96th level soul master was the Hao Ian Hammer, known as the #1 weapon soul in the world. Although Tang Hao had been self-destructive and had not made progress for a long time, his former foundation was still there. Who would win in the end was still uncertain. If you want to fight, then let us fight, Tang Hao replied domineeringly, thinking that his sheer brute strength made him invincible. Let him go. Bibi Dongs replied again with a cold voice. At the same time, the merciless and cold spiderweb was wrapping around Tang San layer by layer, the force growing stronger and tighter, gradually threatening to engulf little Tang San. At this moment, Tang San also felt an indescribable suffocation. It felt as if several mountains were choking his throat. Father, save me. Tang San gasped for air, stuttering. Upon hearing this, Tang Hao's expression changed. He still felt guilty towards Tang San. He couldn't really let little San die, could he? However, he had not expected this woman to be so ruthless. Did she really not fear that he would die with her? Let him go. I will let him go. Tang Hao snorted coldly and threw Qianqiu Xuan to the ground. He had some guesses about the blue-silver emperor in his hands, but little San was the most important. He couldn't afford to think too much at that moment. Bibi Dongs also slowly released her hold on Tang San. Could these two proud Douluos really negotiate peacefully like this? Tang Hao's killing god domain was still acting on Qianqiu Xuan. With Qianqiu Xuan's delicate body, as long as he was within Tang Hao's domain, he could be killed at any moment. Similarly, Tang San had also been injected with a lot of deadly toxins. Even as a master of poison, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. It was indeed true, that old saying. The scorpion's tail is the most poisonous, and a woman's heart is the most cruel. Tang San lamented in his heart, realizing that he was being offered no way out. In an instant, he looked at Qianqiu Xuan across from him, blinking his eyes affectionately, as if they shared a deep sympathy. My good junior brother, I have come to share your suffering. In reality, Tang Sen wanted to plead with Qianqiu Xuan to say something nice to the woman controlling him, or else this poison might really take half his life. However, Qianqiu Xuan had no time to pay attention to Tang San. He was lost in his own thoughts. Aunt, were you out of your mind back then to choose such a man? It's one thing to have no ability, but to fall into self-destruction after a setback. Drinking and degrading himself every day is utterly useless. The most frustrating part is that he hit me, a 6-year-old child, and even gave him a sense of superiority. And your son, not only does he stand by and do nothing in the face of danger, but he also adds insult to injury. How many of my herbs has he stolen? Qianqiu Xuan was personally involved in the simulation and did not possess the simple and earnest character of Qianqiu Xuan himself. Throughout, he acted as an observer, and now that he had the opportunity, he felt it necessary to vent his frustrations. Tang San, idiot Tang Hao. With that said, the innocent Ain felt a bit embarrassed. The melancholic mood she had created was completely shattered. I don't know. At that time, Hao was clearly the most outstanding human soul master I had ever seen, and he was very friendly towards soul beasts. Several times when I was in danger, he saved me. As for Xiao San, it seems Hao has fallen into depravity and never taught him the principles of being a person, which formed his temperament. However, in just half a day, Ain could see clearly Tang Hao and Tang San's true natures, without the filter of years apart. The reality was worlds apart from her imagination. Why are this father and son so unreliable? Qianqiu Xuan was now tormented by the god of killing domain, his mind in a state of panic, a nauseating dizziness pressing down on him, wanting to live and wanting to die. I'm not doing well, and Tang Hao, don't think you can live on. Aunt, in my opinion, you should sharpen your eyes. A man like Tang Hao is unreliable. Perhaps when he first met you, he was after your identity as a 100,000-year soul beast. Upon hearing this, Ain immediately shook her head. No. How didn't he know I was a 100,000-year soul beast? And even if he did, he could have continued. Aunt, stop. You've overlooked the most critical point. Qianqiu Xuan held deep meaning. Do you think, Aunt, that back then the genius soul master Tang Hao, who was about to reach level 90, could not know your true identity? Ain had nothing to strongly conceal her aura. She could deceive ordinary soul masters, but not high-level ones. Ain hesitated. Aunt, you can see that Tang Hao is also a ruthless character. This god of killing domain requires killing many people to obtain, and such a person is always rich in battle awareness. So even the smallest detail could raise his suspicions. So the question arises, at that time, when wandering the continent, Aunt happened to encounter the nearly level 90 Tang Hao, who had already discovered your identity, but chose not to speak it out. Why not? Because he wanted your 100,000-year soul beast as his 9th soul ring. With Tang Hao's pride, being a genius known across the continent in his early years, such arrogance naturally wouldn't he allow his 9th soul ring to be an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. It must be the most noble 100,000-year soul ring to match his identity. And at that moment, Aunt, you just happened to appear in front of him. Tang Hao didn't rush to act. 1. He wasn't yet at level 90. And 2. Killing you in the main city would bring a lot of trouble. So he chose to wander with you. Oh, by the way, it seems Tang Hao also had an unaware older brother following you. However, what no one expected was that Tang Hao had unknowingly fallen in love with Aunt. So the worst outcome did not occur. But if you investigate carefully, Aunt, you can sense many things that feel off, right? Ain shook her head, looking pained, her voice trembling with a plea. Xiao Xian, don't say anymore. How? He would be like this. Whether he is or not, Aunt understands. Qianqiu Xuan took on the role of an observer, regardless of the plot. Just damn it. Dog Tang Hao, I don't believe you didn't have this thought at first. And that little Wu, I guess you were also planning to find a good soul ring for Tang San, right? Truly worthy of being from the Tang family. Tang is finished. At this moment, he deliberately gave time for thought, but in reality, it was the final strike. As long as Ain wasn't foolish and connected the dots, she would realize that things previously ignored now seemed very wrong. Many of Tang Hao's initial behaviors were indeed very strange, completely appearing to be ill-intentioned. Impossible. How would never be like this? Ain shook her head in self-denial, but tears began to flow down her cheeks uncontrollably. Could it be I really misjudged him? Could it be I really am that foolish, being sold and still thanking the seller? Could it be soul beasts really can't find true love? Just as Ain was doubting the world, her body suddenly felt a warm embrace. At that moment, a gentle and soft male voice rang out from behind her. Aunt, don't be afraid. I will always love you. Chapter 24. Confession to Ain. Hesitation. Boldness. Being suddenly held by a pair of warm arms. Ain's delicate body trembled. She quickly turned around, only to find a handsome young man standing behind her. The young man was dressed in blue, and his exquisite, noble aura could not be concealed. His bright and pure eyes revealed warmth and gentleness, with a hint of elegance and confidence in his smile, exuding an innate noble presence, as if he were a deity descended from the heavens. But this young man actually embraced her. For some reason, Ain's fair face suddenly flushed. She hurriedly broke free from the young man's embrace, panicking. You. Who are you? How did you get here? Ain's flustered expression was not feigned. After all, this was Xiaoxian's spiritual sea, and how could an ordinary person enter? Yet this man not only entered quietly, but also took liberties with her. Qianqiu Xuan was taken aback, seeing Ain's reaction, and was both happy and amused. And it's me, Qiu Xuan. He briefly explained his identity, and then looked at Ain with sincere eyes. No ill intentions. Qiu Xuan? After hearing this explanation, Ain gradually began to believe it. But when she thought of the young man's earlier intimate embrace, her pretty face still couldn't help but turn red, feeling quite embarrassed. Aunt, you finally recognized me? Qianqiu Xuan was overjoyed and walked toward Ain. After Ain confirmed that the person in front of her was the Xiaoxian she knew, she didn't feel much of a need to guard against him anymore. However, the young man's earlier hug made it hard for her to control herself. That feeling was so strange, leaving Ain's heart unable to calm down. Suddenly, Aunt, not knowing when, Qianqiu Xuan ran to Ain's side again and grabbed her hand. Ain, caught in her own mental turmoil, was caught off guard and seized by him. Xiaoxian, what? What are you going to do? Ain saw the young man acting so recklessly, even taking the initiative to play with her hand, and she shyly protested. Qianqiu Xuan, having received that snow-white jade hand, did not rush to speak. He quietly admired it in his hand. TSK, TSK, TSK. It must be said, as expected of Tang San's mother, the protagonist's mother is indeed perfect in every aspect. But looking at this snow-white jade hand with long, slender fingers, crystal clear like beautiful mutton fat jade, just right. The touch at the fingertips was even more gentle and delicate. However, Qianqiu Xuan was not a fool. After appreciating it, he returned the hand to Ain. Auntie, what I said just now is not false. Tang has ulterior motives towards you, but I do not. His gaze was blank, staring directly at the graceful woman before him. The passage of time had not diminished this perfect woman, but instead added a few more mature charms, making her breathtakingly beautiful. Xiaoxian, what are you saying? Ain stammered, retracting her right hand that had just been played with. Her face flushed. In her heart, she felt both shy and angry. How could Xiaoxian do this? She was clearly his elder. How could she act so recklessly? What made her even more ashamed was that she did not have a strong attitude of rejection. It seemed she was not too resistant to the young man's affection. How could this be? As a married woman and a mother, Ain valued her chastity greatly. She never imagined that in this lifetime she would be touched by another man's hand. Being conservative, she had no idea what to do. Auntie, to be honest, I really like you. At this moment, Qianqiu Xuan took 2 steps forward, wrapping Ain's delicate body in his arms. Ain playfully protested, her expression full of resistance as she tried to break free from the young man's embrace. But Qianqiu Xuan was the master of this realm. Ain's strength could not push him away, and in the end, she found herself in his embrace. Ain bit her lips, clenching her skirt tightly, silently staring at Qianqiu Xuan, her heart filled with shame and anger. How could it be like this? This boy, whom she viewed as a child, had actually forcefully held her in his arms and even repeatedly said he liked her? Did he not know she was a married woman? But now, every time Ain thought about being nestled against the young man's chest, she couldn't help but blush, and her heart grew increasingly restless. Qianqiu Xuan had long anticipated a Yin's reaction. He knew her feelings towards him were not bad. As long as he did not go too far, she would not resist too much. And that was indeed how things developed. What was needed now was a reason. A suitable excuse that could help Ain break through her psychological defenses and convince her. Thus, Qianqiu Xuan forced a bitter smile. Annie, actually, I didn't want to say this, but you also saw. He pointed to the scene displayed in the Sea of Consciousness, which was the standoff between Bibi Dongs and Tang Hao. Tang Hao wants to kill me, and he doesn't even care about Tang San's safety. I fear I won't escape death today. Ain paused, but when she saw Xiao Xian only holding her without any other inappropriate actions, she breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that Xiao Xian's thoughts were pure and would never do anything reckless. But suddenly hearing Xiao Xian's parting words made her heart feel uneasy. Ain slightly nodded, her face reddening from shyness. Xiao Xian, that won't happen. Just let me go so I can talk to Hao properly. We can resolve the conflict and everything will be fine. She was indeed a kind-hearted woman, still thinking about saving Qianqiu Xuan. Qianqiu Xuan shook his head and smiled lightly, gently holding Ain, still able to feel the delicate, smooth fabric of her dress, which was fragrant and rich. Auntie, you're thinking too simply. If Tang Hao were really so easy to talk to, he wouldn't be him. Once you come out, I would truly be dead without a trace. Hearing this despairing statement filled with death, Ain broke free and suddenly raised her head, gently looking at the handsome and noble young man, taking several deep breaths, but unable to calm her restless heart. Finally, she blushed and softly pleaded, Xiao Xian, trust me this once. Hao will definitely listen to me. Auntie, Tang Hao is in this state. Do you still think he is the same Hao Tian Douluo as before? At this moment, Qianqiu Xuan spoke a heart-wrenching truth. Yes, Tang Hao had willingly fallen, disregarding his son, even wielding his blade against mortals, not sparing ordinary children. Was this still the once proud and invincible Hao Tian Douluo? Clearly not. His ambitions had long since vanished. Now, he was merely a soulless shell, left with a murderous heart. Qianqiu Xuan could see this. And Ain naturally could too. She was the one who could see most clearly. How will he listen to me? Ain was a bit unsure. After all, would the Hao who didn't care about his son's life listen to the words of a married woman? So, Auntie, I am definitely dead. Qianqiu Xuan pretended to be pessimistic, revealing a pale smile. But I can't just die without knowing why. I want to express my feelings. I like you, Auntie. That's right, Auntie, just as you imagine. I like every part of you. A Yin's heart jolted, instinctively turning her head away, avoiding the young man's fiery gaze. But I have a husband and I'm older than you. She herself did not understand why she needed to explain. Wasn't this fundamentally impossible? But she couldn't help but have a good impression of this young man, unconsciously saying it out loud, as if she were genuinely considering this affection. These things don't matter, Auntie. I originally wouldn't have said it out loud. Qianqiu Xuan suddenly raised his tone, firmly gazing into the beautiful and radiant eyes of the woman in his arms, saying passionately, Auntie, I am going to die now. Saying it is just to die more painlessly. It's just a pity for you that you haven't properly said goodbye to this world before leaving with me. At this moment, Ain gently shook her head. It's okay. Once I see Xiao San, I won't have any regrets. But I do. I haven't obtained you yet. Suddenly, Qianqiu Xuan sighed deeply. I didn't expect that at this last moment I could finally express my feelings. That's not too regrettable. Xiao Xian, this can't be Auntie, I know you want to refuse, which is why I have to say it. Since I'm going to die anyway, it's enough for you to know my feelings. Qianqiu Xuan forced a relieved smile. This pitiful and sorrowful expression made Ain feel heartbroken. At the same time, she felt guilt. She indeed owed this young man too much, even involving his death, to the point that it was truly hard to repay. But between her and Xiao Xian, there was absolutely no possibility. Perhaps, after death, they could meet again in another life. And maybe they could truly become a couple. At least, there was no hope in this life. just as Ain was still entangled in guilt. Qianqiu Xuan felt the soft and tender body in his arms, and he leaned down to gently kiss the delicate face that seemed to be blowable. Auntie, I love you. Chapter 25. Qianqiu Xuan's relentless pursuit, a yin's genuine feelings, taking the initiative to express love. The young man's fiery affection came at her like a wave, and such bold and deep love words were particularly tantalizing. Even though Ain had 100,000 years of experience before Qianqiu Xuan, she still felt at a loss like an innocent little girl. She never expected that the other party would directly kiss her. But in a yin's heart, there was no shame or anger, only a faint sorrow. Has Xiaoxian's love for her changed? How should she face it? She didn't know. After a long silence, Ain lowered her head like a frightened little bird, her beautiful face blushing intensely. Auntie, I am sincere. To be honest, Qianqiu Xuan initially had his eye on Ain just to annoy Tang San. He thought it would be just a simulation, something to play around with. But he never expected that this simulation would be too real, with every character having flesh and blood, their emotions so rich as if they truly existed. Even after personally simulating it, he felt that this world seemed to have genuinely existed. Undeniably, after personally engaging, he developed real feelings for this kind-hearted, innocent yet resilient, beautiful woman. Since it was a simulated world, he thought it would be better to speak the truth. Hiding it would only lead to regret later. Qianqiu Xuan thought this way, knowing that with Tang Hao's vengeful and ruthless character, he would undoubtedly die. So, he was truly prepared to express his feelings at the simulated moment of death. He expected Ain would reject him outright and scold him for being shameless. But unexpectedly, this mature and charming woman, upon hearing his heartfelt words, became bashful like a teenage girl, her eyelashes fluttering and her face flushed. Ain was indeed very beautiful. It was a kind of innocent beauty combined with the sediment of time, making her every gesture full of charm. Yet, such a perfect woman lay in his embrace. Qianqiu Xuan found it hard to imagine. The simulated world was too real. He couldn't anticipate how each character would truly react. Holding the delicate figure in his arms, he gently grasped the beautiful woman's fair, delicate hand from behind. The touch was crystal clear, soft and smooth. Xiaoxian don't. Qianqiu Xuan's boldness was undoubtedly a test, gradually touching a yin's conservative boundaries. Although Ain was shy and annoyed, she had no way to resist the young man. She could only let him play with her hand. His movements were gentle and light, merely holding her hand. Yet even so, the pure and innocent Ain still found it unacceptable. This was bullying her. The more Ain wanted to break free, the tighter the young man's embrace became. Gradually, they nestled closely together, their skin touching intimately. A yin's face turned a deep shade of red, her misty eyes resembling a spring water pool, and her jade teeth biting down on her soft red lips. She felt ashamed and nervous. Auntie, don't you know my feelings? Qianqiu Xuan's voice remained light as the wind, warm as jade, as he rested his head on the woman's trembling shoulder. The delicate contact and gentle scent of the beautiful woman, like 100 flowers, filled his senses. It was cool yet refreshing. Ain lightly scolded, her cheeks flushed, shyness and inexplicable emotions making her even more radiant. Xiaoxian, I know, but we can't, my child is about your age, and I still have how. Annie, can age really stand in the way of true love? And that Tang Hao, he wants to kill you, and you still consider him. But Ain shook her head in confusion, her big, beautiful eyes blinking innocently, as if she felt her previous rejection was too simple and began to search for new reasons. However, Qianqiu Xuan would not sit idly by. He gently reached out, wrapping his arms around the beautiful woman's soft waist, whispering in her ear, Auntie, it's too late to refuse now. We are both going to be lost. Why not just agree to my confession? No, Xiaoxian, you're still young. Suddenly, as if finding the most suitable reason, Ain let out a breath of relief. Yes, Xiaoxian is still young. This cannot be accepted. Qianqiu Xuan was taken aback, never expecting Ain to bring this up. It had to be said, this was indeed a brilliant rejection. He really couldn't find a rebuttal. Xiaoxian, matters of love and affection, you are still too young to understand. You may just think I look good, and lacking maternal love, unconsciously project that maternal identity onto me. But in reality, this isn't love at all. Ain appeared somewhat shy, her pretty face blushing, her eyes misty as if tears were about to fall, her pearly teeth lightly biting her red lips. In truth, to say she had no feelings for this young man was a lie. But as a woman, her chastity and morals made Ain unwilling to accept it all. She did not want to be a shameless woman, although Xiaoxian was indeed excellent. But in this life, she and Xiaoxian could only be friends. They could never be lovers. Perhaps, if I were to transform a few years later, I might have met Xiaoxian from the start. But now that the identity is set, it must not be chaotic. Ain believed she found a suitable reason to directly cut off this entanglement. Although her heart felt empty, she had to sever it from the root. Otherwise, she feared her heart would be completely entangled with the young man. However, this reason based on age was good. But who is Qianqiu Xuan? He wouldn't accept it at all, looking at the alluringly beautiful woman in his arms. Qianqiu Xuan no longer cared for any reasoning. As a gentleman, adhering to the principle of speaking rather than acting, he immediately kissed her. This time was not just skin, but those enchanting crimson lips. Ogentokish. The fragrance wafted, as if surrounded by a sea of flowers. The touch was soft and delicate, with a moist breath. Ain was momentarily stunned. Xiaoxian. Why isn't he following the usual script? But then she reacted, hurriedly trying to push Qianqiu Xuan away. Yet, she couldn't move at all. The young man's affection grew hotter and bolder. Xiaoxian, what are you doing? MMM. Ain panicked, her lips pressing lightly to signal the young man to retreat. Qianqiu Xuan did not give up. He continued to embrace her passionately. Gradually, the beautiful woman's resistance weakened. However, Yin's eyes widened in shock, her expression dazed, and after a while, her beautiful eyes were misty. Her naive and confused gaze showed her heart was not at peace. Ultimately, does Xiaoxian still want to bully me? Ain closed her eyes, avoiding the face of Qianqiu Xuan that troubled her. Forget it. Let us consider it as Xiaoxian lacking love, and I can comfort him. After a long while, Qianqiu Xuan finally released his hold, allowing the tense Ain to breathe again. Yin's face resembled a peach blossom, her moist red lips parting as she breathed in fresh air. Concerned, Xiaoxian, I know you lack maternal love, and he understands. You should feel much better now, right? Qianqiu Xuan was still immersed in the wonderful feeling from before. To be honest, in his past lives, and with so many simulations, he had never so boldly kissed a woman directly. For some reason, he couldn't control himself when he saw Ain. He thought Ain would be angry afterward, but instead, she was concerned about him. Did she really take him as a child lacking love? Silly woman. Annie, I don't lack maternal love. I only lack Annie's love. After calming down, Qianqiu Xuan said to Ain affectionately, Annie, we are already in this kind of relationship. Can't we be together? Xiaoxian, Ain fell silent. In fact, during the kiss, just now, she seemed to gradually realize her true feelings. She turned her head back in surprise, and immediately her cheeks flushed with 2 shades of red, looking particularly bright in this enchanting and ambiguous environment. Xiaoxian, I love you too, but can you let me think about it for a while? Yin's expression softened considerably, yet she shyly averted her gaze like a little girl. Her delicate body twisted slightly, resting on Qianqiu Xuan's chest, lost in thought for a long time without speaking. Her pretty face was slightly flushed as she buried her head deep in Qianqiu Xuan's embrace, her body twisting again. After a few moments, a hint of expectation and restlessness emerged in Yin's repeatedly tangled heart. How had already betrayed their agreement. Not only did he fail to take good care of the mistress, but he even wanted to put her in danger. The mistress herself, lacking the integrity and righteousness Ain had in her heart, had resorted to thievery like a criminal. Ain was very disappointed. She willingly sacrificed herself to reunite with her family, ready to return to the time when she couldn't walk. But she never expected such an outcome. To be honest, it really wasn't worth it. However, although Ain was a spirit beast, she still placed great importance on the concept of chastity that humans valued. Even though the boy she admired had expressed his love several times, she remained unmoved. But now, she felt a bit hesitant. Perhaps starting a new life wouldn't be so bad. At the very least, she couldn't know this boy who had always treated her well, right? Whether it was gratitude or love, Ying didn't have much resistance in her heart towards Qianqiu Xuan. She was wavering. Xiaoxian, I. Yin's heart was confused and restless, her expression entangled and shy like a little girl in love. Finally, she broke through her shyness and spoke her heart. I really like you, Xiaoxian. Really, can I be your wife? Instantly after saying this, Yin lowered her head shyly like a little woman, her stunning face blushing deeply, evoking pity. She tightly hugged you, resting her flushed cheek on your chest, constantly nuzzling like a little kitten, murmuring, Xiaoxian, and he really loves you. I know, it's my fault that you're like this. Xiaoxian, can you forgive Annie? Xiaoxian, do you really like Annie? Yin seemed to gradually immerse herself in the role, and she began to feel a mix of gain and loss. She struggled to lift her head, seemingly gathering the courage in her heart, and gazed directly into the boy's deep, sparkling eyes. In the next moment, her arms, as tender as white lotus, wrapped around your neck, and Yin presented her beautiful, blushing face, offering her soft, red lips, as if confessing her love to you. At this moment, Qianqiu Xuan. Chapter 26. Auntie, I won't let you die. I won't be as cowardly as Tang Hao. Faced with Yin's proactive confession, Qianqiu Xuan was momentarily stunned. He and T expected Yin to come to such a realization. After all, for such a conservative woman to break through her inner boundaries was indeed a rare occurrence. The beauty and shyness of the woman were breathtaking. Qianqiu Xuan paused for a moment. However, he did not make another move. After a while, Yin opened her beautiful eyes in confusion. Her pretty face was flushed, and her charming peach blossom eyes glistened with a thin layer of mist, slightly rippling. Her red lips gently parted as if curious about why Xiaoxian suddenly wasn't acting. Was he playing with her? Deceiving her feelings? Although she knew such a scenario was impossible, Yin couldn't help but think of it. After all, when she considered her identity, age, and other conditions, she felt she could not compare to the excellent boy in front of her. Yin's heart still lacked security. At this time, Qianqiu Xuan smiled gently, lightly wrapping his arms around Yin's slender waist, and said softly, Annie, I'm very thankful that you can accept me. But what? Yin's heart trembled involuntarily. Qianqiu Xuan hesitated for a moment, his gaze firm as he said, I don't want Annie to die. Yin was taken aback. Having just fallen in love, she had completely set aside the matter of life and death. After all, in her view, being able to die together with Xiaoxian wouldn't be too much of a regret. But now, in this final moment of warmth, Xiaoxian was telling her to live? How could that be? Not to mention the contractual nature of spirit beings. It destined her to be one with Xiaoxian. On the other hand, based on her understanding of how, he would really go for the kill, and there would be no possibility of compromise. So why consider so much at this moment? No, Xiaoxian, I don't care about life or death. Yin nestled in Qianqiu Xuan's arms, forming a uniquely elegant dependence of a little woman, as if leaning on Xiaoxian allowed her to feel warmth from the heart. Auntie, I can die, but I don't want you to die. In this sweet moment, Qianqiu Xuan gently gathered Yin's silky hair, the 3,000 strands falling into his hands, delicate, fragrant, and smooth. Auntie, I can use my life to lift the restrictions on your spirit. With his sudden statement, Yin's heart trembled in a daze. What? The spirit can be freed? But at the cost of Xiaoxuan's life? This proposal flashed through Yin's mind for a moment before being disregarded. Compared to living alone for the loyal Yin, it was better to die together. Therefore, she opened her mouth, about to refuse. However, Qianqiu Xuan gently pressed his index finger against Yin's delicate red lips, shaking his head with determination. Auntie, I am resolute. If the situation truly becomes unavoidable, I will end it with self-detonation, and then you can come out. I believe that when Tang Hao sees Annie, he probably won't strike. So, I want to allow it. At this moment, Yin suddenly sat up. She affectionately rubbed Qianqiu Xuan's cheek, gently shaking her head in refusal. I don't need that either. Annie, this is truly possible. There is a great chance for you to survive. Qianqiu Xuan repeatedly pleaded, his words sincere. But what about Xiaoxian? Suddenly, Yin spoke softly. Her deep blue eyes, as clear as pure crystal, stared directly at Qianqiu Xuan. Then, Ain took a deep breath, filled with complexity, and said, "Is Xiaoxian destined to die? Then, what does it mean that I just accepted Xiaoshuan's love? Abandoning my lover and living alone? Xiaoxian, do you really think of me as someone who would just survive at any cost? If we are to die, let us die together. If we are to live, let us live together. In the world of blue silvergrass, there is no principle of sacrificing others to achieve oneself." Yin's words were firm, her cold voice echoing in Qianqiu Xuan's ears. It was evident that Yin was genuinely angry, much more than when she was provoked earlier. After being chastised by this love, Qianqiu Xuan was left dumbfounded. He fell silent. The Yin before him was too real, like a true human being. She could genuinely fall in love with him and genuinely care for him. She possessed the tenderness and sweetness of a real woman, as well as the pride unique to the blue-silver emperor. She despised living a life of compromise, and even more so despised abandoning her lover. Qianqiu Xuan had never regarded Yin as a truly conscious individual. He had thought she was merely a character from a simulator, that he would simply develop feelings for her because of her beauty and would fall in love due to her concern for him. But all along, he fundamentally believed she was just a character. After all, in his understanding, in his world, even Tang San had not appeared. However, this simulation continuously refreshed his understanding. Yin was not only someone who dared to love and hate, but also a woman willing to sacrifice everything for her beloved. She had her own temperament and soul, and could not be summarized by such a flimsy image as a paper doll. At this moment, Qianqiu Xuan felt even more unwilling. From the first time he saw Yin, he had deeply imprinted the image of this gentle and proud, beautiful woman in the deepest part of his heart, gradually equalizing her status with that of his master. At first, he only thought about allowing the character in the simulation to continue living before his death. Now, after witnessing Yin's true nature, he was even more determined to save her. Yin was an independent individual. She should not have to accompany me in death because of my selfish desires. I can come back to life if I die, but if she dies, there will be no rebirth. Yin cannot die, and I have made up my mind, Qianqiu Xuan said seriously, gently releasing Yin as his form gradually became ethereal. At their parting, he said meaningfully, "Aunt, you once sacrificed for Tang Hao, so why can't I? I just want to prove one thing. Your judgment is not wrong. My judgment is also not wrong." After Qianqiu Xuan finished speaking, he couldn't help but sigh for a moment. Yin was indeed not a paper doll. She was someone I truly cared about. At that moment, Yin shed tears and, disregarding everything, rushed forward and embraced Qianqiu Xuan again. She actively wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing her head closely against him, her eyes sparkling. In the next moment, her red lips pressed against Qianqiu Xuan's. Her gaze no longer held the confusion and shyness from before, only purity and determination, staring straight at Qianqiu Xuan, as if wanting to engrave him forever in her heart. The beautiful woman's clumsy kiss highlighted a sweetness akin to a young girl, mixed with a hint of coolness, giving off a feeling of a snow lotus on a high mountain. Yet within this cool and sweet sensation lay a burning love, seemingly endless, as if wanting to swallow Qianqiu Xuan whole, full of passion. After a while, their intertwined forms gradually separated. Yin blinked her beautiful eyes, her moist crimson lips continuously parting and closing, tightly wanting to stay close to the young man, unwilling to let go. "Little Xian, if you die, I will never live alone. I will go with you." As Qianqiu Xuan's form grew fainter in her embrace, Yin finally couldn't help but say her most sincere words. "I will never live alone." This was a promise of a 10,000-year spirit beast of blue silvergrass. But Qianqiu Xuan could no longer hear it. His consciousness had already returned to outside the sea of consciousness. Only Yin, with a flushed face, remained in a state of lingering resentment and guilt, regretting deeply why she had to harm little Xian even after death. She weakly collapsed to the ground, resignedly closing her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks. Beautiful and brilliant, a true goddess. But Qianqiu Xuan could not enjoy it all, although he had lingered in the sea of consciousness for quite a while. Only a few minutes had passed in the outside world. The confrontation between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao intensified. It was a matter of who would break first. Sure enough, Tang Hao continued to increase the influence of the killing god domain, which for an ordinary 6-year-old child like Qianqiu Xuan was like a cannon hitting a mosquito, with extraordinarily shocking lethality. Tang Hao was merciless, wanting to place Qianqiu Xuan on the brink of death. It was indeed unbearable, making one wish for death. Tang San was in a worse situation, his pale face almost turning green from the poison, indicating he had been poisoned deeply. As a master of toxins, he understood all too well how potent this poison was. Tang San's gaze was constantly pleading for help from Tang Hao, but he received no response. "Father, please save me. I'm really about to die. Am I not your own son?" Tang San was also feeling unwell. He felt that this suddenly nice father was even stranger to him. Bibi Dong watched Tang Hao with great interest. She was sure he wouldn't dare to harm Xiaogang. That's why she was so unrestrained, wanting to force him to submit. Initially, she thought the plan would go as she expected, and that Tang Hao would back down soon. But unexpectedly, suddenly sensing something, Tang Hao's expression became extremely serious. In an instant, he suddenly shouted, "Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body." Chapter 27, Disrupting the Plot? The appearance of Qianren Xue? Complete chaos. Tang Hao's furious shout echoed as his body continually grew larger, and the Haotian hammer in his hand gradually manifested into a real entity. Blood-red fury spread around Tang Hao's body, making him seem like a demon king descending upon the world. Dark red soul rings continuously rotated, emanating an astonishing wave, as if wanting to absorb all the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth. No wonder he was once renowned as the Haotian Douluo. Even after so long of neglect and decline, his aura was still terrifying. Bibi Dong blinked. She had heard of Tang Hao's reputation as a young genius. She had heard that the Haotian hammer was like a divine weapon, and now she truly felt its power. However, this was not a reason for her to back down. She also softly exclaimed, "Seventh soul skill, martial soul, true body. Ding, you are maliciously disrupting the normal plot. Please stop your actions." Ding, you are maliciously disrupting the normal plot. Please stop your actions. Ding, you are maliciously disrupting the normal plot. Please stop your actions. Suddenly, while in the simulation, Bibi Dong received such a message. It was marked in large red letters, looking particularly eerie. "Disrupting the plot? Am I not saving Xiaogang?" Bibi Dong frowned slightly, her red lips pursed. This was precisely the critical moment to save Xiaogang. Although it was just a simulation, as his master, she could not stand by and watch. As for this so-called simulation prompt, Bibi Dong did not take it to heart. "Ding, you are disrupting the subsequent plot. Please consider the consequences." After the simulator stated this, it fell silent. Bibi Dong could not care less. Today she was going to save Xiaogang, and no one could stop her. "You activated the seventh soul skill. Your martial soul is the Death Spider Emperor." Upon seeing this, Bibi Dong hesitated for a moment outside the simulator. The Death Spider Emperor, although a high-level martial soul, would transform into an extremely ugly spider monster when the true body was activated, looking neither human nor ghost, so dirty that soul masters could not help but despise it. Especially for women, this was undoubtedly a curse, extremely ugly. Bibi Dong had used it before and knew very well how terrible this martial soul looked, so she had avoided using it as much as possible. After all, everyone has a desire for beauty, especially for a woman like Bibi Dong, who had a soft heart. It was indeed somewhat embarrassing to release it in front of Xiaogang now. However, for Xiaogang's safety, Bibi Dong thought for a moment and decided to activate her true body. "You activated the Spider Emperor true body. The skin on your upper body began to slowly grow a layer of purple-black armor, and your face was also covered by a piece of armor beneath your eyes. You stopped continuing to activate." Halfway through activating the martial soul true body, Bibi Dong looked at this extremely ugly description and truly could not bring herself to continue. In the end, she only activated half of her true body, maintaining a form that had both human beauty and Spider Emperor monstrosity, which, upon looking at it, was still somewhat acceptable. "Your martial soul belongs to the Death Spider Emperor. Although this martial soul is rare, there are still some individuals in this era who possess it. It is precisely the current Pope of the Spirit Hall. You are well aware that you are the independent Bibi Dongs, not the Pope of the Spirit Hall here, so when you choose to reveal your true form, it is somewhat vague. You try your best to avoid being discovered, but you overlooked one thing. In the public's impression, there's only one high-level soul master with the Death Spider Emperor martial soul, which has become an accepted fact among the upper class. Bibi Dongs. Tang Hao has definitively confirmed your identity, but he is somewhat surprised at why your cultivation is so low. You should know that by the time he became famous, you were already the renowned saintess of the Spirit Hall, considered his senior. So many years have passed, and the resources of the Spirit Hall have nurtured you, yet you are still not as strong as him. Tang Hao? This. Bibi Dongs was both angry and shocked to see such humiliating words. I only have the cultivation of 10 years now. How is that low? Wait until 10 years later. I will definitely surpass you. Thinking of this, Bibi Dongs couldn't help but think of the god of Azura, who sought her out. As long as she becomes the heir to the god of Azura's position, she can rapidly upgrade. This should be a good thing, but Bibi Dongs felt the evil aura of the god of Azura and the malicious intent behind it, leading to her hesitation in accepting. Now that she thinks about it, it might be worth a try, though the cost would be her temperament further sinking into coldness and eccentricity. In that moment of distraction, she didn't realize that Tang Hao in the simulator had already launched an attack. Tang Hao swung the Hao-Ian hammer at you, and you hurriedly dodged, tightly gripping Tang San in your hand. Now that the mask has been torn off, you no longer hold back and begin to reveal your soul rings, actively launching an attack. Due to the leverage you hold, although Qianqiu Xuan is living in great discomfort, he ultimately was not killed. You let out a sigh of relief. Ding, ding, ding. You battle with Tang Hao for 30 rounds. Under the full activation of your soul power, Tang Hao gradually could not withstand your attacks and was already showing signs of retreat. You felt it was strange. Given the true form momentum of the Hao-Ian just now, you should have been at a disadvantage. So how could you be winning instead? At this time, during the battle, you noticed that although Tang Hao was engaging with you, he was actually just passively defending, and his gaze was constantly observing elsewhere. That's right. After another 50 rounds of battle, you confirmed that Tang Hao's awakening of his martial soul's true form seemed not to be for you. Tang Hao's cautious expression also puzzled you. You gradually began to retract your soul power, lowering your offensive against him. At the same time, as you calmed down, you sensed a very strong aura lingering around you. Your mind stirred. At this moment, Tang Hao seemed to be ready to admit defeat. As he actively returned Qianqiu Xuan to your hand, you found that the veins within Qianqiu Xuan's body were already severed, his soul power talent completely ravaged, leaving him barely alive with just a breath, making it impossible for him to cultivate again no matter how hard he tried. You felt a surge of anger in your heart, madly intending to unleash your true form and fight Tang Hao to the death. He still has a chance. If you delay any longer, his last breath will be exhausted by you. Tang Hao spoke, with no guilt in his words, his tone cold and indifferent to life. His intention was clear. He wanted you to hand over Tang San. You wanted to kill Tang San directly, but also anticipated that the other side would set up a trap on Qianqiu Xuan, hesitating for a long time without making a move. That unknown third-party powerful force was getting closer to you, and you gradually felt a sense of anxiety, as if the newcomer might be from the Spirit Hall. In the end, you returned Tang San, but naturally you added a little something to him. Your Spider Emperor martial soul lightly bit into Tang San's neck, injecting emerald poison, and in an instant, Tang San's breath weakened, and he was in great pain. You did not choose to let Tang San die, and naturally planned to let him live well. Since the other party dared to treat your Xianer this way, you would never let go of his child. Well done. In the heat of the simulation, even at over 30 years old, Bibi Dongs still smiled cheerfully, as happy as a young girl. The other party dared to bully her precious Xianer, so she would make them pay for it. However, what made Bibi Dongs feel uncomfortable was that this version of herself in the simulator seemed not to be completely under her control. She could only play a key decision-making role. Just like earlier, if she had been present, she would have directly activated her martial soul's true form and exploded against Tang Hao. Bullying Xianer means death. However, the character in this simulator did not choose to act that way. but instead agreed to the deal. This clearly does not align with her style, Bibi Dong. Nevertheless, because it concerns Xian'er, the Bibi Dong outside the simulation chose to continue. She wanted to see how it would turn out. Tang Hao took the pale Tang San, whose condition was at its worst, almost struggling at the brink of life and death. Tang Hao looked at you meaningfully. You can protect him for a moment, but you cannot protect him for a lifetime, Your Holiness the Pope. You ultimately do not have the time to care for him wholeheartedly. Although Tang Hao does not know the identities of Qiu Xian and you, he is certain that you do not have the ability to protect Qiu Xian for a lifetime. This statement was a subtle threat to you. However, what Tang Hao does not know is that you are just yourself and not some so-called pope. You indeed can protect Qiu Xian for a lifetime. But your strong nature prevented you from saying this, and instead, you proactively attacked. Hao Qiandelao, I hope you can protect this kid for his life. There is no need for Your Holiness, the Pope, to worry, because you once helped him during the pursuit by the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao did not use his true strength upon realizing your identity. He knows that you're not truly aligned with the Spirit Hall. Tang Hao intends to escalate the internal strife between you and the Spirit Hall. So, at the moment of parting, Tang Hao activated his 8th soul skill, transforming the Hao-Ian hammer in his hand into an enormous shield and smashing it heavily toward the small forest to the side. With a thunderous boom, Tang Hao disappeared with Tang San, leaving the nearby small forest in ruins. Moments later, a group of people slowly walked out from that forest. You sensed at least 2 dual-level auras, and the leader was an extraordinarily beautiful golden-haired girl. The girl was extremely beautiful, but her gaze towards you was unique, filled with both love and an underlying hatred. In a vague sense, you felt there was some connection between you and this perfect golden-haired girl. But you didn't recognize her at all? Congratulations. You have successfully disrupted the subsequent plot. 1. You have successfully reduced Tang Hao's affection for Qiu Xian to freezing point. There will be no room for reconciliation between the two in the future, and they will inevitably engage in conflict. 2. Qianren Xue has successfully recognized your identity, discovering that you went to great lengths to come and save a stranger boy, making her attitude towards you even more disgusted, while her affection for Qiu Xian is at 80. 3. Due to the Spirit Hall's young lady discovering your whereabouts, the conflict between you and the Spirit Hall and related forces will deepen. 4. You have exposed your identity. Bibi Dong, who is within the Spirit Hall, will naturally hear related rumors, and your existence will begin to attract the attention of noble families. You are very dangerous. Chapter 28. Qianren Xue's Heartbreak. The Pope's unusual hatred for Qiu Xian. What? What, young master? What do you mean I am an enemy of the Spirit Hall? And who is this Qianren Xue that offending her would lead to a death sentence? Inside the Pope's hall, Bibi Dong, dressed in the elegant gown of a pope, held the Pope's scepter that radiated with a dazzling array of colors, her beauty transcending the mundane world. Every movement of this woman exuded nobility and grace. But at this moment, confusion and shock appeared on Bibi Dong's face. The simulator had truly brought a lazy shock to this proud woman. Young master, Qianren Xue? Bibi Dong remembered that she had only ever chosen Xian Yuan as her young master. There couldn't possibly be anyone else to take his place. Also, logically speaking, as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, how could she have a hostile relationship with her own organization? It's chaotic. Could it be? Bibi Dong's delicate brows furrowed slightly, as an extremely absurd but now seemingly plausible deduction came to mind. That is, since this Qianren Xue has the surname Qian, it represents the angel lineage. Could she be the illegitimate daughter of Qian Xuanji? Otherwise, why had she never heard this name before? As for the position of young master, it was likely that this illegitimate daughter had taken Xuanyuan's place, which is why she was so arrogant and held animosity toward her identity as pope. Although this seemed unlikely, it now appeared reasonable. Bibi Dong's expression froze, and suddenly a hint of coldness appeared on her beautiful, snow-white cheeks. Someone, investigate the well-known Qianren Xue across the continent. The golden-haired girl whose martial spirit awakened as an angel. Right? It must be done secretly. Once a suitable target is found, eliminate her directly. Bibi Dong instantly devised a strategy. She intended to crush Qianren Xue in the cradle. No one could take Xuan Yuan's position, although this was somewhat ruthless. Power struggles have always been like this. Bibi Dong had her suspicions. The reason this Qian Rinxue could rise to power in the simulation was likely due to Qian Douluo's support from behind. Otherwise, she would never agree to such a request. Bibi Dong didn't rush in recklessly. She first sent one of her most trusted confidants, Douluo, to investigate privately. After all, this matter was too significant. At this moment, the simulation continued. You notice that your Xian Yuan has fallen into a coma, his breath faint, with the possibility of dying at any moment. So you consider Xuan Yuan's life and death as the most important. Although this golden-haired proud girl seems to have some relation to you, you do not intend to investigate further. In your heart, Xian Yuan is the most important. This hostile girl is very likely your enemy. You gently hold Xian Yuan in your arms, only to be astonished to find that his broken body seems to be slowly self-repairing. You sense a rich aura of blue-silver grass emanating from him, which is gentle and soothing, actually having a healing effect. Xian Yuan is saved. You are overjoyed and carefully hold Xian Yuan as you prepare to leave. However, the golden-haired girl before you does not seem inclined to let you go. Pope, if you dare to come alone, why do you sneak around without daring to meet anyone? The girl named Qian Rinxue said to you with a sarcastic tone. You raise your eyebrows. Here, you clearly are not the Pope, so why do people always mistake you? My actions have nothing to do with you. Seeing that the girl still had no intention of letting you go, you finally couldn't help but retort. You did not deliberately hide your voice. Upon hearing your voice, the golden-haired girl seemed to become more certain about something, her lips curling into a faint smile. Oomph, the Pope truly has good taste. Coming all this way from such a distance, this person must be very important, right? There was a hint of sourness in Qian Rinxue's words, and you did not understand why, but you saw that the girl was stepping closer to you. Her gaze entirely focused on the Xian Yuan you were carefully protecting in your arms. Such a handsome boy. He really resembles my sister. Qian Rinxue gently gazed at the fainting Xian Yuan, her eyes seemingly filled with envy and jealousy. Whether he resembles or not, what does it have to do with you? You coldly uttered this sentence, while also answering in your heart. If the other party did not let go, then don't blame you for being merciless. Things did not develop towards the worst possible outcome. After hearing your words, Qian Rinxue seemed momentarily stunned, then quickly regained her composure, revealing a beautiful yet heartbroken smile. Sister, you really care about this child. What's his name? The girl seemed to simply be asking. You can sense the hidden hatred in her words, not directed at you. But at Xian Yuan? Strange. What grievance does Xian Yuan have with her? No comment. Your response to Qian Rinxue remained cold. After all, from beginning to end, this proud, golden-haired girl had never shown you a good face. All right. What ain't no comment? Qian Rinxue nodded firmly, looking somewhat stunned and confused. But soon she smiled in relief. She gently rubbed Xuan Yuan's face and said something meaningful. Sister, if you deliberately hide it from me, I will eventually find out his identity. You initially wanted to say something harsh, but thinking about the fact that the other party is the young master of the spirit hall, and not having grasped the situation yet, you swatted away the girl's hand that was caressing Xian Yuan. Xian Yuan is your treasured possession, and you absolutely will not allow other women to touch him, especially such a malicious Qian Rinxue. Sister, are you really so heartless? In front of you, after being rejected by your ruthless actions, this stunning girl seemed on the verge of tears, her voice trembling. She is truly heartbroken. You can tell that this girl is not faking her emotions. You are at a loss. So, will you let me pass or not? You protect Xian Yuan behind you, while tacitly acknowledging your identity as the Pope, hoping to make the situation of blocking you simpler. You removed the veil from your face, and sure enough, you appeared as the Pope. When Qian Rinxue saw your appearance, her defenses truly crumbled. Tears slowly streamed down her eyes, her voice shattered. I have never seen you treat me this well. Why? I'm already good enough. Why still? The girl lost control of her emotions, almost collapsing as she accused you, but halfway through, she stopped. You continued to observe. As Qian Rinxue cried midway, she suddenly laughed. Her brilliant smile, beautiful beyond compare against her still damp tears. I don't need you. I can grow on my own. Hee hee. I will just watch what kind of achievements this boy will have in the future. Will he be even better than me? Qianqiu Xuan chuckled lightly, but her gaze was fixated on Xianyuan as if it were filled with poison. The hatred in her eyes made you unable to help but frown. Don't blame anything on him. Just come directly to me. So, Pope, are you ordering me? The young girl arrogantly raised her snow-white neck, her ethereal beauty locking eyes with you, staring straight at you. You suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Qianqiu was annoyed by your sudden laughter, as if it touched on a painful memory. I'm laughing because you'll never be as outstanding as that child, which is why you're so petty. You notice the girl's attitude towards Xian'er growing increasingly hostile, as if she intended to eradicate the issue completely. In the face of the other party's overwhelming numbers, it was difficult for you to protect Xian'er, and at that moment, you thought a clever plan. That was to use this girl's unknown competitive spirit to protect Xian'er. Although you didn't know what happened between Qianqiu and the Pope, at least this method could buy some time before she took action. I can't be less outstanding than him? Ha! Sister, you really have misjudged me. Qianqiu scoffed, almost laughing to the point of tears. So, are you afraid? Your disdainful and indifferent attitude displeased the girl. She wanted to prove herself to you. Afraid of him? Let me tell you, he will never catch up to my achievements. The girl was aggressive, determined to make you believe she was more outstanding. You smiled nonchalantly. Xian'er, in your heart, is a most outstanding person. Very well, time will prove everything. Qianqiu caught that fleeting moment of affection and tenderness on your face, along with a hint of pride and trust, all directed towards that child, an emotion she had never shown before. Qianqiu felt resentment. For a moment, the boy's life or death became less significant to her. Instead, she wanted that child to live. Qianqiu wanted to use time to prove everything. She must be the most outstanding person. Her pride and arrogance would not allow her to concede. So, sister, just wait and see. Qianqiu sneered, then clapped her hands and changed her expression to one of indifference. Clear the way. Let them go. Young master, should we report? Some of our trusted spirit masters suggested that the Pope's solo outing needs to be reported to the Grand Elder. Report? Report what? Qianqiu's eyes were cold as she muttered to herself. Report that the current Pope of the Wuhuan Temple went out alone, just for a stranger child? Since the Pope wants to act secretly, why should I be the bad guy and intentionally expose her whereabouts? Qianqiu turned around, revealing a stunningly soft smile. Sister, do you think I did the right thing? You were momentarily stunned, completely unprepared for the girl's rapid emotional changes. What a cold heart. You regarded her with a bit more respect, but ultimately just nodded silently. I'll be watching. After leaving those cold words, you took Xian'er and left for the nearest city. Nodding city, Qianqiu kept her gaze on your back, more accurately on the boy in your arms. She exerted all her effort to remember the boy's appearance. Mother, do you really not acknowledge me? I will prove myself to you. You have misjudged him. That boy is absolutely not as good as me. She quietly watched you, her gaze filled with deep affection, not moving an inch. The happiness that inadvertently appeared on the girl's face seemed to fantasize that you would cherish her just as much. After a long time, you'd already left for quite a while. At this moment, several Douluo who followed Qianqiu to hunt soul beasts suddenly spoke in confusion. Hey, did you notice? The Pope's soul power is only level 95? That doesn't make sense. Last time I saw her at the Wuhuan Temple, she was almost on par with the Grand Elder. This time her aura is significantly weaker. Even I feel like I could fight her. The group was discussing animatedly. Qianqiu, however, snorted coldly. Shut up. That woman wants to help that child. How could she use her real soul power? But, since you value him so much, I will personally destroy that child. Chapter 29. Tang Hao's underhanded tactics, the ruthlessness of soul masters. This matter is settled. A few days later, the weather was clear. Inside a secluded little house in Nodding City, Qiuxian slowly opened his eyes. You're awake. Your condition felt very uncomfortable. Your head was heavy, as if you had fainted for a long time. Slightly moving, you felt a bone-deep pain twisting through your body. You collapsed to the ground. In your memory, you vaguely recalled the events from a few days ago. A woman who resembled your master saved you, but it seemed she disappeared right after saving you. Damn, how did I come back? Qiu Xian stared at the replayed scene, speechless. No, why did my personal simulation end? Damn it. I had already maxed out a Yin's affection, and before I could express my feelings, I was brought back. Moreover, the most frustrating part is, I was tortured by Tang Hao so brutally, only to be beaten up for nothing. Qiu Xian clicked his tongue, his expression showing absurdity. He could still vaguely feel that torturous sensation on his psyche. It really hurt. Even though he returned, the killing field still affected him. After all, it was a matter of strength disparity. Indeed, having seen more titled Douluos, he naturally thought they were not that impressive. Tang Hao had given Qiu Xian a harsh lesson. Titled Douluo has always represented the pinnacle of strength. Qiu Xian truly felt that. Tang Hao was impressive, but I suffered a great loss. This simulation really gave him a headache, not to mention the severe side effects. He had finally endured until now, after the great battle, yet it wasn't his turn. You frowned, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings several times. Is this still Shanghan Village? Ding. Please check the character affection letters from the past 5 days. Strange woman, suspected Bibi Dongs, affection for you. 100. Qiu Xian nodded. If nothing unexpected, it was indeed his master, but he didn't know how she knew these things. Perhaps it was a parallel universe? Unclear. Tang Hao's affection for you. 100, to the death. No more adjustment possible. To the death, so be it. I'm not afraid. Upon returning, Qiu Xian straightened his previously bent back. Facing Tang Hao, he was even less concerned. What Hao Qinduo, your wife is gone. However, Qiu Xian vaguely suspected that Tang Hao might have discovered some truth. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so furious. But so what? Your wife is gone, and that's that. Continuing to read. Tang San's affection for you constantly fluctuates, overall appearing friendly. The temperament of the god King Tang is changeable. It is already good if his attitude is friendly. Qianqiu's affection for you. 100 mistakenly believes you are Bibi Dongs' illegitimate child. The overall affection of the Wuhuan temple forces for you. 30. This. Qiu Xian's expression instantly turned to confusion upon seeing this scene. Qianqiu? Isn't she currently pretending to be the son in the Tiando Imperial Palace? Why does she hold a grudge against him? Where do they even meet? Moreover, you can hate him all you want, but how could you mistakenly think I am the illegitimate child of my master? Everything before him had begun to exceed Qianqiu Xian's expectations. Suddenly, he realized that his prophetic insights into the plot seemed to be of no use anymore. You replay the events of the past few days in confusion, and after counting them over and over, you still find no trace of Qianqiu. You are somewhat surprised, but then you remember that you fainted for a period of time. Perhaps many things happened during that time. You prop yourself up with your almost exhausted body and manage to stand up. Stepping outside, the morning sun is shining brightly, and the warm rays are quite pleasant on your skin. You realize that you are in a small house, but you have no idea who brought you here. At that moment, you notice a letter on the empty table. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a key item, a letter from Qianqiu. Would you like to open it now? A letter from Qianqiu? Didn't she see me as an enemy? Why would she write to me? Qianqiu Xian was puzzled for a moment, but ultimately chose to open it. You opened Qianqiu's letter. The first thing that caught your eye was the salutation on the envelope. My dear brother, the handwriting is beautiful and delicate, yet it carries a certain strength, emanating an air of pride. You know this is a woman's handwriting. Undoubtedly, the owner of the letter is indeed your dear sister, Qianqiu, as stated in her writing. Although you don't know why she considers you her brother, since it's already a 100-point favorability, you didn't pay much attention to the wording. You unfolded the letter, and the text on the first page had the same handwriting. My dear brother, so your name is Qiu Xian, huh? Your martial soul is just an ordinary blue silvergrass, but I didn't expect you to have full innate soul power. No wonder that woman treats you so well. However, with just innate level 10, you probably can't be considered outstanding, right? I really want to see how capable you are. I hope you will satisfy me. Brother, the road ahead will be very exciting. You look at the signature, Qianqiu, and the words she wrote, and you realize that this crazy woman has already taken you as her brother. From her tone, it seems that Qianqiu has a very poor attitude towards you. Brother? You big-headed ghost. You toss the letter onto the table. To you, This was merely a mockery from that woman Qianqiu. Dingling. You discovered a black and gold card beneath the envelope. At first glance, it appears to be a supreme black card from the Spirit Hall. This is specifically left for you by Qianqiu. You are furious. Qianqiu actually humiliated you like this. How can you accept it? Although you know that the supreme black card of the Spirit Hall can store unlimited gold soul coins and even grant you access to the highest level VIP areas of major auction houses. That is no reason for her to humiliate you. You feel displeased and silently put the black card into your pocket. You know this isn't giving in, but just keeping it as a memento to remind yourself. After all, in your heart, you have already regarded this half-sister Qianqiu as your real sister. With curiosity, dragging your exhausted body, you walk out of Nodding City. Because of your supreme black card from the Spirit Hall, your path is unobstructed. You return to Holy Soul Village, the place where you grew up. However, upon seeing it for the first time, your heart sank. What would happen here? To your shock, the place that should have been Spirit Village is now reduced to ashes and ruins. The villagers, your dear grandfather, and your home have completely vanished. In their place is a massive crater as if a giant hammer had fallen. With a heavy heart, you carefully investigate further. It's the Haotian hammer. Yes, it's definitely the Haotian hammer, combining the entire village's collapsed crater. You are certain that it was that bastard Tang Hao who did this. He killed everyone in the village without exception. Among them are villagers you know and those you don't, but they all had kind attitudes. During your stay in Holy Soul Village, perhaps these villagers weren't saints, but they certainly had no malice. Now, they're all dead, and their deaths were shrouded in mystery. You know that Tang Hao's hatred for you has directly fallen upon these innocent people. Tang Hao, Tang Hao. You look at the ruins before you, feeling as if your heart is bleeding. You must know that the kind old Jack who took you in since childhood, loved you, and trained you also perished among them. Ironically, old Jack was truly good-hearted towards Tang San and Tang Hao, having done all he could. And now he was killed just like that. You exert all your strength, trying to find some clues in the melted ruins. But the deeper you dig, the more your findings align with your suspicions. On that day, Tang Hao failed to kill you. He was forced to leave. But the anger in his heart wouldn't let him leave so easily. Tang Hao wanted to vent, and at that moment, the village closely related to you entered his sight. Tang Hao struck a thunderous blow. The giant Haotian hammer, like a mountain, heavily smashed down on Holy Soul Village, casting a massive shadow over the entire village. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The hammer fell. Everyone in the village died. Afterward, Tang Hao was still unsatisfied and burned the place to a ruin. You clench your fists tightly, the immense force of your sharp nails digging into your flesh, bringing excruciating pain. You know that this coward Tang Hao has always acted this way. His wife was killed by someone else, and instead of gathering strength to take revenge, he instead chose to fall deeper into despair. Such a coward always feels the world owes him, but in reality, it's just his weakness and incompetence. You planted the seed of revenge in your heart, and this will never waver. At the same time, your heart bleeds. Once again, you witness the ruthlessness of soul masters towards mortals. As long as a soul master is unhappy, killing mortals is just a matter of course. It shouldn't be like this. You are deeply touched. What skill is it to act against mortals? You vow to change this situation? The thought of establishing Shushan resurfaced in your mind. You understood that this world needs an organization to uphold justice. Since the Spirit Hall is ineffective, then it's up to you to take action. At this moment, Ain in your sea of consciousness slowly awakens. Ain used the vitality she had painstakingly restored over the years to save you. Although she is very weak, seeing you unharmed brings her a sense of relief and joy. Ain flew out from your sea of consciousness. She originally wanted to share her feelings with you, but upon seeing everything in front of her, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Xiao Xian, are you okay? Ain turned her face away, unwilling to see the sadness in your eyes. You pulled Ain closer, holding her soul in your hand. You sighed deeply and said something meaningful, but neither happy nor sad. Auntie, you're all I have left now. Ain instantly understood. She couldn't believe what was happening before her, and, at the same time, she knew the pain in your heart. Pain gently stood up in your hands, her weak demeanor making her snow-white cheeks appear even paler. She leaned against your chest, closing her eyes in a pitiful manner. I only have Xiao Xian left. Xiao Xian, I will not abandon Xiao Xian. Chapter 30. Master, I predicted your prediction. Wait, am I Tang San now? Half a month later, in Notting City, Notting Academy, a boy dressed simply yet exuding an air of nobility appeared at the academy's entrance. Hey, I'm talking to you. Stop right there. This is the Soul Master Academy. No trespassing allowed. It was the guard at the academy's gate, who, seeing the boy's plain attire, suspected he was looking for trouble. You were stopped by the guard, whose tone was quite rude. You took out the enrollment certificate for Notting Academy given to you by the village chief of Shirley Village. Upon hearing the unfortunate news from Holy Soul Village, he expressed his condolences regarding old Jack's situation, which comforted you somewhat. The guard took your enrollment certificate, examining it while sizing you up with a sideways glance. After a while, he hesitantly said, Blue Silver Grass Martial Spirit? Innate Full Soul Power? Are you kidding me? You clarified the authenticity of the certificate, but he still refused to let you in. Entry fee, 1 gold soul coin. He made an unreasonable demand. You hesitated for a moment before pulling a gold soul coin from your pocket. The guard's eyes lit up, clearly not expecting you to have such assets. Without further explanation, you took back your enrollment certificate and tossed the soul coin at the guard's face. You didn't bother to show any kindness to such a petty person and proceeded straight into the academy. Although the guard felt humiliated, he didn't hold it against you, as profit was at stake. Just a few steps in, you heard a heavy voice of a middle-aged man. Young friend, please wait. Hearing the voice, you turn around. You saw a man of medium height, slightly thin, who had somehow come up behind you. The man looked to be in his 40s or 50s, with short black hair styled in a 3/7 part. He had an ordinary appearance, with his hands clasped behind his back, looking quite smug. Oh, it's you, Gangzi. You stopped to see what he had to say. Gangzi's gaze moved to you, sizing you up a few times, his not-so-sharp eyes seeming somewhat perceptive. You have some skills, but it's just a few skills. You scoffed, then sarcastically asked, have you seen enough? Gangzi shook his head, his expression a bit confused. At this moment, the previous guard turned around, revealing a fawning smile, eagerly introducing Gangzi's identity to you. Master. Although Gangzi felt your attitude was poor, he didn't get angry at the moment, because your dual martial soul talent made you his best experiment. Child, come with me. He tried to take your hand, but you easily dodged. Gangzi frowned, his facial muscles stiffening. However, you still entered the academy with him. After all, at least for now, Gangzi wasn't completely useless, and following him might bring some benefits. Not far into the academy, Gangzi couldn't contain himself any longer and spoke again. Child, I believe your blue silver grass martial spirit with innate full soul power is undoubtedly real. Yeah, I believe in myself too. You nonchalantly hummed, causing the atmosphere to grow cold again. Child, you may not know my title, but don't blame you. Gangzi began to act mysterious, speaking with conviction. If you become a soul master, seeing me will be like an ant looking up at the sky. So, master, you're so amazing. Your soul power must be very high, right? Are you a Douluo? Even if not, at least a soul Douluo, right? You deliberately showed a hint of excitement, asking in a childish tone. Gangzi was taken aback, clearly not expecting your response. Mentioning something sad, he awkwardly shook his head, gazing into the distance. That's too klitsch. Let's not talk about this. You found Gangzi's feigned toughness amusing. Gangzi also sensed something was off with you, thinking, why is this kid so cunning? Not following the usual script. Child, you seem very talented. Do you know why? Why? You intentionally gave him a chance to explain. Gangzi, however, mysteriously said, let's just say you're the third person in 100 years with a dual martial soul. After saying this, Gangzi proudly raised his head, shaking off his earlier displeasure and leaving you with an enigmatic master image. You watch him trying to show off and couldn't help but chuckle. Master, I'm not a dual martial soul. I've never heard of such a thing. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Your rejection left Gangzi stunned, as it was beyond his expectations. Impossible, he immediately retorted. You must be a dual martial soul. Are you curious why I know you're a dual martial soul? I'm not curious because I'm not. You shifted the topic again, leaving Gang Z with a lot to say. "Oof. Child, your stubbornness might fool others, but it can't fool me." Gang Z thought carefully and felt you were likely deliberately hiding the truth. It was actually because of that certificate earlier. Perhaps others couldn't see the flaw, but if I couldn't see it either, then I wouldn't deserve the title of master. I once investigated 647 people with blue silvergrass as their martial spirit. Among them, only 16 had soul power, with a probability of less than 3%. And even those 16 who had soul power didn't exceed level 1, but you are innate full soul power at level 10. According to one of the 10 core competitive advantages of martial spirits I've studied, the innate soul power level is proportional to the quality of the martial spirit. Clearly, blue silvergrass does not meet the standard. So, I can be sure you should have another martial spirit, and it is a very powerful one. Gang Z finished laying out all the evidence, feeling confident that he had nailed it. He sighed deeply. "Child, stop pretending. You can't deceive my eyes." "Oh." Your calm reaction made Gang Z's heart skip a beat. "Why are you so calm?" Gang Z touched his buzz cut, puzzled. "Master, I won't refute you. You should take a good look." As you spoke, a beautiful and pure blue silver grass rose from your palm, mesmerizingly beautiful. Gang Z was dumbfounded, standing there in shock. "Blue Silver Emperor, you are the one in a million Blue Silver Emperor martial spirit." Gang Z was overjoyed, looking as if he had reached a climax on the spot. No wonder I said so." Gang Z looked at you deeply, betting you would be curious about the reason, deliberately stopping mid-sentence, hoping you would ask him to take you as a disciple. "So," you slightly raised your head and inquired, and Gang Z was already filled with joy. But then, you paused for a moment. You went silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Silence, still silence. Gang Z felt very uncomfortable, as if his whole body was uneasy. This is completely when you are about to enjoy yourself, and suddenly it stops. Gang Z glanced at you, subtly hinting at you. After a long time, you cooperated. So master, why are you so sure?" Before you finished speaking, Gang Z took the initiative to answer. "Child, in the last 100 years, there have been 19 individuals with full soul power in the Tiando Empire and the Xingluo Empire. I have studied each of their martial souls carefully, and none are weak. The youngest among them has already reached the level of a great soul master, except for 14 who inherited powerful martial souls through family bloodlines. 5 are exceptions. They do not come from noble backgrounds, but possess innate full soul power. This anomaly is the existence of mutated martial souls. According to my years of research on mutated martial souls, no martial soul can mutate with a blue-silver grass martial soul. If you're not a twin martial soul, then naturally, the blue-silver grass is not an ordinary blue-silver grass." Gang Z finished all the words he had suppressed in his heart in one breath, feeling a sense of relief throughout his body. "Damn, that felt good." You quietly nodded, your expression still calm. Gang Z was about to be driven crazy by you. "At least say something." After a long time, you finally spoke. "Thank you for your guidance, master. I have arrived at the Academic Affairs office, and I will register myself from here. No need to trouble you." Child, you. Gang Z wanted to say something, but you had already disappeared without a trace. You wanted to take advantage of Gang Z's identity, but you couldn't let it lose value so easily. At least you had to make the other party bow down and ask you. You know very well that things obtained cheaply are not cherished. You registered alone at the Academic Affairs office. You did not see Gang Z, but you were very sure he was lurking in a corner, watching you. Gang Z's life has always been a tragedy, and he is particularly eager for a test subject to prove his theory. You are not interested in this theory. You only want to establish a new world. Gang Z can indeed provide a lot of help in the early stages. After registering, you went to report at the dormitory building. There is only one dormitory building, which is easy to find. There are a total of 7 student dormitories, and since you just enrolled, you are naturally assigned to the 7th dormitory. The 7th dormitory is a mixed-age dormitory where all work-study students reside, regardless of age. Before entering the room, you heard a lot of noise. As you got closer, you saw the true face of the 7th dormitory. At this moment, it was a large room with a mixed crowd inside. At this time, a larger child walked over to you and took an interest in you. This is Wang Sheng, just like in the original storyline. The first experience package delivered to you, but the protagonist has changed to you. Wang Sheng provoked you and launched an attack. With your cheat-like abilities, you easily defeated him. You successfully earned the title of the big boss of the 7th dormitory, which you didn't care about at all. Excuse me, is this the 7th dormitory? At this time, a crisp voice came from outside. You smiled slightly, and the biggest gain of Nodding Academy finally arrived. Xiao Wu, although the character has changed, she still showed up here on time. You smiled gently and walked out of the 7th dormitory to stand in front of Xiao Wu while everyone else was still in a daze. Little rabbit. So cute. Chapter 31. Meeting Xiao Wu. That night, I dreamt of the silver divine dragon. You saw Xiao Wu. This lively little girl is the same age as you, with a cute little face that is rosy and fair. Her delicate body has a scorpion braid that hangs past her hips, and a pair of watery eyes are curiously examining you. You're also observing Xiao Wu, not because you are attracted to her beauty, but because you are curious about one thing. Xiao Wu's soul bone. The invincible golden body brought by the 100,000-year soft-bone rabbit soul bone on her left arm. Is its effect really invincible? The God King praised it, and you're very curious. Hello, I am Xiao Wu, the dance of the dance. Xiao Wu blinked her eyes, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. But you felt a tremor in your heart. There is an ancient saying, the prettier the girl, the more fierce she is. From what you know about Xiao Wu, her personality is definitely not as gentle as it seems on the surface. Qiu Xian, a newly enrolled student. You nodded and calmly stated your identity. Oh, Xiao Wu blinked her big eyes. She has been staring at you. In a vague sense, you felt that Xiao Wu's gaze was not quite right. There was a feeling that she wanted to eat you. You smell so good. Xiao Wu ultimately couldn't suppress her natural instincts. She suddenly got close to you, sniffing carefully beside you. That's right, it's fragrant. Xiao Wu has no concept of gender, and out of curiosity, she rolled around you, causing everyone in the 7th dormitory to laugh heartily. Little rabbit, stop looking. You won't find the blue silver grass. At this moment, you softly said something that only you and Xiao Wu could hear. Upon hearing your words, Xiao Wu was momentarily stunned, then took a few steps back, looking at you with caution. How do you know that my martial soul is a rabbit? Xiao Wu's panicked expression did not seem fake, and her gaze was filled with shock and horror. You smiled gently, remaining calm. Xiao Wu, it was your sister who told me. Sister, Xiao Wu murmured, still watching you with extreme caution. At this moment, in your sea of consciousness spoke softly. Xiao Wu, it's me. In. Xiao Wu was taken aback, then shocked to the point of being speechless. An hour later, In finally finished explaining everything that had happened recently to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu learned your identity and also understood that you are a human soul master. Xiao Wu's favorability towards you. 50. Due to a Yin's trust in you, no wonder. No wonder when I saw you just now. I thought you smelled so good. I didn't expect that Yin's sister was here. Xiao Wu sorted out all the matters and now felt that you suddenly didn't smell good anymore. Xiao Wu, I have something I want to ask you to help with. At this moment, you suddenly asked seriously. Xiao Wu nodded, indicating she was willing to help. Xiao Wu, if there's a chance, can you take me to the core area of the Stardew Great Forest? That place. Xiao Wu was confused, not understanding why you brought up this request. But considering a Yin's face, she agreed, promising to go there once a year and could take you along. You were greatly pleased. In fact, your desire to go to the core area was not a whim, but a premeditated plan. Xiao Wu, as a 100,000-year soul beast, has good relations with several soul beasts inside, which allows for safe passage into the core area. Even Ain didn't understand why you wanted to go deeper. There were countless soul beasts there, and it was extremely dangerous. Ain was somewhat worried about your safety. You didn't tell her the reason and casually brushed it off. But in reality, you knew that last night you dreamt of a silver dragon that exuded an overwhelming pressure. The silver dragon was stunningly beautiful, soaring in a vast primitive forest, its scales shimmering like crystal, almost dreamlike. Just as you were about to observe it closely, the silver dragon suddenly transformed into a breathtakingly beautiful young girl. The girl was so beautiful that she seemed not of this world. You could be certain that nothing in this world could surpass her perfection. Her beauty was like the most magnificent creation in existence, with no flaws to speak of. as if a fairy had descended to the mortal realm. You were momentarily stunned, but then you noticed the girl was simply looking at you with no other actions. However, her gaze was exceptionally pure and clean, a kind of purity that penetrated the soul. You encountered a very strange girl, but then you snapped back to reality. Because you were in the perilous Douluo forest, your kindness compelled you to grab the girl's hand and hurriedly lead her away. You believed this place was dangerous and warned her not to come here casually, as encountering a soul beast could mean death. You didn't know why you, usually indifferent to charm, suddenly spoke so much. You only felt that it was your duty to protect this innocent girl. The girl simply shook her head, not listening to your words. She tilted her head and asked for your name. You casually replied, "My name is Qianqiu Xuan. I grew up in a village, and my dream is for soul masters and mortals to coexist. What about you? What's your name?" She didn't answer, just silently gazing at the deepest green of the forest. The atmosphere grew cold. Gradually, your consciousness began to blur. It seemed the dream was about to end. In the end, you only heard the girl's clear and cold voice. "Nah, now." The voice was pleasant, but almost inaudible. You turned around in confusion and were surprised to find she was already gone. At that moment, you discovered a beautiful, crystalline dragon scale in your hand. The Douluo forest suddenly felt empty, leaving you staring blankly at the dragon scale. The dream had ended. You initially thought encountering such a perfect girl was just an ordinary spring dream, but when you woke up in the morning, the cool silver dragon scale in your hand was subtly shining. It was real, not a dream. You could only conclude this fact. You couldn't remember anything else, including what the girl looked like. But the dragon scale in your hand was indeed guiding you, continuously tempting you to the Douluo forest. "Now, who was she?" You murmured in confusion, thinking of seeking out Xiaowu today, and sure enough, you happened to run into her. Congratulations. You triggered the side quest seeking the dragon. At that moment, Qianqiu Xuan stared at the simulator, deep in thought. "I had a dream. How did I not know? If I hadn't met Xiaowu, would this side quest have remained hidden? And this Nar, this silver dragon, isn't it obviously Guyuna? Why isn't she staying safe to recover and instead seeks me out? Is she lonely?" The more Qianqiu Xuan thought about it, the more irritated he became. It was simply that the self in the simulation was too cowardly. How had my personality started to overlap with that old schemer-tang San? If I'm going to do it, then just do it. Why did I babble on about Xiaowu? Still dreaming? Still dragon scales? That is a nice thought. Qianqiu Xuan's lips twitched slightly, but it was certainly not because he was angry about not dreaming of Guyuna. But suddenly, he felt a coolness in his palm. Upon closer inspection, he was shocked. Where did this dragon scale come from? Chapter 32, A sends you an interaction request. You decline. It's ruined, all ruined. Qianqiu Xuan looked at the silver dragon scale in his hand, speechless. Strange things happen every year, but this year is particularly abundant. It's one thing for the simulation of my dream to come true, but how does it also have a tracking function that directly locates me, the behind-the-scenes player? Qianqiu Xuan ultimately accepted this fact. He carefully examined the dragon scale. It was indeed very smooth and crystalline, exuding a sense of exquisite gold and silver. It was truly a dragon scale, and it belonged to Guyuna. Qianqiu Xuan didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Gently sniffing it, he could still smell a faint, refreshing floral fragrance, which he knew without thinking belonged to Guyuna. Oh no, have I been marked? On the other side, deep within the Douluo forest, Tian, who was currently absorbing the ice silkworm, felt somewhat uncomfortable. Just a moment ago, his boss had inexplicably gone mad, sternly demanding him to capture a person. A mortal soul master, no less. There could be no delays. Tian had no idea what was going on. A few days ago, his boss had suddenly awakened while healing, and now today, he had gone completely insane. How did things become so bizarre? Reluctantly, he realized he couldn't delay his boss's matters, as he was the hope for reviving the soul beasts. After thinking it over, he had the soul beast mark the aura given by his boss. As soon as the owner of the aura entered the Douluo forest, it would be immediately detected. At that time, he would be able to arrive in time. Tian considered this very carefully. After all, it was unlikely that a human soul master would never come to the Douluo forest in their lifetime, right? He wanted to help his boss, but he simply couldn't spare the time. It was hard to come across a million-year ice silkworm, a great tonic that couldn't be missed. Thus, Qianqiu Xuan's aura was thoroughly marked. The Silver Dragon King was both angry and hateful. After healing well, she had been startled awake by the aura of a deity not long ago. It hadn't been long since then, and after one night, she discovered her reverse scale had been stolen by someone. This was a direct affront. How could she just sit idly by? Even more infuriating was that the thief who stole the dragon scale kept playing with it, touching it all the time. You should know that the Dragon Clan's life reverse scale resonates with the Dragon Clan itself. Guyuna could clearly sense where it was, even knowing exactly what the other party was doing with the scale. That's why she couldn't let it go. If it weren't for the need to survive and heal, she would have killed this scale-stealing thief at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, Guyuna was far too severely injured. The best outcome would likely take 10,000 years. Only then could she freely transform into human form. Ding! Congratulations, the reincarnation simulation loaded successfully. Please participate in the simulation. At that moment, a line of text suddenly appeared in Guyuna's mind. She was momentarily dazed. What? What is this? Please participate in the simulation. Before she could react, another line of text continued to appear. It has been detected that your lost reverse scale is currently in the hands of Qianqiu Xuan from the Wuhuan Temple, and he is in a simulation. Please participate in the simulation. Qianqiu Xuan? Who is this person? How could he have the ability to steal my reverse scale? Guyuna felt her brain was not functioning properly. Had she become foolish after sleeping for so many years? But after seeing this sentence, she deeply etched the name Qianqiu Xuan into her heart. She developed a strong curiosity about this fantastical virtual screen. Since she couldn't go out anyway, why not participate and give it a try? In the next moment, congratulations, you have successfully joined Qianqiu Xuan's simulation. Year 0 of the God King. You are still recuperating. Year 1 of the God King. You are still recuperating. Year 2 of the God King. You are still recuperating. Year 6 of the God King. You are still recuperating. But one day a young boy intrudes into your ordinary life. Inside the spirit hall, Qianqiu Xuan picked up a dragon scale and tapped it against the stone. With a little force, the stone turned to powder. Wow, it cuts through stone like mud. Truly terrifying. Qianqiu Xuan couldn't help but gasp. Just a moment ago, he had conducted a series of tests to see how impressive this dragon scale was, including water immersion, fire burning, lightning strikes, and chopping. But without exception, this dragon scale was simply one word, really hard. Even the hardest divine iron would become brittle upon contact with this dragon scale. Truly formidable. Looking at the still magnificent, shimmering dragon scale in his hand, Qianqiu Xuan couldn't help but feel a tingle at the back of his head. This dragon scale was truly extraordinary, but this belonged to Guyuna. Suddenly, Qianqiu Xuan felt a chill in his heart, as if he was being haunted by something extraordinary. Never mind. Let's continue the simulation. He felt uneasy and quickly released the dragon scale. You have increasingly sensed the extraordinary nature of this dragon scale. And you're also more curious about the existence of that dream and who that girl really is. Unfortunately, over the past few days, you have not dreamed of her again, and you have gradually begun to temporarily ignore this matter. Coincidentally, during this period, Gongzi has been bothering you, which has diverted your attention quite a bit. He still hasn't given up on his hope of taking you as a disciple. Gongzi has been deliberately showing off his knowledge in front of you. Although he has often been left speechless by your retorts, he persists nonetheless. He sees a vibrant potential in you as a soul master. You haven't deliberately opposed Gongzi. Your biggest enemy right now is Tang Hao, and you must enhance your strength as much as possible. You start discussing matters related to martial souls with Gongzi. Although he may be a bit foolish, he still has his own insights about martial souls and is not completely incompetent. Your understanding of martial souls deepens further. Your soul power has been steadily increasing, and the benefits brought by Yin are still ongoing. Combined with the effects of Xiaogang, reaching level 20 is just around the corner. You begin to consider the choice of the second soul ring material. A month later, you officially reach level 20. But you're not in a hurry to hunt for soul rings. Instead, you compress your soul power step by step, further seeking maximum benefit. Gradually, You have a vague feeling that Tang Hao may have left something dirty in your body that could affect your mind. Without full confidence, you dare not take risks for now. At the same time, you and Xiao Wu start studying at the Nodding Academy, knowing each other's true identities. Your relationship grows very close. Additionally, because of your and Xiao Wu's outstanding looks and the fact that you often appear together, outsiders often refer to you as a golden boy and jade girl. You already have Yin, so you naturally don't care about this. Xiao Wu is simple-minded, only thinking about eating and not considering matters of men and women at all. However, Yin seems to be worried about this. She really wants to confide in you and share her true feelings, but you have been too busy during this time to consider her thoughts. Finally, one night, Yin initiated a request for interaction with you. Upon seeing this, Qianqiu Xuan's heavy eyelids finally lifted, revealing a sparkling gaze. Wow, now that you mention this, I'm no longer sleepy. Yin actually wants to dedicate herself to me? Am I too young for this? This is like a child riding a horse. A toothpick stirring a water tank. Can I handle this? Wait a minute. Qianqiu Xuan suddenly realized something. Damn it. Yin doesn't even have a body. What am I supposed to do? Oh, is it a spiritual connection? Indeed, in the sea of consciousness, Qianqiu Xuan can change his age and touch a Yin's spiritual form. However, never mind, let us make do with it. Who says a spiritual connection doesn't count as a connection? Qianqiu Xuan adjusted his pants, a smile gradually appearing at the corners of his mouth. This time, it's hard not to go for it. Let us go. In the sea of consciousness, Yin embraced your body and made a request to discuss the path of life with you. She had specially dressed up with shoulder-length hair, light makeup, and a blue spaghetti strap long dress that clung to her exquisite figure, outlining her alluring curves with round shoulders. A knee-length skirt that revealed her legs adorned with white stockings, faintly showing her fair skin. Wearing a pair of blue high heels added a touch of innocence. It can be said that Yin's mature charm is fully displayed. Dressed according to your preferences, tall and curvaceous. Will you accept a Yin's request? Go. What is there to hesitate about? Qianqiu Xuan was excited, staring intently at the simulation screen, where an image appeared, showing Yin in her graceful and voluptuous attire, both pure and alluring. Her white stockings were exceptionally white, and her delicate feet were enchanting. Don't hesitate. Accept, Qianqiu Xuan commanded directly. But the plot did not develop as he imagined. You rejected a Yin's request. Qianqiu Xuan, huh? Chapter 33. Rejecting a Yin. Tang Hao's backup plan. Falling into a dangerous situation. No, what are you doing? Qianqiu Xuan was confused. Why are you still pretending at this time? You looked at a Yin's profile, breathtakingly beautiful, with a swan-like neck, light blue hair like the sky, and flawless skin, all telling of her enchanting charm. Yet, you still chose to refuse. Why? Yin asked you with red-rimmed eyes, and you could feel the tremor in her voice. Anti-I. You hesitated, feeling that you were too insignificant to give Yin any guarantees. You, who have always despised abandoning those who start with you, naturally wouldn't want to hurt a Yin's feelings. But you are ultimately too weak. You refuse a Yin's request for interaction. Yin felt that you were deliberately deceiving her, and her expression was very sad. The exquisite makeup on her face gradually smudged with tears. You didn't answer, only gently embraced Yin. Try to make the movement as gentle as possible. Yin cried deeply in your arms, knowing you loved her, but not understanding why you kept avoiding her. Yin was very sad, wanting you to give her an answer. You didn't explain, shaking your head with a face full of helplessness. You currently lack the ability to protect yourself. How could you care about romantic feelings? Yin understood your difficulties and didn't complain, just silently cried in your arms. You remained silent as well. That day, time seemed to pass very slowly, and you unusually did not cultivate. Until the next day, you noticed that Yin had changed. She seemed to have lost her feelings for you, reverting to the former blue-silver goddess, trying her best to think of you, but lacking the previous fervent affection. At first, you were a bit unaccustomed, but later you gradually got used to it. After all, without emotional entanglements, it was much better for cultivation. Damn, what the hell? Little brother, what are you doing? Qianqiu Xuan felt both angry and frustrated, unable to understand how his personality in the simulation could be so twisted. Don't I know who I am? How can I be so righteous when I'm just an ordinary person? Is this deliberate acting? Now it's ruined. The feelings I've painstakingly cultivated with Ain, my paper doll wife, have been driven away by you. I hate it. Qianqiu Xuan wanted to cry without tears. Frustrated, he gave Guyu Na's dragon scale 2 hard punches to ease the pain in his heart. On the other side, Guyu Na and the star Do Forest frowned slightly, a hint of frustration appearing on her stunning face. What was that little thief doing, stealing her dragon scales? Never mind. Let's continue simulating. It was clear that this perfect girl had gradually become immersed in the fun of the simulation after feeling its charm, even putting aside the issue of the dragon scales for the time being. On this day, you dreamed of that boy once again. In the same position, in the same dream, you encountered that perfect girl who seemed like a fairy again. She was still calmly gazing at the forest. So, you sat beside her and looked into the distance. The distance was a continuous and dense forest, and looking at the scenery around, you felt you were deep in the woods. You didn't know why the girl appeared here, but you felt a strong sense of security being with her. By the way, there was that girl's dragon scale that you wanted to exchange back, but she shook her head and refused. Time passed quickly, and before long, the girl disappeared again. You were very curious, but she never said anything. You silently remembered it in your heart. Soon, you reached the level 20 limit, feeling that your soul power had been compressed to the extreme with no room left. You prepared to hunt soul beasts to seek your second soul ring. However, your first soul ring was a yin soul ring. She was a blue-silver grass soul beast, and since her nature was kind, the first soul skill only had a restorative auxiliary effect with no attack utility at all. You found Gongzi, hoping to use his power to kill a soul beast. As soon as Gongzi saw you, he agreed without hesitation, even complaining that you should have come earlier, and a level 10 soul ring should be hunted sooner. You reminded him it was a level 20 soul ring, and Gongzi was stunned. In the end, Gongzi recognized your talent and was determined to hunt a level 20 soul ring for you. But considering his own strength had a 90 chance of not being able to defeat it, he found his friend, a greasy middle-aged man with sharp eyes. You recognized this man as Flanders. The middle-aged man's gaze was sharp, scrutinizing for a while, but in the end, he couldn't see through anything. However, he accepted that you were Gongzi's apprentice and helped you hunt for the second soul ring. The three of you made your way to the Stardow Forest. On the way, Gongzi handed over a 24 cubic meter soul guide device, instructing you to accept it no matter what. You didn't refuse. This soul guide was advanced for this era and would be very convenient for your use. Seeing your attitude was not so resistant, Gongzi began to explain his martial soul mimicry theory and the maximum age limit for the second soul ring. Gongzi repeatedly requested you to hunt the most suitable soul beast around 730 years, seeming afraid you would disagree, emphasizing the accuracy. You saw the determined look in Gongzi's eyes. No pretense. You smiled. Although Gongzi's life was tragic, he was particularly serious about martial soul theory. Always wanted to prove himself. Gongzi was a good person, and you thought to yourself that you might as well lend him a helping hand. In the end, you did not choose a 700-year soul beast, but instead opted for a 1,000-year soul beast, the mandala snake. Despite Flanders and Gongzi repeatedly advising you not to do something foolish, you resolutely refused to change your mind. In your view, with the Xintian skill, cultivating your physique, and a yin soul power, nourishing your body, obtaining a 1,000-year second soul ring should be a piece of cake. But you overlooked one thing, which was the backup plan left by Tang Hao. The process of absorbing the soul ring went smoothly, with no significant pain. But unexpectedly, at the last moment, an accident occurred. In your soul consciousness, you suddenly saw a blood-red hammerhead smashing towards you. The speed was astonishing, and the power was immense. You were in the middle of absorbing the soul ring and couldn't spare any concentration. Ain saw this and wanted to block it, but the hammer's target was solely you. You knew that you were at a critical moment of absorbing the soul ring. You absolutely couldn't pull out, or else all your previous efforts would be in vain. And you might even end up in a state of deviation. You found yourself in a crisis. Qianqiu Xuan saw this scene and couldn't help but frown. Tang Hao's backup plan was so insidious. He took advantage of others' absorption of the soul ring to interfere with their mind, leading to death. It was truly merciless, leaving no way out. After all, if one couldn't absorb the soul ring, they couldn't increase their soul power. They would forever be stuck at their level. No wonder Tang Hao could let him leave with peace of mind that day. It turned out he had left such a treacherous move within the body using the killing field. It could be said that any normal child of age might die here. Although Qianqiu Xuan could ensure he wouldn't die, he would at least suffer severe injuries, and a decline in cultivation would be a minor issue. You felt something was wrong because you realized the power of the hammer was quite astonishing. Not only that, but the hammer was also infused with killing intent and a strange underworld aura, making it spine-chilling. Xiao Xian, stay calm. I'll block it for you. At a critical moment, Haoyin made a decision, resolutely deciding to use her body to block the blood-red Haoyin hammer. This way, she could buy you a chance to breathe. However, while this could potentially allow you to get through this trouble unscathed, once she did this, Haoyin would very likely have to perish again, becoming a seed once more. Letting a woman block for you while you live on in a cowardly manner was not something you wanted. But the treachery of the Haoyin hammer was right there. Caught in a dilemma, you hesitated. In a moment of psychological choice, you weighed many things. In the end, you decided to retract Haoyin. After all, you were a kind person. But that meant you had to rely solely on your consciousness to fight against this hammer. This was like hitting a stone with an egg, with no possibility at all, but you had already charged forward with a half-dead will. If you couldn't defeat Tang Hao, could you still be intimidated by him in spirit? Just do it. Soon, you felt a maddening sense of erosion. You knew that the evil aura was beginning to come. It was extremely uncomfortable, making you feel as if you were back to the suffocating feeling of having your throat choked. At this moment, the soul of the mandala snake that you had suppressed revived once again. For a time, it was a double-edged sword. Just as you were distracted and exhausted, you encountered that silver dragon girl again. Chapter 34. 6 years passed in the blink of an eye. Meeting Nara again. Pure feelings? You saw that silver-haired girl once more. She still looked ethereal like a fairy, but your condition was very poor, and you couldn't spare any thought. You felt overwhelmed. Tang Hao's hammer was more harmful than you had imagined. She had arrived. With a gentle wave of her hand, Tang Hao's blood-red killing hammer scattered in the wind, and the mandala snake, which had just been acting arrogantly, seemed like a well-behaved child in front of the girl. Not daring to breathe, you took the opportunity to suppress the mandala snake's soul. You successfully obtained the second soul ring and reached level 23. Everything seemed wonderful. Just as you were about to express your gratitude to the girl, she spoke up. Humans, do they really have to kill soul beasts? You never expected the girl would suddenly say such a thing. The girl's voice is melodious, her eyes pure and clean, clearer than any blue sky you've ever seen. You want to tell her some lies to deceive her, but in front of the girl, you can't utter a single falsehood. Humans cannot level up without killing soul beasts. Survival of the fittest is only natural. You sigh deeply and utter a cruel yet truthful statement. Upon hearing this, the girl nods, seemingly lost in thought. You wonder if your words are too realistic. To make up for it, and to cheer the girl up, you muster the courage to say a lie. This undeniable lie has far-reaching consequences. In fact, soul beasts can coexist peacefully with humans. Just like you and a 10,000-year soul beast that you share a unique, symbiotic relationship with. The girl looks at you, her pure gaze seemingly penetrating your body, seeing the slumbering Haoyin within you. At that moment, the girl seems to realize something and suddenly breaks into a smile. It is the most beautiful smile you have ever seen, and you swear you have never seen such a beautiful fairy smile in your life. A smile that can topple cities. At this moment, you suddenly forgive yourself for lying. It seems that protecting such a beautiful fairy smile is a rare and wonderful thing. The girl speaks again. You said your dream is for humans to coexist peacefully. So why can't humans coexist peacefully with soul beasts? The girl seems to care deeply about the issue of soul beasts, her eyes bright, eagerly awaiting your answer. You don't know the answer from a human perspective. You also think that killing soul beasts is only natural. But upon reflection, not all soul beasts deserve to die. You don't know the answer to this question, but you firmly engrave it in your mind. Why can't humans coexist peacefully with soul beasts? I'm sorry, I don't know. After hesitating for a long time, you finally say this. The girl doesn't speak. She turns her body, her gaze becoming deep. You seem to follow her gaze and see the vast, in boundless Douluo Forest. You silently conclude that soul masters don't necessarily have to improve themselves by hunting soul beasts. There must be other ways. The girl disappears, lost in her thoughts. You wake up. Gongzi and Flinder quickly support you, sensing your recent pain from your pale complexion. It seems that 1,000-year second soul ring is not impossible, but it comes at a very high cost and may lead to going mad. Be cautious, be cautious. Gongzi comments, but your heart feels heavy. This matter has passed. Life at the academy has been uneventful. Although there are always some troublemakers at Nodding Academy, no one bothers you once you show your true strength. You and Xiaowu have grown closer during this time, gradually forming a sibling-like bond. You always believe that Xiaowu has feelings for you because of Ayin, but she indeed likes you for your attitude towards soul beasts. You also like this cute and tender little sister, but romantic feelings have never been your intention. You've been practicing diligently, and your soul power has been gradually increasing. Finally, 6 years have passed. This year, you are 12 years old. Due to the influence of soul power, you appear much more mature for your age, looking like a 17 or 18-year-old with a unique aura. Your handsome and noble appearance gives off a deep and humble feeling, attracting the attention of many young girls of all ages. And even some noble women spend money to ask you to teach them one-on-one soul master practice. But because of your steadfastness to your principles, you ignore all of this. Your level has also risen. You are now at level 42. You demand a high level of purity in your soul power, so you don't care about your real level. You only care about your strength. Now, you have 4 soul rings, and your basic self-defense capabilities are no longer a concern. You just lack a powerful soul skill. And you plan to go big with your 5th soul skill. Now, you bid farewell to Nodding Academy with Xiaowu and head to Shrek Academy. As directed by Gongzi, it is said that this academy only accepts monsters, and you are eager to see it. However, you first visit the Douluo Forest. You want to meet your friend from your dreams, the Silver Dragon Girl, Nar. Nar has been waiting for you. Your relationship with her is as calm as water. Without intense love, only the companionship of friends. You accompany her to watch the last sunset in the forest. Then tell her that you are leaving and won't be back for a while. The girl looks a bit sad. She doesn't ask you why, but instead, she asks you a strange question. If one day humans, soul beasts, and all things will die, what will you do? Your first reaction is to shake your head. The universe runs endlessly, and in your lifetime, you can't imagine the scene of everything perishing. But out of respect for the girl, you ponder for a moment and finally answer the question seriously according to your understanding. I won't witness the destruction of all things, but people will die. You pause and then continue. But if I must do one thing before I die, I want to be a hero. A hero? The girl tilts her head, seemingly not understanding what you mean, but she still expresses her hopes for you. Then how can you do one thing to become a hero? You look at the girl's curious and innocent eyes and say nothing. Compared to your previous desire for human peace, you now have a bigger goal in your heart. But in the end, you say nothing. I just hope to do my best. Even if I fail, I won't regret it. Your gaze is deep, rarely resolute. You stand up, feeling reluctant to leave. This is the 6th year since you met Nar, and also your pure 6 years. You really like this girl who is as pure and flawless as a fairy. But now, there are more important matters waiting for you. Nar seems to be affected by the sorrow of parting as well. She lowers her head, her expression a bit hesitant. Qianqiu Xuan, this is the first time Nar formally calls your name. Do you remember the dragon scale I first gave you? You nod and take out the dragon scale pendant from your chest. You cherish this dragon scale very much. Since you want to become a hero, I will truly wish you well. Suddenly, Nar spits out a mouthful of bright red blood from her cherry red lips, all of it flowing onto the dragon scale. The dragon scale instantly absorbs this wondrous blood, shining brightly and radiating light. You are injured. You don't care about the strange changes in the dragon scale. All you care about is that your friend named Nar is hurt. Nar holds the dragon scale in your hand. You feel a cold, smooth sensation, as comforting as a beautiful jade, bringing peace to your heart. As long as you have this, soul beasts will obey your commands, and you can become the hero of your dreams. Nar gives a pale smile. Because of the blood she just spat out, her face seems even paler. You are hurt. You still care about this issue, and at the same time, you push the dragon scale back to her. I'm not lying to you. It really is possible. I don't want it. You took a deep look at Nar, then gently hugged her before leaving gracefully. You left the dragon scale with her, knowing that it could indeed command soul beasts. But you didn't want to. To achieve your dreams, you wanted to rely on your own strength. What made you the angriest was that you felt your friendship was not truly respected. You stayed with Nar not because you coveted anything from her, nor because you were attracted to her beauty. You simply liked Nanar's purity and kindness. Although you thought so, Nar was willing to hurt herself to give you treasures, which you could not accept. You left, returning the scales that had accompanied you for 6 years to their rightful owner. Nader stared at your back for a long time, lost in thought. At that moment, a trace of struggle appeared in her innocent expression. A colder female voice echoed her mind. Look, this is the human you consider a friend, who has abandoned you in the blink of an eye. Humans are the enemies of soul beasts, and cannot coexist peacefully. Nara shook her head, covering her ears to block out the woman's nonsense. She kept staring at the dragon scale, lost in thought, gradually forgetting the woman's tempting words. At this time, in the simulated Qianqiu Xuan of the spirit hall, you felt choked with emotion. Beast, damn beast, you cherish your feelings. Don't you dare lose my dragon scale. My dragon scale. Chapter 35. Meeting Tang San again, the mysterious woman, and Xiao Bai. Soto City, Rose Hotel. As soon as you stepped in, you felt many girls around you casting flirtatious glances, some even bolder and unabashed. You were troubled. Your outstanding looks brought you a lot of trouble. Fortunately, Xiao Wu took the initiative to stand up, grabbing your hand, snorting coldly, and then glaring fiercely at the surroundings. It was as if she was declaring her territory. Since Xiao Wu was also 12 years old, her body had developed, making her a little beauty. Many women felt inferior upon seeing such a beauty. You had a lot less trouble, and you were grateful to Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu stated that you were her brother-in-law, and as her brother, she naturally had to help. This was indeed good, with Xiao Wu by your side. You would have fewer outside troubles and could focus better on your training. I need 2 rooms, you asked at the hotel front desk. Annoyingly, the front desk apologized and said there was only 1 double room left. You felt the front desk's eyes darting around, as if trying to deceive you. Forget it. 1 room will do. Xiao Wu spoke up, accepting the request. You felt it was inappropriate. How could a man and woman stay in the same room if they were strangers? Xiao Wu must be young and ignorant, and you planned to take the opportunity to teach her a lesson. Just as you were about to refuse, she pulled your hand again, looking sad and pouting at you. You hesitated. The front desk saw this clearly and quickly said, "The double room is cheaper." "Fine, it's settled." Xiao Wu quickly replied, afraid you would disagree, and took your hand ahead toward the hotel. You felt a bit uneasy. Looking at Xiao Wu's excited demeanor, something felt off. What Xiao Wu so excited about? You tried to release her hand, but found that she was very strong and held onto you tightly. You always felt that Xiao Wu might have inappropriate thoughts about you. When you reached the door of the room, you hesitated. It wasn't because of the gender boundary, but because you felt a vague sense of unease. Something was wrong. This unease had last appeared 6 years ago when you met Tang Hao. So why was it happening again? You quickly hugged Xiao Wu, using your innate plant body to block her aura. Xiao Wu was surprised at first, then blushed a bit, but ultimately did not resist. It seemed that Xiao Wu enjoyed being close to you. "Ayin, can you feel it?" You asked, Ayin in your spirit sea. Over the years, although Ayin hadn't deliberately dressed up, she had gradually recovered with your soul power enhancement. Now, Ayin looked absolutely stunning, like a goddess among blue silver grasses. Hearing your words, Ayin came back to her senses. Xiao Xian there. There's the aura of a Douluo. Sure enough, your heart tightened. You never expected there would be Douluo pressure nearby. You thought of Tang San, but felt he couldn't possibly be here. Then the Douluo pressure was. Xiao Wu, try to hold your breath. There might be high-level soul masters here. You warned her seriously in a low voice. Xiao Wu also understood the severity of the situation. 10,000-year soul beasts were always sought after by soul masters. However, it seemed Xiao Wu was somewhat pleased, whether intentionally or unintentionally. She tightly hugged you, wrapping her arms around your waist and leaning on your shoulder. You felt your heart racing with such close contact with a girl. But after comforting yourself that Xiao Wu was your sister, it felt much better. The Douluo's aura lingered for a long time. and you dare not breathe too loudly while holding Xiao Wu. Your strength was still far from enough to protect Xiao Wu from a Douluo. After a while, the Douluo's scrutiny gradually weakened. Xiao Wu reluctantly left your embrace, but then took your hand again. To cover Xiao Wu's soul beast aura with the plant energy, you allowed her to hold your hand. We can't stay in this hotel, you thought, pulling Xiao Wu to prepare to return the way you came. Unexpectedly, you encountered a familiar person in the lobby. Tang San. Wait, who is the woman beside him? You recognized Tang San because of his blue clothing, and his hair was easy to identify, especially his sickly eyes that seemed to see death in everyone. As for the woman next to him, you fell silent. This woman looked almost identical to Xiao Wu. One could only say they looked like a pair of twin sisters. With a delicate face flushed with pink, long black hair styled in a scorpion braid hanging down her waist, and a pair of big watery eyes filled with curiosity. She wore a bright red outfit compared to Xiao Wu's pink. But, how infuriating! Xiao Wu suddenly became angry. It was the first time she saw someone who looked and dressed so similarly to her. If it weren't for her mother only giving birth to her, she would have thought this was her long-lost sister. At this moment, Tang San and the woman also turned to look at the sound. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, surprised, but ultimately said nothing. Yes, Tang San did not recognize you. Over the past 6 years, with Ain helping you adjust your body and your continuous soul power honing, along with the innate affinity with plants changing your aura, your demeanor and appearance had changed drastically. Most importantly, your pure friendship with Nader had been nourishing your aura, making it difficult for others to see through you. Tang San simply could not recognize you. He had long thought you had died 6 years ago. Even Tang Hao, who was behind the scenes, did not notice any abnormalities. Your aura was too noble and extraordinary. At this moment, the woman saw you and was stunned by your handsome appearance, lowering her head unconsciously. After she saw Xiao Wu again, she suddenly became furious and glared fiercely at Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu naturally refused to back down and glared back. Little vixen, dare to imitate my sister, Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu was the first to speak, her tone full of sarcasm. Clearly, you are the one imitating me, you little mimic. Although they didn't know who each other was, their instincts made them incompatible. You, despicable. Xiao Wu gritted her teeth, her little face flushed with anger. Deep down, she was very scared because she knew that with this woman around, she would no longer be the only one. For some reason, Xiao Wu didn't want you to see that woman, and she pulled your hand and wanted to leave. Friends, how about we have a good talk? Tang San initiated a conversation request with you. Would you choose to agree? Finally, I was given an option. Oh my. Qianqiu Xuan was about to fall asleep from the simulation. In these 6 years, every little detail felt like he was just a spectator. Damn, there was no sense of participation at all. The simulated version of myself was even more righteous and resolute than him, only focused on cultivation. And countless times when Ain wanted to hug him, he just flatly refused. Now it's good. After waiting for 6 years, I finally got to choose. Tang San, send me a conversation request. What should I talk about? I'm afraid that if I say something he doesn't like, he might think Xiao Wu is doomed, and then come up with some reason to kill me. No. And that bastard Tang Hao is nearby as well. I absolutely cannot stay too long. Although Qianqiu Xuan is an outsider, he is very cautious. He knows that Xiao Wu can hide her presence from him, but he can't guarantee how strong he really is. Risks cannot be taken. Moreover, Qianqiu Xuan vaguely suspects that the woman beside Tang San is probably also a 100,000-year soul beast. Refuse. You smiled and shook your head, pointed at Xiao Wu, and sighed. Friend, my sister is angry. I need to go comfort her. Tang San understood your situation, nodded, and didn't say anything more. However, that woman was staring intently at Xiao Wu, neither willing to back down. Give me a room. At this moment, Tang San was applying for a room. Unlike the plot, he directly chose a room here, seemingly wary of something. The woman beside Tang San looked at Xiao Wu and sneered, Little sister, when you come out in the future, you need to have your own thoughts. Don't be a little mimic, got it? You. Fine, I'll learn to be a big fool like you. Xiao Wu was very impulsive, ready to explode at any moment. You tightly held her hand and gently comforted her. Xiao Wu, it's okay, just be yourself. What I like is not your appearance, but your kind heart. Your comfort seemed very effective, and Xiao Wu gradually calmed down. She turned around, carefully looked into your eyes, and then nodded heavily. I understand, brother. Xiao no longer cared about that woman because she realized she had already gotten what she wanted. What did it matter if others were like her? Seeing Xiao Wu being so close and considerate to you, that woman was taken aback. She glanced at Tang San. The Huang family's trio was still pondering over booking a couple's room, with ulterior motives that they didn't even bother to hide. The woman felt somewhat disappointed, but said nothing. You were about to leave with Xiao Wu. However, Xiao Wu, in a good mood, took the initiative to greet my little Wu, the dance of a dance. What about you? The woman froze for a moment, completely not expecting Xiao Wu's attitude to suddenly become so friendly. Watching you and Xiao Wu harmoniously, with brotherly and sisterly affection, that woman lowered her head in disappointment. Perhaps Xiao Wu looked like her, but was even happier. I'm Xiao Bai. Chapter 36. Xiao Bai's Disappointment. Shrek Registration. Ning Rongrong. Zhu Zhuqing. Wait, I say, this room should belong to me, right? At this moment, just as Tang San had booked the room, a sinister voice was heard. You, Xiao Wu, Tang San, and Xiao Bai all looked over. It was a yellow-haired guy with two koan. The yellow-haired guy's eyes were very eerie. Both of them had double pupils, and his deep blue eyes were cold. Dai Mubai. He is a well-known young master here, considered a decision-maker. Even though Tang San arrived first, that wouldn't stop his determination for a double treat tonight. Xiao Bai felt very displeased. She was already full of anger, and now someone else was coming to steal the room. We obviously came first. What right do you have? So what? Dai Mubai was the local tyrant and didn't have the habit of explaining things to others. Not bad-looking, but too young. Wait a few more years, and I might be able to appreciate it. Dai Mubai's eerie gaze fell on Xiao Bai, nodding with interest. You, being subjected to such naked humiliation. Who could endure it? What does it matter to you? Get lost. We were the ones who came first here. Xiao Bai was angry, while Tang San beside her was stunned, assessing Dai Mubai's momentum but not saying a word. Oh ho, your temper is quite fiery. Dai Mubai laughed, and the twin girls beside him couldn't help but giggle foolishly. You. Hey, don't say. You do look a lot like that girl at the door. Dai Mubai suddenly remembered encountering a girl in pink when he entered the door, who looked pure and cute, just like the girl in front of him, and couldn't help but take notice. She is her. I am me. What does it have to do with you? Xiao Bai's temper was very bad, and with Tang San watching the drama on the side, she felt even more uncomfortable. All right, you really have a bad temper. You all have soul power fluctuations, so you should be soul masters, right? Why don't you all come at me together? If you can beat me, I'll leave immediately. Otherwise, just go back to where you came from. Dai Mubai provocatively challenged with a smirk on his face. Fight if you want. Who's afraid? I can handle it alone. Xiao Bai was completely enraged, especially since her brother didn't say a word or express his stance. At this moment, the waiter had already brought a middle-aged man from the back. He had also heard their conversation escalating and anxiously intervened. Let's talk it out. Dai Mubai had always been the top dog, coldly glancing at the middle-aged man. The man was the hotel manager and quickly smiled apologetically at Tang San and Xiao Bai, saying, I'm sorry, that room was booked by young Master Dai. Please choose another place. Now, it was completely a mockery on their faces. They clearly came first. Why did it become their fault now? Xiao Bai couldn't stand it. Just as a fight was about to break out, Tang San pulled her back and shook his head deeply. Xiao Bai, we can't go. This person has a very strong aura. We might not be his match. Xiao Bai was very angry and puzzled. Brother San, we arrived first. We are the right. Why should you be afraid? Xiao Bai's temper wouldn't allow for compromise. And seeing Tang San's weak and retreating demeanor, she couldn't help but feel disappointed. Ha ha ha. Little girl, are we going to fight or not? Dai Mubai laughed heartily, full of disdain for Tang San, even saying he was less courageous than a woman. Xiao Bai, who always had a fiery temper, was about to rush up to fight. I originally thought she would believe that Sange would fight alongside her, but who would have thought that her good Sange would back down? Xiao Bai, forget it. Let's give this house to them. We can find another one. No need to hurt our feelings. At this moment, the hotel manager quickly chimed in. Yes. We have chain hotels there. Enough. Sangu, if you won't fight, I will. Xiaobai looked at her Sangu in disbelief, feeling very disappointed. How could he be so cowardly when they were being humiliated to this extent? Xiaobai shook off Tang San's hand and took the initiative to step forward to fight. Dai Mu Bai, however, shrugged his hand, appearing indifferent, and coldly said, I am Dai Mu Bai, rank 37 Battle Soul Sovereign. Please instruct me. Xiaobai was taken aback, looking at the 1,000-year soul ring under his feet. Her eyes filled with a hint of panic. She turned to glance at Tang San, who remained indifferent, even shaking his head to indicate she shouldn't fight the Battle Soul Sovereign. How could this be? Xiaobai ultimately did not back down. In this battle, Dai Mu Bai completely played with Xiaobai, mastering her agility, and eventually, a wave of light completely knocked Xiaobai down, shattering her pride along with it. Xiaobai. Tang San hurried over, wanting to help Xiaobai up, but Xiaobai slapped his hand away. I can get up by myself. Xiaobai, I'm only rank 22. Enough, admit defeat, and let's go. Xiaobai was very disappointed and left without saying a word. Dai Mu Bai shook his head. Not bullying the weak. He gave up the hotel and said to Xiaobai, your talent is not bad. You should be coming to Shrek Academy. Once you get there, if anyone troubles you, just report my name, the evil white tiger Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai left. Tang San clenched his fists tightly, saying nothing. Because from beginning to end, Dai Mu Bai had never looked at him once. This undoubtedly made him feel humiliated. But Tang San did not have the correct understanding of martial souls. After all these years of hard work, he was still only ranked 22. He was simply not a match. Xiaobai was very disappointed that Sangu did not stand up with her. Even a few words of encouragement would have been good, but there was none. At this moment, you had already brought Xiao Wu to Flinder's antique shop. Over the past 6 years, it was indeed Flinder who took you to hunt soul beasts, and you owed him quite a bit. Flinder saw you and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You haven't been slacking off in your training these days. You smiled. Everything was unspoken. In the end, you took the rare metal that should have belonged to Tang San. You could also make the hidden weapon dragon whisker needle. The next day, you arrived at the registration office of Shrek Academy. The enrollment criteria only required their students to be monsters. There were many people signing up, all confused about what this criteria meant. It was very simple, at least rank 21 by age 12. Upon hearing this, many people were indignant. But when the enrollment teacher released his soul emperor cultivation, no one dared to say more. Everything proceeded normally. You and Xiao Wu followed along. In front of you was a very beautiful girl, wearing a simple white long dress that gave a clean feeling. You couldn't see her face, but from the skin on her neck, you could tell that she had very fair skin, likely from a wealthy family. Hello, my name is Ning Rongrong. Because your temperament and appearance were very outstanding, shining like a star here, even Ning Rongrong, who had seen the world, couldn't help but become curious. She took the initiative to greet you, her face showing a sincere expression, but from her poor acting, you could see the smile she couldn't hold back and the mischievous glint in her eyes. What a mischievous spirit. You nodded and said in a deep voice, Xin Xiao, this is my sister, Xiao Wu. With that, you ignored her outstretched jade hand. Ning Rongrong was taken aback, looking at you with deep eyes, yet said nothing. You could feel a hint of anger from the girl. You smiled and positioned Xiao Wu behind you. The matter of female charm truly gave you a headache. At that moment, someone suddenly patted you on the back. You turned in surprise, your eyes widened, your heart secretly shaken. This was also a girl, looking a bit younger than Xiao Wu, with black long hair cascading over her shoulders, her face slightly tilted, her skin very fair, but her temperament was quite unique. It was a kind of coldness, an inner coldness, a pure coldness, with a pair of black eyes devoid of any anger, somewhat in conflict with her extremely beautiful face. But what was most unexpected was that this girl had a very hot figure, with ample bosom and youthful beauty. You quickly averted your eyes, shaking your head, feeling guilty for your previous distraction. Suddenly, you saw Tang San and Xiao Bai behind the girl, with Xiao Bai giving you a brief nod. You nodded back with a smile, then turned back to face the cool and curvaceous girl. This time your attitude was very proper, your gaze directly meeting hers. Without a trace of any impure thoughts, your eyes were very pure. The girl was also taken aback, never expecting you to ignore her beauty. However, She had just taken the initiative to tap you, so you asked in surprise, "Hello, my name is Qianqiu. Is there something you need?" Because you were free of ulterior motives and had a righteous temperament, the girl's attitude towards you was very good, a gentle warmth slowly appearing on her cool face. In the next moment, her cold voice came, and you understood her purpose. My name is Zhu Zhuqing. May I ask what your soul rank is?" Chapter 37. Gradually opening Zhu Zhuqing's heart, the innocent girl. Zhu Zhuqing abruptly asked about the sensitive issue of soul rank, her expression subtly hopeful. You knew what she wanted. Someone strong to protect her. Or rather, she wanted freedom more than being bound by the royal title. She did not want to become a princess, nor compete for it. However, her betrothed was Dai Mubai, the prince of the Star Luo Kingdom, a strong competitor for the throne. Therefore, from birth, she was destined to break through alongside Dai Mubai among the heirs of the Star Luo Empire. But Dai Mubai ran away halfway. Goodness. Now Zhu Zhuqing was left to resist the direct pressure from the Grand Prince and her sister alone, and any hope of victory was completely gone. Zhu Zhuqing lived in constant fear, while Dai Mubai acted like a coward and fled. Under such internal and external torment, Zhu Zhuqing became indifferent, just wanting to survive. Yet her sister still wouldn't let her go, trying every means to eliminate her. Living in constant fear ultimately left this frail girl unable to cope. This time, she took the initiative to find Dai Mubai, or more accurately, to assess him. She wanted to see what Dai Mubai was planning. If it came to worst, she would kill him and then die herself. Zhu Zhuqing had already developed the intention to die, especially after locking eyes with Dai Mubai earlier. She didn't want to live anymore. Dai Mubai was not as she imagined, lying in wait for action. He was just completely giving up. This kind of attitude would undoubtedly lead to death in the struggle for the throne. Zhu Zhuqing wants to live. She feels the aura of strength in the extraordinary you, believing that you might take her out of the whirlpool of power. Faced with the girl's request, you choose. 1. Accept, not for anything else. Just for your own pure heart, to help those in need. Reward. Zhu Zhuqing's affection, unwavering until death. After accepting, the endless troubles surrounding Zhu Zhuqing will entangle you, making you even more dangerous. 2. Refuse. Your goal is only to liberate the Douluo Continent. Love and romance have nothing to do with you. Reward. You will reduce a lot of troubles and gain the favor of the royal family of the Star Luo Empire, which may be of great help to you in the future. 3. Free simulation. Let the self in the simulation decide. After a long wait, the key options finally appeared. Qianqiu Xuan silently watched, without saying a word. He was silent. To be honest, Qianqiu Xuan wanted to save Zhu Zhuqing. After all, how could anyone not love such a cold and fiery girl who dares to love and hate? But for the greater good, he had already offended too many people. Offending another Star Luo Empire might really mean he couldn't survive. Qianqiu Xuan shook his head and decisively chose the third option. Since it was the self in the simulation, then let him make the decision. He would definitely make the right choice. You chose 3, free simulation. Faced with the girl's somewhat anxious request, you smiled gently, showing what you considered a friendly smile. Miss, I'm just an ordinary person. My soul level is too low to speak of. It would be embarrassing. Upon hearing this, the girl's cold cheeks suddenly froze. A look of confusion appeared in her eyes as she scrutinized you more closely. Your aura is very special. Just standing there gives a strong and extraordinary feeling, but upon closer inspection, you seem gentle and humble. Such an aura, combined with your calm expression and the fact that you are at the Shrek Academy registration office, Zhu Zhuqing is 100% sure you are a peerless genius. Only a true genius would not show off everywhere. Watching you carefully take care of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing became even more convinced of this thought. Can you help me? Zhu Zhuqing looked at your face, wanting to express her true feelings to voice that guess, and was even ready to state her conditions for servitude. But in the end, she still did not speak. Zhu Zhuqing has always been a woman with a cold exterior but a warm heart. Asking her to say these words publicly would be like asking her to die. You also knew what she was thinking and smiled lightly. Miss Zhu, I know what you're thinking. At this moment, you answered the question in her heart. My soul level. A pitch-black 10,000-year soul ring slowly appeared under your feet, only for an instant. but was spotted by the agile Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was astonished. Her eyes widened as she looked at you, unable to guess your true soul level. Can you help me? I can. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing was about to say those words, but you quickly shook your head, smiling gently. I can help you for a moment, but I can't help you for a lifetime. True strength must rely on yourself. But the refusal in your words was very obvious. Yet Zhu Zhuqing had not given up. For some reason, Zhu Zhuqing was incredibly convinced that you could solve her troubles. Your fortune began to take effect, making the daughter of fortune favor you even more. You were deeply troubled, looking haggard. It was as if you were asking her, but also talking to yourself. You shouldn't be worrying about these things at your age. You should be a happy girl. Let's go. Let's register together. You extended your hand, expressing goodwill to Zhu Zhuqing, pointing to Xiaogang, who was shocked due to Ning Rongrong's identity at the registration office. Zhu Zhuqing hesitated, because you expressed goodwill to her, but without any commitment. She was very afraid you would run away like Dai Mubai did. But the confidence and integrity you exuded gave her an unknown courage. In the end, Zhu Zhuqing took your hand. She felt a bit shy because of the skin contact with a stranger in public. Zhu Zhuqing's hand was very smooth and tender, fair and soft, but it had many old and new scars. Without needing to say much, you understood how bitter her days had been. At this moment, you activated your first soul skill, Blue-Silver Healing. This was the soul skill brought to you by Yin, which only had a healing function and no offensive capability. At this moment, it happened to be useful. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, suddenly feeling a tingling in her palm. She opened her hand to look, and to her surprise, the scar from a few days ago was gradually healing, even restoring to its original state, and some past hidden injuries were also receiving treatment. What a miraculous healing effect! Zhu Zhuqing was greatly astonished, and at the same time, she nodded to you, expressing her inner gratitude. Good, extend your other hand. You commanded seriously, but to express goodwill. Your tone was somewhat endearing. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, but still unconsciously extended her left hand. You treated her left hand in the same manner, quickly and elegantly, without any intention of taking advantage. Zhu Zhuqing was somewhat dazed, even shocked. This was her first time feeling the kindness of a stranger. Throughout her life, even her relatives had not treated her with good intentions. She had never met anyone who truly cared for her, so her reaction was exceptionally unfamiliar. Although Zhu Zhuqing was very young, she had grown accustomed to the filth of human nature. She didn't expect you to be so kind upon your first meeting. Zhu Zhuqing naturally thought it was because of her beautiful appearance. But seeing your clear eyes made her feel it was not the case. Why be good to her? Why? You were also unclear in your heart, but you knew you were doing the right thing. Doing good deeds, helping others, you had no regrets. Zhu Zhuqing's hand trembled in contact with yours, and she kept her head down, not daring to look into your eyes. Unexpectedly, this seemingly aloof girl still felt shy inside like a little girl. You knew that this could not be blamed on Zhu Zhuqing. It could only be blamed on her identity. Perhaps if Zhu Zhuqing did not have royal status, she would have lived very happily. She had lived too hard, and you felt a pang of sympathy. But at this moment, it was your turn to register. Hey, that couple over there, aren't you going to register? As his voice came, everyone's eyes turned to you and Zhu Zhuqing. Everyone was stunned. Chapter 38. Zhu Zhuqing realizes, faces herself. Dai Mubai interferes and blocks the way. Everyone's gaze pierced through to you. Xiaogang just smiled, looking at you meaningfully. Flandra, that old man, often mentioned you, which led him to have some impression of you. Ning Rongrong saw this scene, first stunned, then puffed up her cheeks angrily. Oh, you dare to reject my invitation and casually flirt with other girls? Ning Rongrong, comparing her own small stature to Zhu Zhuqing's curvy figure, pouted in disdain. Being small has its advantages. At least one hand can hold it. How infuriating. I'll remember you. Xiao Wu saw this scene and felt like the sky had fallen down. What is going on? I just blocked that spoiled princess, and now there's such a strong competitor. Whoa, with this scale, your child probably doesn't have to worry about food and drink anymore, but don't even think about becoming my sister-in-law. Brother can only belong to Sister Ayin. And also to Xiao Wu. Xiaobai stood in the back with a deep gaze. Not knowing what he was thinking, Tang since scratched his head, feeling like you resembled an old acquaintance of his. You tightly held Zhu Zhuqing's left hand under the gaze of everyone. The scorching gaze made people feel numb, especially for Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared strong on the outside, but was actually very soft-hearted. She was so shy that she couldn't lift her head. She lowered her head tightly, as if the ground below was as firm as pure gold and silver. It's okay, just face it openly. You gently encouraged. Zhu Zhuqing's body trembled. Then she suspiciously stared at your feet, softly refusing. No. But before she could finish her sentence, you provocatively placed your hand on Zhu Zhuqing's smooth and tender chin, slightly lifting it. Zhu Zhuqing completely raised her head. Her eyes showed shyness, unease, and even a trace of frustration, looking at you with a mix of resentment. The surrounding gazes felt like swords, piercing her all over, as if being scorched by fierce fire. You see, it's actually very simple as long as you lift your head. The real gaze comes from your inner perspective. You release your hands and smile gently. In fact, your confident appearance is the most beautiful. Little girl, the road ahead is still long. Some things you can do on your own. There is no need to rely on others to be a vase. You turned around gracefully, leaving behind a profound silhouette. Brother, Xiao Wu was taken aback, wanting to say something. You rubbed Xiao Wu's head, directly blocking her words. Just a poor soul. I was just helping out. You explained everything casually, your heart clear and pure. You could swear to the heavens that from beginning to end, you had no evil thoughts or improper intentions towards Zhu Zhuqing, acting bravely and doing what is right. Your behavior was very straightforward, leaving everyone with a back facing the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing, with her head held high, stood frozen in place, staring at your figure in a daze. Wanted to lower her head, but not daring to, so she could only confidently raise her head and straighten her body. In the end, it seems she made a decision. Looking at your back, she chased after you. Xiaobai looked at your back and suddenly thought of saying, with righteousness in heart, hand in hand with the sky. At this moment, Tang San was dumbfounded, unable to say half a word. He was very frustrated that you did everything he wanted to do. He felt that your back was so tall that he would never catch up. Tang San, I feel like I will live under his shadow for the rest of my life. You took Xiao Wu to sign up for levels when suddenly Zhu Zhuqing chased up from behind. She walked in front of you, staring straight into your eyes, but said nothing. After staring for a few seconds, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes sparkled as she thanked you. Thank you. Shaking your head, you turned to leave. Vitam, what's your name again? Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing shyly and apologetically asked for your name. Hearing this, you stumbled slightly. Goodness, so you didn't care about my name from the beginning. However, you maintained your composure and just pointed at the Shrek Academy in front of you. If fate allows, you will know. You came to verify your qualifications. Who knew? Xiao Xian shook his head. Little brat, you don't need to test, Boss Fu said. If you come, you can't let you run away. You paused, thought about it, and indeed didn't he need to test, turning around to let Xiao Wu come. Wait, Teacher Xiao, he didn't test. Why can he enter Shrek Academy? That's not fair. This sudden voice attracted everyone's attention. Oh, it's that yellow-haired boy. No, it should be Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai had seen every move you made with Zhu Zhuqing, especially the sweet affection of the latter running towards you, making him feel a bit green with envy. Skin contact was one thing, but you even flirted? Do you really look down on my evil-eyed white tiger? Ultimately, Dai Mubai's ridiculous and pitiful male pride exploded at this moment, firmly believing you had ill intentions towards his wife. You chuckled. You knew Dai Mubai's actions very well. Not even daring to confront you, letting a woman take the lead, and still having the audacity to call himself a man. Now you know Zhu Zhuqing is my wife. Where were you before? Just as you were about to speak, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly questioned Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai, this is between the two of us. It has nothing to do with him. What are you trying to do? How does it not concern me? You're like this, how can I just stand by? Dai Mubai was angry. Although he often played around here and lingered in brothels, he couldn't see Zhu Zhuqing like this. All right, Dai Mubai, you're too impressive. Zhu Zhuqing lightly bit her silver teeth, glaring fiercely at Dai Mubai. At this moment, her resentment was even greater than the anger of being abandoned by Dai Mubai. You were too lazy to waste time on such matters. Boom! For soul rings slowly appeared under your feet. From the inside out, they were yellow, purple, and black. A level 40 soul master. A level 40 soul master with a 1,000-year second soul ring and a 10,000-year fourth soul ring. Everyone present was shocked. Dai Mubai was even more astonished, his jaw almost dropping. He initially thought you were just some small fry, afraid to reveal your cultivation. He didn't expect you to be playing the pig, to eat the tiger. Just thinking about how you showed off made Dai Mubai regret not acting sooner. Xiao Wu raised her head high, proudly looking around as if you represented her. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing, however, was confused and at a loss. You were too strong, beyond her understanding. Xiao Bai and Tang San were also shocked, unable to regain their senses for a long time. How about this? Is it okay? Dai Mubai was speechless. At this moment, an unknown proud young lady caught the scent and came to your side, flashing her sparkling little teeth, about to pounce on you. You quickly dodged, and that young lady chased after you. Hey, what exactly do you want to do? Xiao Wu anxiously tried to stop her. Such strong talent. I Ning Rongrong have my eyes on you. Ning Rongrong kept chasing you, but you easily dodged her, completely toying with her. Ning Rongrong was panting, but had no intention of giving up, her spirit unyielding. Little man, I Ning Rongrong have taken a liking to you. Do you think you can escape from my palm? Moreover, you rejected me like that before, so I can't let you go.